Hi, hello everyone. I'll just add the people in and we'll begin in a short while. If anyone wants to talk anything till then, you can send me a speaker invite. I'll add you up. We'll begin in like 10-15 minutes. You can send your speaker request if you want to ask something till then. Today's session will be on how to pick stocks, how to deal with IPOs. I think we'll discuss it in a very layman's language. So this will be very useful for everyone. Hi, Sejal.
Tanmay, how are you?
Doing good. What about you?
I am doing excellent. So Tanmay, let's start at 8:10. तब तक थोड़ा सा
Yeah,
टेस्ट कर लेते हैं and बाकी let's just say hi to our listeners as well. And
yeah,
फिर
yeah.
8:10 पे start करेंगे, ठीक है?
And as you say every time, ये अपनी space समझनी है तो if anyone wants to come over and say a hi till 8:10, you can send a speaker request. We are open to everyone, right?
Yeah, and don't worry, you guys are all safe. डॉक्टर तन्मय तुम्हें इंजेक्शन नहीं लगाएंगे.
नहीं नहीं, काफी सारे डॉक्टर्स भी हैं.
हाँ, तो किसी को भी इंजेक्शन नहीं लगेगा. आप लोग सेफ हो क्योंकि ये सब स्पेस पे चल रहा है, तो नो इंजेक्शंस.
Yeah, feel free to join in, say a hi. Yeah, you can tell about your journey as well. और कुछ लोग जो पहले से जुड़े हुए हैं हमारे साथ स्पेसेस में ना, you can share your experience, how it had been for you guys. कि कुछ लोगों ने यहाँ से कुछ सीखा, you did something well in investing. You can share your experience also. Till then, we'll begin at 8:10. Huh?
Right. So as Dr. Tanmay said, guys, feel free to send a speaker request. इसको अपनी ही space समझो and साथ ही साथ think of it this session as a peer-to-peer learning session where I and Dr. Tanmay also learn with you guys, and we have different fund managers joining and we have different people sharing the stock market experience, and we'll have a order and like how we'll go ahead with the space and things around that. Tanmay, can you make me a co-host?
अरे sorry यार.
अरे it's
Please.
all good.
I'll हाँ, I sent you a request है ना. एंड आई थिंक आज
हाँ
हम
आ गया.
क्वेश्चंस के लिए
Right.
क्वेश्चंस भी लेंगे. बट प्लीज डू ट्राई कि स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन मत पूछो. क्योंकि यार देखो, विल टीच यू द मेथड how to pick stocks and what are the things that we like to see or our panelist loves to see. But if you keep on asking stock specific question ना, अगर आपके साथ 300-400 लोग जुड़े हुए हैं तो they will find it really boring because the stock you like may not be of interest to someone else, right? सो कुछ कॉमन होगा तो वो चीज़ें हम बिल्कुल डिस्कस करेंगे. अदरवाइज you can ask general questions. So Amjad and Arjun had sent speaker requests. Hi Amjad, hi Arjun. You want to say something? We'll begin at 8:10.
Yes, actually, I wanted to first of all thank both of you because in my friend circle, none of the people are interested in discussing this kind of matters like stock market and all and investing. So I was feeling really lonely because no one to discuss this with anyone. So yesterday only I got to know about that there is something called Spaces on Twitter. So this made me really interesting and all. So I really want to thank you both of you for conducting such kind of things.
Yeah, thank you Arjun. I hope you will love the session today. Have you been investing? It's been you have started your journey or you are beginning now?
Well, actually, I had started kind of started in ninth standard due to some things because actually my aunt wanted to start investing into a stock market, but she didn't know English because she was from Hindi medium. So I had to teach her because that what were the overall what we said that ma- uh, complete thing of doing the trading. I cannot think of the word, but from that उनको सिखाते सिखाते मुझे इंग्लिश मुझे स्टॉक मार्केट में इंटरेस्ट आ गया था एक्चुअली.
That's amazing. So we'll also say hi to Kal. He's will we are really like lucky to have him here. He spares time for us. So welcome to a space and looking forward
No,
to
no,
hear
thank
from
you.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for holding the space. You guys are doing a lot of service to a lot of people in the early stage of their careers. And so I'm always interested in teaching and making sure that people, gain from the experience. So yeah, I'll pop in for a while. Thank you for holding it. Yeah, you both do an amazing job, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
Thank you so much,
Yes, Sejal,
Kal.
please.
And I actually wanted to add something. I think what Arjun said, right? अभी like जो लोग नहीं सीखेंगे स्टॉक मार्केट के बारे में, या जो लोग बेसिक्स ऑफ इन्वेस्टिंग नहीं सीखेंगे, होगा तो कुछ भी नहीं. जिनको लगता है कि इन्वेस्टिंग एक ऑप्शन है, वो कुछ ज्यादा ही क्यूट लोग हैं. मैं क्यूट उनको इसलिए बोल रही हूँ बिकॉज आप इन्वेस्ट करो ना करो, इन्फ्लेशन आपका पैसा खा जाएगा. तो मतलब इफ यू वांट टू एक्ट, ठीक है, मत करो इन्वेस्ट. एंड एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, इन्फ्लेशन इज इनविजिबल टैक्स जिसके बारे में हमें नहीं बताते हैं. एंड इन्वेस्टिंग का सिर्फ एक गोल नहीं होता है कि कैपिटल ग्रोथ, उसका एक और रीजन होता है, एंड दैट्स कॉल्ड कैपिटल प्रिवेंशन. अगर आप स्टॉक्स में डायरेक्टली नहीं इन्वेस्ट कर सकते, लुक एट डेट म्यूचुअल फंड्स, लुक एट सेफर ऑप्शंस, बट डू एजुकेट योर सेल्फ एंड डू स्टार्ट इन्वेस्टिंग. चाहे पूरा बहुत पैसा ना लगाओ, बट थोड़ा लगाओ. So you'll at least understand what the markets are about, and you're also in a way like being a stakeholder in your country's progress, right? जितना capital आएगा उतने companies को money मिलेगा, जितना companies को money मिलेगा उतना overall cash flow बढ़ेगा. तो आप सिर्फ अपने लिए अच्छा नहीं कर रहे हो, आप एक तरीके से और भी काफी लोगों के लिए अच्छा कर रहे हो. सो आई थिंक लर्निंग फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी इज नॉट अ चॉइस, इट्स अ नेसेसिटी. ये जो लोग कहते हैं ना कि मुझे उसके बारे में सीखना नहीं है एंड इन्वेस्टिंग ये होता है वो होता है, ठीक है, आप बहुत ज्यादा क्यूट हो, मैं यही बोलूंगी. और कोई ना, मत करो इन्वेस्ट. तो व्हाट आई मीन टू से इज, अगर अभी नहीं इन्वेस्टिंग के बारे में सीखोगे, अगर अभी इन चीजों के बारे में नहीं सीखोगे, होगा क्या फ्यूचर के अंदर? जो आज आपके, सॉरी एक मिनट, पीछे से बैकग्राउंड नॉइज आ गया. जो आज के आपके 100 रुपए होंगे, वो अगले साल 100 रुपए नहीं रहेंगे. उसके ऊपर एक नेगेटिव ब्याज लगता है, एंड उसको हम कहते हैं इन्फ्लेशन. कहते हैं 4% इन्फ्लेशन था इस साल. तो इस साल अगर आपके पास 100 रुपए थे, तो अगले साल उसकी वैल्यू 96 रुपीज रह जाएगा. तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट कि कैपिटल का जो एक कंपाउंडिंग है, वो डीजेनरेशन भी हो सकता है in the form of inflation. And even if you don't want to grow your capital, at least do something about capital prevention, and that is something that's very, very necessary. What do you say, Tanmay?
Yeah, definitely, you're rightly highlighted. And just to the people who have joined, let me tell you, Sejal is somewhere around 19 right now, if I am not wrong. So just imagine a girl in 90s is talking about these kind of things, and there are lots of people who may be joining in their late 20s or 30s or even 40s. So if you start early, the benefit that you are gonna get from this journey, and that too with minimal amount of risk, is gonna be insane. You'll keep on learning this as we go ahead with our session. There are people who have joined in our last two spaces. They would be knowing this very well, how we have discussed about the benefit of starting early. Curl, you had raised your hand. You want to say something? And
Yeah,
then we'll have
I
Praful Bhai also. Praful Bhai is also here with us. So yeah, please, Curl. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to reinforce Sejal's point. I understand Hindi, so I don't speak it that well, but I understand it. So you guys can, that makes a lot of sense. What I was going to say is that, when I was young, I wish people had made me like understand the basics of investing, and the fact that, of compounding, which is one thing I know that we can continue talking about, but also just the idea of, betting on your country, betting on your perspective, obviously managing the risk, having your portfolio and all that we've been discussing. But at the same time, the idea of betting on something, really like passionately researching it and betting on something is a very it's a good leadership thing to do, right, at an early stage. And if you limit your risk and you make sure that you understand your risks and you work in that through, it's also very fulfilling. And in 10 years go by really quickly, from 20 to 30 years old. By the time you're 30, and if you started investing at 20, just imagine, right, you're now sitting on a number of bets that you made that went well, some of them didn't, and then you actually understand business more, right? So yeah, I just want to reinforce that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Curl. And we have Gurleen also. So welcome, Gurleen. Hi, Gurleen. Hope you're doing fine.
Hi Tanmay, hi Sejal. Yep, I'm doing fine. How are you guys doing?
Really
We're
great.
doing excellent.
Glad to hear that.
So I think I'll just share a story, because I think this will help people here as well. So what happened was, we often hear like, जैसे एक story है MRF stock की ना, someone invested in MRF and his father got paralyzed, and sorry, his uncle got paralyzed, and then he wakes up and then he calls news media, and then he tells him that it's about 20 cr. So we all, lots of people must have heard that story. If you have heard the story, you can drop 100. And if you have not heard, there is someone close to me, a friend or something like that, and he had called me once. He wanted to learn about investing. He's already like into business and all this kind of things. And he suddenly calls me up and he says, I want to learn investing. I was like, why do you want to learn investing, and that too all of a sudden right now? So he said his father had invested some amount of money in some stocks, and he had invested via some fund manager in some stocks. And after some time, what happened was he was not getting good amount of returns. So he went to that fund manager and told that, okay, I want to withdraw my money which is there, because I'm just getting probably 9%. I'm not happy with it. So his father told him that, okay, you go and get the amount of shares which I had invested via this person only. It was suggested by some Gujarati friend of mine. He told him his father that, okay, you invest X amount of money in this, and just forget it. So his father told कि मेरे भी पैसे लेते हुए आ जाना. So he goes there and he closes a mutual fund account which he was not getting good amount of return, and then he tells, okay, you return my father's money also. So the fund house tells him something, and then he calls his father, like, how much did you invest? His father is like, I don't remember it exactly, but I had something like 3 to 4 lakh rupees which I had invested in 2006 7, something like that. And I don't remember after that because I forgot it. And he asks his father again, do you like, are you sure like it was 3 or 4 lakh only, and you did not invest some 40-50 lakh rupees? Like, I'm pretty sure, because if I would have invested that amount of money, I would have worried by now. So this incident happened in 2020, right? And then what happened was, once this conversation happened, now his father is curious, like, why are you asking? I invested so huge amount of money, tell me the matter, what's happened? And the fund house manager told him actually that the 3 or 4 lakh rupees that his father had invested at that time has now become somewhere around 1.5 to 2 cr over a span of 10 to 15 years. And those who don't understand, let me tell you, if you keep your money in savings account for a period of 20 years, it will take, with a interest of somewhere around 3.5%, it will take 20 years to double your money. So if you had kept that 3 lakh rupees, it would have become 6 lakh or 7 lakh rupees in 20 years. And this person, you can just calculate how much returns he made in that, and that's what made him interested to learn investing. And this is the power of compounding that we can get. If a company grows in 100x, your company's profit grows 100x, the company's share price can also go 100x over a period of time. Not exactly the same, but this is the correlation that profit and those kind of things share with the share price, and the growth you can get is insane. So this was something to motivate those who are new to this investing journey. Yeah. Sejal, you want to say something?
Absolutely, nahi, Tanmay, I totally agree with you. Like at the end of the day, what I'll say is we all किसको ज्यादा पैसा नहीं पसंद, but understanding the, even while you're investing, understanding the boundary between ambition and greed is something that's very, very necessary. I won't say that crypto is a bad investing vehicle. I'll say it's a good investing vehicle जिनके लिए जिनको चलाना आता है, right? But let's just say what usually happens is we as people aren't very patient investors, and हमें चाहिए 21 दिन में पैसा डबल, right? We हेरा फेरी के अंदर जैसे होता है, right? That अनुराधा चिट फंड schemes. And sometimes what usually happens is कि हम properly research नहीं करते हैं, हम लालच में आ जाते हैं, हम क्योंकि देखो, and लालच में आ जाते हैं, we go for wrong policies or we go for the wrong kind of stock selection that might not be appropriate for us. So understanding when you're probably investing your money, do your proper research, understand कहाँ पे क्या commissions लग रही हैं, कहाँ पे entry load है, exit load है. कहते हैं कि आपको स्टॉक्स पढ़ने नहीं आते, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, उसके लिए भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, उसका नाम होता है म्यूचुअल फंड. अगर आपको स्टॉक्स के साथ खेलना पसंद है, कोई ना, प्लीज जरूर खेलें. एवरीथिंग अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि फाइनेंशियल व्हीकल्स हर चीज के लिए अवेलेबल है. मैं तो कहती हूँ क्रिप्टो भी बहुत अच्छा है, बट ओनली इफ यू नो हाउ टू प्ले विद क्रिप्टो, राइट? एंड अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट प्रॉब्ली कि ऐसे नहीं कर, क्योंकि क्या होता है, बिकॉज आई विल टेल यू वेरी पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस. मैं 11वीं कक्षा में थी एंड मैंने अपने इकोनॉमिक्स के टीचर को पूछा कि मैम आई वांट इन्वेस्ट, आई वांट लर्न इन्वेस्टिंग कैसे करते हैं या क्या होता है. So what she told me was very simple thing, and I think ये मैंने पहले भी शेयर करा है. स्टॉक मार्केट गंदी जगह है, मेरे हस्बैंड पैसा डुबा के आ गए हैं. वेरी सिंपल, ये भी नहीं बताया कि क्या होता है कैसे होता है, नहीं. ये बोला स्टॉक मार्केट गंदा, मेरे हस्बैंड पैसा डुबा कर आ गया. Whereas never mentioned कि probably there are people in the stock market who've been making a lot of money. Not only Rakesh Jhunjhunwala and Warren Buffett, but also people who know how to invest properly over a long period of time. So I think there's a lot of misconceptions about the market as well. But Tanmay, we need to understand कि आज की space के अंदर we have a lot of beginners. We also have a lot of aspiring investors. We have people who have a lot of investing experience. And we have people who have been investing, like me, who are very new to the market. They have thoda about knowledge, but now want to probably get into a proper application of the thing. तो अगर हम उसके कायदे से चले, आज हम शुरू से शुरू करते हैं. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, definitely. Please, let's begin our space, and I think let's go on. You wanna start it, Sejal?
Absolutely.
Yeah, please.
Absolutely. तो तन्मय, like अगर मैं मेरे स्पीकर पैनल पे आई थिंक अभी 8 लोग हैं, मुझे और आपको मिला के. तो आई वुड वांट ऑल माय स्पीकर्स टू, हम पहले स्टार्ट करते हैं व्हाट इज अ स्टॉक, राइट. तो आई वांट ऑल माय स्पीकर्स टू गिव वन लाइन के अंदर या टू लाइंस के अंदर एक्सप्लेन कि व्हाट इज अ स्टॉक. कि एटलीस्ट क्या पता कोई नए लोग हों स्पेस के अंदर कि दे माइट नॉट नो व्हाट अ स्टॉक इज इवन. तो आज हम शुरू से शुरू करेंगे. स्पेस का हमारा रीजन यही है. So we'll start with probably Gurleen, then we'll go with Nitesh, Kal Patel, Varun, there's someone called Pranshi, Arjun, Tanmay, and then Sejal. So go ahead, Gurleen. How would you explain stock in one line or two lines? होता क्या है ये?
So see, basically, a stock is nothing, but it is, it's kind of a security, okay, which actually represents that you have taken, a fraction of ownership in a company, okay. Let's say that it is, any company. And yeah, one disclaimer that even if we're taking names of companies, so we're not giving, any investment advice or any trading advice in those companies, okay. We're just merely using the names as examples, so please understand that. So first, it is just like, getting an ownership in a company, okay, just a little part of it. Let's say you own 10 shares of ITC, so which means that you have got a little stake in that company, okay. So that is what your stake is, that is your stock basically. Like the very basic definition of what a stock is, it's nothing but an ownership in the company. Yep.
Let me build on Gurleen a little bit, and not repeat. Here's the thing: when there's a business has revenues and a business has costs, and then as a result you will have some profit, and you have a bunch of profit that will be every single year. So every year you have certain amounts of projected profit, and so when you buy a stock, one stock, you are buying a share of the future projected profits of that company. Effectively, that's what you're doing. So if you actually understand a company or a business or an industry, you can actually say, I want a few of, a fraction, as Gurleen said, a fraction of those profits for the future. Effectively, that's what you're doing with a stock. Of course, we can say more, but that's one or two lines.
Yeah, Sejal, who was next? Pranchi, you wanna go next? We have some these people
We have
like, yeah, we had some people who had joined in. Nitesh was next, I guess. I don't remember.
yeah, Nitesh was next, and after Nitesh, let's take up Manish.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Hi, Nitesh. How are you, पहले तो?
Thank you very much, Sejal. I probably think that this is one of my few last spaces on Indian Twitter. So that's keeping apart. Stock for me, it's like, so I'm not a very much into stock market or something. I do have investment, but for me, stock is something that I want to do. मतलब a business that I want to run, but I could not invest all of my time. So I buy some percent of stock and I get some, like I can take part in their decision making and get some revenue out of it.
Right. So Manish, how would you like to, explain stock in 1 to 2 lines? I would ask all my speakers
Yeah.
to just before you start, Manish, I would ask all my speakers to be mindful कि हम 30 से 60 सेकंड ज्यादा ना लें, because हम इस स्पेस को ज्यादा से ज्यादा इंक्लूसिव और ज्यादा से ज्यादा इंटरेक्टिव बनाना चाहते हैं. So पहले तो hi Manish, how are you?
I'm doing good, Sejal. After a long time, we are discussing
Absolutely,
again.
absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, as you mentioned, I will not take much time, right? As the word suggests, equity, it means समानता. इन अगर हिंदी में बात करें समानता, right? So what it means कि अगर किसी कंपनी की जो शेयर होल्डिंग है, अगर उसमें सपोज 100 शेयर्स है, और अगर आप एक शेयर ओन करते हो, दैट मीन्स उस कंपनी के जो भी प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस का 1% का ओनरशिप आपका है, राइट? ऑन द अदर साइड, ओके, इक्विटी डजंट, so if suppose the fair value of the share is or face value of the share is 10, your loss can never be exceed of the face value of the equity share. So that means आपका maximum जो नुकसान होगा, right, on the basis of the face value, it can never be a more than 10. I'm not talking about market value, I'm talking about face value here. Yeah, that's it.
Right. So एक तरीके से if अब इसके बाद I think I and Tanmay will take this question over and then we'll go to the next question and get our more speakers to speak on it. So if I were to define stocks to someone, so let's just say that Tanmay has a business and now he needs funds for his business. He needs to raise funds. तो तन्मय क्या करता है, वो 50% अपने जो कंपनी का एक होल्डिंग है उसको मार्केट के अंदर बाकी लोगों को दे देता है कि प्लीज आप मेरे कंपनी का एक पीस ले लो, एक छोटा सा पीस, एंड उसके लिए मुझे रिटर्न में कुछ पैसा दे दो. तो इन एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जब आप एक स्टॉक खरीदते हैं, आप एक तरीके से एक बिजनेस का छोटा सा टुकड़ा खरीद रहे हैं. एंड जब आप एक व्यापार में पैसा इन्वेस्ट करेंगे तो आप कुछ रिटर्न्स भी एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे, राइट? वो रिटर्न्स उसके शेयर के प्रॉब्ली प्राइस के ग्रोथ में हो सकता है, डिविडेंड के फॉर्म में हो सकता है, एंड और भी चीजों के फॉर्म में हो सकता है, बोनस स्टॉक के फॉर्म में हो सकता है. तो बेसिकली इफ यू अगर हमने किसी को बहुत सिंपल लैंग्वेज में समझाना है स्टॉक क्या है, तो वी आर बाइंग अ पीस ऑफ अ बिजनेस, इफ आई एम राइट तन्मय. एंड देन तन्मय इवन यू ऐड टू द क्वेश्चन एंड वील गो टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन.
So yeah, rightly, very like easily explained by you. So most of the like speakers have explained it. I'll just add on to it a bit more. कि अब सपोज तन्मय का बिजनेस था, उसमें सेजल को चाहिए था कि पार्टनरशिप चाहिए, उसने इन्वेस्ट कर दिया. सो सपोज तन्मय रन्स द मोस्ट फेमस स्वीट शॉप इन द टाउन. ठीक है, वो स्वीट शॉप बहुत ज्यादा सेल कर रहा है. एवरी वन कैन सी दिस. एवरी पर्सन हु इज कमिंग टू द सिटी इज गोइंग टू दिस स्वीट शॉप and buying those sweets from my shop. And now what happens is I want to expand. Invested. सेजल ने पर्सनल पार्टनरशिप कर ली, मुझे बोला कि लेट्स एक्सपैंड दिस. अब एक्सपैंड करने के लिए मैंने पहले बैंक के पास गया लोन के लिए. आई ओपन 2 or 3 more shops in the town. And now what happened was I did not have enough amount of money, क्योंकि मैंने अभी नया नया दूसरा शॉप खोला. They haven't become so profitable yet, but मुझे और एक्सपेंशन करना है. तो what I go is I go to the share market and tell people that okay, this is my company, this is my business model, and this is how I earn from my business. And now what you do is, if I earn profit, you can earn a share of my profit, which is there based on how much you invest in my business. And if I make a loss, you will also make a loss in the proportion that I make, which obviously no one is going to say, because everyone is expecting profits from their business. But this is how it works. And this is basically the foundation for how a company gets listed in a share market and how it becomes a share. And company's profit becomes your profit, company's loss becomes your loss. And it is basically to expand the business, to improve say infrastructure, say other technology and those kind of things. Yeah, Curly wanted to add something, Nitesh, after this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that there's something really clear. When somebody puts money, buys a share in a company, right? We said it's future cash flows, effectively, that you're buying a share in the future cash flows. But that share, you could lose all your money. So if you put in 100 pounds, you could lose 100 pounds, but you won't lose 110 pounds in your basic stock, right? That's the key thing. So you limit your loss. You can only lose up to what you put in. I just want to be absolutely clear on that, because sometimes it's quite confusing when people do complicated things with stock, right? But if you buy a basic stock, a basic share in a company in the stock market, publicly traded, very liquid, you can obviously gain as the cash flows improve and the growth of the business improves, and therefore gets reflected in the stock price. But you will only lose as much, down to zero. That's it. You won't go to negative on a basic stock. So that's quite an advantage of stock market investing versus other investing that I'm sure people will talk about later.
Absolutely. So basically, हमारे जो listeners हैं, हम उनको ये, we want them to understand. देखो, अगर रिवॉर्ड चाहिए तो थोड़ा रिस्क भी लेना पड़ेगा. हमेशा ये, जैसे देखो, अगर आप स्विमिंग करने जाओगे, आप स्विम कर लोगे तो आप फ्लोट कर जाओगे, बट चांसेस हैं कि आप डूब भी सकते हैं. तो सिमिलरली अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि उतनी गहराई में जाएं, उतना पैसा लगाएं जितना आप कभी, दैट्स रैशनल. Understanding that is very, very necessary. And I think we'll have Nitesh next, and I'll be shifting to the next question after that. Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Nitesh.
Okay, first of all, तो मैंने Ryan को I just texted Ryan कि ये वेब 3 का नहीं है तो चला गया. Second, Tanmay, if you ever open your second sweet stop, do not contact Sejal. Directly contact me. I can fund it. Okay, so do not contact her, no matter what.
Yeah, I'd probably prefer opening a hospital rather than a sweet shop. Yeah.
You are
ऐसे करना
already
ना तन्वी.
you're already up for that. है, तुम कर लोगे. But Sejal
अरे
को sweet shop के लिए contact मत करना. I'm there for you.
अच्छा अच्छा, तन्वी ऐसे करना, आप ना पहले मिठाई की दुकान खोलना, वहां पे मिठाई खा के लोगों को डायबिटीज हो जाएगी, फिर उसके बाद हॉस्पिटल खोल लेना. आपका मतलब दोनों में बिजनेस चल रहा है. बेसिकली आईटीसी वाले काम कर लेना एक तरीके से.
This is called as business model that we need to understand. We'll discuss this. How can we create something called as moat? We'll discuss this after like some time in the later part of the space. Like you have to understand the business models. Like Sejal just said, na, this is a business model. How she is going. There are lots and lots of sweet shops. There are lots and lots of even hospitals there. But she has. This is just an example, funny example though, but this is how someone comes up with the idea and then builds on to make a business around it, and that's what you invest in. Yeah, Sejal, please go.
अच्छा तन्मय, अब मैं अपने नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ रही हूँ, बिकॉज देखो ये स्पेस जो है हम पब्लिक गुड के लिए भी करते हैं, बट हम सेजल के गुड के लिए भी करते हैं, बिकॉज सेजल सीखे और वो और स्मार्ट तरीके से इन्वेस्ट कर पाए. एंड ऑल्सो जितने भी बाकी लोग हैं जो न्यू कमर्स हैं या जिनको थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया है और जो थोड़ा स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में जाना चाहते हैं, तो उनका एक क्वेश्चन होगा कि कुछ कंपनीज जो हैं वो तो अब हो जाती हैं स्टॉक मार्केट में लिस्ट, और कुछ नहीं होती हैं. जैसे हम एक एग्जाम्पल लेते हैं, जैसे आप एग्जाम्पल ले लो आईटीसी का एंड जेरोधा का. अब जैसे जेरोधा बहुत अच्छी कंपनी है, मुझे बहुत पसंद है, बट जेरोधा अभी तक आईपीओ नहीं निकाल रही है. उसका मतलब ये नहीं बताया, मतलब डोंट टेल मी द टेक्निकल रीजंस, बट एक्सप्लेन द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ अ कंपनी लिस्टेड एंड नॉट लिस्टेड. इफ यू कुड लाइक थ्रो सम लाइट, एंड देन आई विल गो टू माय अदर स्पीकर्स एज वेल.
So I think this is like very rightly asked questions. I'll tell you two of my favorite companies. If they would have listed by now, I would have loved to buy them. One is Amul. Amul has got such a amazing business model. You see, even at the those who are aware, even at the time of COVID crisis, this company had made profits. Right, they were so amazing with their planning and everything. And the second company is Parle. I love Parle because I have been eating that biscuit since I was a kid. There was that same wrapping. They have just changed it to a golden color wrapper right now. And even right now, if you ask me something that I would like to have with a tea, that is a Parle Ji. I would always. It's like a evergreen combination, and this has been going on since I was a kid. My parents also ate that, and even the younger generation that is coming is eating that. Even my patients who are post operatively, they also eat that. But why is Parle-G not listed in the market, or how this listing happens is there are some kind of businesses who are self efficient and they may not need the partnership of people that may be there. So if suppose I am a promoter is someone who has started the business or who is having major stakes. So suppose like Sejal had given an example, so me and Sejal had started a business, but Nitesh told me that okay, you don't go to Sejal, you take my money as well. But what I do is I am very greedy, or I am very careful, and what I do is I'll have from both rather than having from just one. So now there are three people who are interested in the business. primarily me being the promoter who is having, suppose, say 70% of the business, and 15% is by Sejal and 15% is by Nitesh. So now my business is working fine. Whatever expansion needs are there, I'm able to get it. But if I want it more and if I want to expand it, that is beyond the loan or something like that. Just to simplify things for the people, it is not how exactly it works. But if I go to bank and I get the loans, but I still want more, I want to expand the business more, then what I'll do is I'll list the company in the stock market, and there is a proper protocol, and this is how we'll come up with the IPO part of our discussion, I think. And then we can move on to the next speakers if they want to add something, please.
Right.
Uh,
So,
uh, Sejal, wait a minute. Ryan is with us. So Ryan is one of the person I know. He's very active in crypto space and very very active. So if he can accept you, so if there any, okay, he is also a speaker. Don't worry. I just want to add that if you can just invite him as a speaker, that's fine.
already done that, Nitesh. Thank you so much. I've already sent him a request. So, hi, Ryan. How are you?
If
I'm doing great. Thanks for inviting me to speak.
Thank you so much for joining our space. So, Tanmay, let's continue further with the space and then we'll go to probably other speakers and ask them questions. Right. तो अगर हम अब देखा जाए कुछ कंपनीज आईपीओ इसलिए निकालते हैं बिकॉज उनको दे नीड प्रोबेबली मोर मनी या फिर उनके जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उनको कंपनी से एग्जिट करना है अब तो अपना वो जो स्टेक है बेसिकली वो जो पीस ऑफ द कंपनी है छोटा सा पीस ऑफ द कंपनी है वो उसको बेच देते हैं कुछ केसेस में बड़ा मतलब थिंक ऑफ इट एज अ ब्लॉक ऑफ द कंपनी दैट इज बीइंग ऑफर्ड टू द पब्लिक एट लार्ज एंड फिर लोग उसके लिए दे कैन बाय they can put in their bids and फिर उस हिसाब से उनको आईपीओ अलॉट होता है अगर मैं सही बोल रही हूँ तन्मय and then we'll go to the speakers.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we have laid the basis for how IPO happens and what is a IPO, and I think we can go on with this first part of the today's space, that is how to deal with IPOs. IPO's full form is initial public offering, which means that you are offering something to the public that is a part of your business. Your that is we just discussed is that it is nothing but a partnership or a stake in your business that is in proportion to the money you invest. And since we now know that what is an IPO, so I would like to know from the panelists what were the recent IPOs that you applied. Yeah, Gurleen, did you apply for any IPO? Gurleen makes like really good threads on IPOs. So you can go first, Gurleen, and then we can have Aryan, Kal, and then Manish, Nitesh, and Ryan. If yeah, please.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, what I do is that I consider IPOs as trading opportunities only. So I do not hop in an IPO just because I want to invest long term into it, right? So just for the listing gains, you can say. So I applied for Nika, but I did not get any allotment for it. And then Policy Bazaar came in, then Paytm came in, but I did not apply for any of those. But I wrote, yeah, you're right, I wrote threads on it. And I would say that IPOs are a great way to it is like a great way to hop into it, and then like just for listing gains, I suppose. It is just my point of view. Other people can also have different perspectives that they want to be long term investors into the company, but I don't really um, you know go and fetch an IPO just because I want to be a long term investor, but I just look at it as a trading opportunity. And I mean, I guess that was the question, or is there more to it?
Yeah, yeah. And which was the IPO that gave you the maximum returns, if you can say? And can you just simplify the listing gains for the people who are listening? Like we have lots of new people joining in. So what is a listing gain, and how do you get it?
So basically, see, listing gain is that like in very 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 simple terms, that there is a price band, okay, which is kept for an IPO, that this is the price band and this is the minimum amount of shares that are going to get allotted, and this is the maximum amount. That now IPO is not like something that you'll become a multi-millionaire billionaire just by investing in one IPO, right? Because there is a limit to it, right? That let's say that in one lot you're going to get 6 shares, and in overall total you can only buy 12 lots, okay? So that is the minimum and the maximum, you can say, returns that you get in an IPO, right? And so listing gains are basically that on the day the IPO, or it gets listed, not really IPO, that the stock gets listed on the exchange, right? You exit at that moment only. You do not wait, because see, for me, as I said, that I take it as a trading opportunity, right? So no long term games I play in any IPOs, right? So the listing gain is what you get when it gets listed, right? As what Nika, I guess it now I don't really
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
can't really recall, but it got listed at what, I don't know, 80% of premium.
90, 80,
Yeah,
90%
80,
premium. Yeah.
90, yeah, right. So
Yeah.
that is the gain that you have gotten, and that you get out of it right at that moment. Now, when it came to Paytm, right? So it listed at what, like minus 20% or minus 25%, right? So you need to get out of it, right? You don't see, because what I believe is that you cannot be in hope that it'll come back to that price, because hope is the biggest killer in stock market. Once you just set, um let's say, your mindset towards that hope thing, right? That okay, I hope that it's going to come back to the price, or I hope that when it's going to come back to the price, I'm going to exit. But let's even say that it comes back to that price, right? So that hope keeps on increasing and increasing and increasing, and you can never really get satisfied out of it, and you can never really like get that hope right. So hope is the biggest killer of an IPO trader. If you are an IPO trader, okay, not an IPO investor, if you're an IPO trader, go in, whatever price it lists at, take the profit, take the loss, get out, take another opportunity, because this is something that is going to come in and go out, and it's going to stay forever. So this is like my bit about IPOs and listing gains.
Right. And thank you so much for sharing that, Gurleen. And that's very, very insightful. So, Tanmay, I just wanted to share before we go to the next speakers, the space has hit 415 listeners. And if, guys, you're enjoying the space, feel free to click a screenshot of today's space and, tag the speakers. So, more and, share the space link if possible. So, more and more people can join in and benefit from this space. And, we as me and Tanmay as hosts also feel very motivated कि और ऐसी और spaces करें. सो इट विल बी वेरी वेरी इनकरेजिंग टू अस एंड साथ ही साथ ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग इन स्पेसेस का फायदा उठा सकते हैं. सो तन्मय, आई एक्चुअली बिफोर लाइक आई गो टू द अदर स्पीकर्स, जैसे हमारे पास स्टॉक्स के लिए आईपीओ होता है, तो क्रिप्टो के लिए आईसीओज होता है, राइट? इनिशियल कॉइन ऑफरिंग्स, इनिशियल
Sejal,
चेन.
just because it's related to crypto. Ryan, I know it's first of all, good morning. So we have been talking about picking the stocks. I actually wanted to hear from you how you pick crypto, as in crypto and NFT.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for asking. I tend to only invest in companies that I deeply understand, and that I use their products. So, for instance, and again, none of this is financial advice, right? But what I knew as soon as I started using Netflix, every day in our house, and every family I knew was buying it, I knew it was smart to invest in Netflix, for instance. Now, it wasn't when it IPO'd, it was when I understood the product. The same with Google and Facebook and Amazon. I use all of their products every day. Like, I know they're going to win for a long time. So I really only invest in things that I deeply believe in and I hold for a long, long time. I invested in Tesla, thankfully, a long time ago because I bought a Tesla and I knew, like, this is the future of vehicles. As soon as you get in a Tesla, you immediately know this is where all cars are going. So that strategy has worked very well for me. I don't trade stocks at all. I'm really a long-term holder. The last thing I'll say before I mute myself is, I'm learning a lot about tokens. And I think we're really at the beginning of something very exciting with Web3. And, I'm definitely planning on buying and holding the tokens that I deeply understand, like Bitcoin and Ether and Solana and a few of those. So that's what I have to say about that. Thanks for inviting me to speak. Take care.
Thank you so.
Thank you, Ryan. And I'm really sorry, Sejal.
Hey,
Yes,
it's
say.
all good, Nitesh, and I really, really appreciate the gesture. And thank you so much for sharing your views, Ryan. The only request I've been getting from our listeners is that the space is a bit around IPOs only. So the whole Web3 perspective is getting slightly confusing, but I would love to host Ryan on another space with us where we specifically discuss Web 3.0, because I personally am very, very curious. And Ryan, I'm going to connect with you on the DMs. So hopefully you reply to my DM and I'm able to get you as my main speaker for that space. But just a request that today's space is specifically pertaining to IPOs. So I hope all's good, right? So, and probably we can continue with the topic. But Ryan, I'll just send you a hi on DMs and we can probably plan a space around Web 3.0, because I personally am very, very curious to learn more about it. And I think Nitesh has been involved in blockchain since very long. So Ryan and Nitesh can be very good teachers for that. And I'll just connect with you, Ryan. So Tanmay, you just coordinate the space, and let's say hi to FI as well. Hi FI, how are you?
Hey, hi. I'm doing good. How are you all?
We all are doing good. It's always a pleasure to have you, FI.
Absolutely. Sorry for the delay. Anyway, I would love to listen to all of you guys. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, Kal, you wanted to add something
Yeah, well,
about IPOs.
firstly, I like FI. He's a good, solid advisor, and I like the way he says so. Welcome. I wanted to just say a couple of things about the totally loved what Ryan said about really understanding what you invest in. Really. And again, I'm a long-term investor, so I'm not a trader. So you are who you are, and so do what you do from who you are. So as a long-term investor, really understand your product, use it a lot. For example, even once you own a stock, you're using their products, you're using their service, like for example, Tesla's service levels, assess them as you go along. And if they're talking about scaling, getting new cars in, new products into new countries, talk to people in that country, etc. So, really take time to understand it. And if you're early in your career and you're taking time to understand a few of your stocks, I know a lot of your money might be in mutual funds, and Sejal has really discussed that in the past, which I think is very powerful. But some of your stock that you own yourself and you've decided based on your portfolio, if you really understand that product and their business, you actually get your MBA. You start to learn how to learn business. So it's a really good way to understand, how that business works, how it works in that industry, and what the worst case is, the stock doesn't do well after a while, and you learn and you sell it, but you learn about that industry and you become a much better business person. So totally invest in what you understand, and the products and services when you use them. Yep, absolutely reinforce that.
I think that's a very important point you have laid, Carl. And those are two things, right? So one, we have talked about long-term investing, and the second thing Gurleen has highlighted very rightly about the listing gains. So we're just discussing about IPOs. We haven't moved on to the stocks right now, and this is how you approach an IPO. Basically, there are two kind of people. One who would love to get a listing gain from the IPO, that is, they predict. Now again, these things can change, right? You see the euphoria in the market. You think that okay, probably this is, suppose stock X has a offer price of around 500 rupees. Now you think that it is probably gonna list at 600 or a 700 rupees, but at that very particular day the market gets very dysphoric, or there is some bad news in the market. The sentiments of the market will go down and the listing gains can change, right? And the second approach is seeing a long term perspective, wherein just like what Gurleen did was, as soon as the stock got listed, she got out from the stock in the moment she had decided. Why? Because she is not going to marry that stock, right? This is something which you need to understand. I often quote this example to my doctor friends, right? The stocks never know that you are a good person. That stocks don't understand that you treat people or you are doing good things in your life. So stock market is never going to reward you for the good you do in your life. It is only going to reward your judgment at that very particular time. So if you're wrong, just accept it, book your losses and go out. So that was the thing that I would say. And since we were talking about the IPOs that you have applied recently, I also applied for Nykaa. I did not get it. Again, that was for listing gain. But there was one IPO which I had applied for a long term, that was IRCTC when it had come. Luckily, I got it at 310 something. And then I was there till the right till 6,000. So just imagine, if you are long term, you understand the business. Because I, at that very particular time, I felt that the valuations were good, and I can stick with the company since it is a monopoly. Again, we are not going to discuss about IRCTC right now because that's not the part. So the point I wanted to highlight was, if you can stick for long term, if you understand the business, and if you're getting the IPO at a good price, you can make good amounts of profit as well. It went almost 20x in 1.5 years, so that was a good amount of gain. So there are two approaches for an IPO. One is a long term, and one is a listing gain kind of approach. Sejal, you wanted to add something? You have raised your hand. Then we have Manish also.
Right. I actually wanted to add something regarding IPOs from a beginner's perspective, right? When, like, at least I'll share my journey. When you're very, very new to the stock market and आप अपना पहला stock खरीदते हैं, and then उसके बाद, probably you stay for some months, and then you see कि अच्छा, this is going well or this is not going well. And then when you hear about something called IPO, आपको एकदम से लगता है कि अगर इसमें invest नहीं करा तो कोई बहुत बड़ी train हाथ से निकल जाएगी. At least that is how it was for me, right? And we as begin at least for me, I am a big person who's just started investing. So when you hear about something called IPO, and you get very, very excited कि मतलब इसमें तो ऐसा feeling आता है कि it's like do or die, कि like करना ही करना है. But understanding, like as I think Gurleen also said and someone else also said, कि IPO जो है उसमें listing gains भी हो सकते हैं and वो under the price भी list हो सकता है. So I remember applying for IRFC's IPO. IRFC में हमें पहले ही बता दिया था कि उसपे कोई लिस्टिंग गेन्स नहीं होंगे, बट मुझे लगा गवर्नमेंट कंपनी है एंड वहां पे उसकी रेलवेज के लिए फाइनेंस की मोनोपोली है. इट वाज नॉट एग्जैक्टली अ राइट डिसीजन, बट इट्स ओके. आई एम नॉट अशेम्ड टू शेयर माय रॉन्ग चॉइसेस एज वेल, बिकॉज मैंने एक चीज ये नोटिस करी है कि सारे लोग ना अपने अच्छे, लाइक एवरीवन ब्रैग्स अबाउट देयर गुड इन्वेस्टमेंट, बट नोबडी शेयर्स व्हाट मिस्टेक्स दे मेड, राइट? एंड आई इन्वेस्ट फॉर द IPO, एंड इट वाज ऑलरेडी क्लियर कि इसमें लिस्टिंग गेन्स नहीं आएंगे, एंड लिस्टिंग गेन्स नहीं आएंगे. मुझे लगा एटलीस्ट वो प्राइस तो बना रहेगा. What happened, it listed at I think 26 rupees का एक स्टॉक था, and it listed at 24 rupees, and बीच में थोड़ा नीचे और चले गया था, then उसके बाद फिर से 26 पे आ गया था, and whatever. So understanding when you're investing IPO, you IPO में लोग दो माइंड से इन्वेस्ट करते हैं. एक तो है लिस्टिंग गेन के लिए, या दूसरा है लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए. लाइक आई थिंक तन्मय ने IRTCT के IPO में इन्वेस्ट करा, एंड वो 300 से आई थिंक बीच में 6,000 चले गया था, एंड फिर अब फिर से नॉर्मल थोड़ा सा प्राइस पे आ गए. So probably people sometimes people buy a specific IPO, grab a stock at a very basic price, or probably base price जो उनको लगता है ठीक price, and also some people do it for listing gains. But understanding that you need to understand that IPO is somewhat like probably it's more like a lottery, that is very, very necessary. And also understanding that probably IPO के जो prices होते हैं, एक चीज होती है जिसको हम कहते हैं GMP prices, वो उस पे भी डिपेंड करते हैं. एंड आई वुड एक्चुअली लाइक अगर हमारे स्पीकर्स जो है इसको थोड़ा और, वो जो GMP प्राइसेस कैसे डिटर्मिन होते हैं और हमारे लिसनर्स को और एक्सप्लेन कर पाए. सो मनीष, वुड यू लाइक टू टेक दैट अप?
Yeah, so I just wanted to discuss on overall IPO, right? So in market there are two kind of IPOs. One is initial public offering, second is follow-on public offering, right? Initial public offering means any unlisted company which is coming into the market and get itself list. That is called IPO process. And if then existing listed company which is coming with the fundraising, okay, that is called an FPO, right? Follow-on public offering, right? Now, personally, I don't invest in IPO because I'm purely very, very long-term investor. Okay, last IPO which I invested was DMart in 2017. It was came around 300 rupees and got listed around 600 rupees. So because as we all understand now, that equity, being an equity shareholder means you are the owner of that company, right? So for me, fundamentally, it is very important to understand what is the company all about, who are the leaders of that company, who is the management team, what is the competitive advantage of the business, what are the products and services that are offering, how company is making money, what are its return ratios like return on capital employed and return on equities, then return on assets in case of the banking companies, right? So there are different ratios that we look to in a different for the different sectors actually. right? Now the reason I do not invest in IPO, because it's similar to like, suppose if somebody comes at your home, right, who is the stranger, right? So it will there is a very low chance that you will you will shake hand and you will welcome at the home at the first instance, right? So that is what happening with the IPO. So generally when I invest, okay, how I do is, for me to pick my company, there has to be a 10 years history in the listed market. And the reason being is because as the economy, when it goes in a different cycle, right? So if you see from 2010 to 2021 in India, so from 2010 to 2013 was very bad years for India. There is a economic slack. Okay, and then after 2014, when prime minister candidature was announced, it was a very good period. Again, from 2014 to 16, it was good period. Then from 16, end of 16, it was a demonetization. Then 2018 ILFS crisis, 2020 COVID crisis. So as you can understand, for last 10 years, there have been four crises: 2010 to 2013 job crisis, unemployment; 2016, which is demonetization; 2018 ILFS crisis; 2020, that is a COVID crisis, right? So when I invest, how I look at this, I just want to see how the leader of the companies, that is the management team, is taking a decision during the up cycle as well as the down cycle, right? Now it is very important to understand the down cycle, because that's where many of the leaders are actually making mistakes, or I would say many of the leaders are making mistakes in up cycle, and when that cycle turns out, okay, then something bad happens. So if you remember the Reliance Communication example, right? So up till 2007, right, there was a very economic boom, right? And at that point of time, many of the companies have purchased at very high price of the spectrum, right? And when the cycle turned out, after in 2008, when we have a global financial crisis, when cycle turned out, okay, that's where actually things gets started slowing down, and business were not able to generate the returns on the capital they have invested, right? Now just to broaden my point, so when I invested in DMart, okay, I do the database investing, right? So DMart was one of the company which came into the India in terms of the retail operations. So when I generally look out for the foreign competitors like Walmart, Costco, right? So when I see the Walmart journey, so they have so as of today they have 5,500 stores in USA, right? And with 30 crore population in USA, right? When I see in India, right, we have around 130 crore population. Okay, and then we have DMart store is just 250 as of today, right? So if I see in terms of the total addressable market for DMart, it's a humongous, right? Now DMart is in such a business where very difficult to break its business model, because it generally owns the stores, and since it is own the stores, right, it have a depreciation, some non-cash items actually, which doesn't impact the cash flows of the company, unlike the leased model, right? So if you start understanding the business model of the companies, right, it will be very easy for you to understand whether to invest in the company or not invest in the company, right? As Warren Buffett says, you have to invest what you know, right? If you don't know, so my always suggestion after this 10-15 years of experience, that don't invest just for sake of getting the returns, uh, because uh, because once things go wrong, you will not be able to convince yourself to stick with that company actually, right? So when you do the long term investing, it is very important that you understand the business model, do understand what is the moat in the company, you understand what is the competitive intensity, and what is the demand side and supply side scenario that can appear in any particular business or the sector. So those kind of things which I would like to say to each and every one of you.
Yeah, Manish bhai, thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Sejal, let me add a point. So, Manish
Yeah,
bhai,
yeah.
you added lots of points. There were so many of those that I think some of the new investors that are there with us, terms like return on capital and those kind of things, they may not understand. So, I would
Yeah, yeah.
just a request, because my
Mm.
brother is also CA, no? So, I understand it very
Yeah,
well
yeah.
that once we start talking something in this domain, you love this, and our discussion usually goes beyond. जैसे हमारे साथ होता है ना, we are doctors. we start talking about
Yeah,
drugs
yeah,
and medicines and diagnosis, we fail to understand that सामने वाले को उतना जल्दी अभी it will start going as a bouncer to them, right? So we would
yeah,
love
yeah,
to like simplify it more for the people, but yeah,
yeah, yeah.
the
But I
main
think
points,
so.
yeah,
The only reason,
your main points are
because there
well
is a
well
very
taken.
limitation
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
times, so that's why actually I'm not able to explain what is the return on
but
equity, so and
but
so
yeah,
forth.
but
No worries. Thank
exactly,
you.
you the points that
Yeah,
you have highlighted are very easy to understand. Those were very well understood, I think, by people. Most of us would have got it as well. So
no
so
worries. Thank you very much.
Manish has said that he is not someone who applies regularly for IPO. FI is also there. I know he also doesn't apply for IPO. So there are different kind of approaches. Gurleen is there who would love to take listing gains. I am kind of choosy person, right? I go for sometimes for listing gains, sometimes for long term if I like it. So FI you want to add, then we'll have Kal also. Kal is also raised the hand. So how is your approach? Yeah, FI please.
Yeah, first of all, good evening to all of you. Okay, so thanks, Tanmay, Gurleen, Sejal, Kal. It's always a pleasure listening to you. Okay, in the American accent, it's always a pleasure, really. Okay. So, see, I think most of us understand that. I think the basics are pretty clear, right? So, IPO is a promoter bringing out, taking money from public, as simple as that. Instead of going to a bank and borrowing for 6%, 10%, what this person will do is he tells the public that why don't you take a part of my business, you pay X amount of money, and don't ask where the money went, we will use it for whatever we are supposed to use. It's as simple as that. This is how an IPO works, right? So in this, the beauty is there is no obligation for the promoter or the company to give you any returns. There is no obligation. If a company borrows 10,000 crore from a bank, they have to pay 14% or 12% to the bank, right? Every single year. Otherwise, the bank will not appreciate that. The credit rating will go down for the company. But when it comes to an IPO, please remember, we as public are giving the funding to the company, taking a particular ownership. After that, whether we make money or we lose money, it is actually the company is not liable to give us gains or give us some losses. Okay, so this is the first thing which should be clear. Okay, now second thing is no promoter, okay, will bring out an IPO in a discount. Okay, I'm just putting some points on the table. Okay, no promoter. Just think about it, right? Tanmay, let's say you have a company. Okay, you are actually giving a part of your company to the public. Public means what? It is retail, FII, DII, or anybody. Okay, anchor investors, whatever, right? So nobody will give it at a discount. Okay, please remember that. I think these points just my experience. I'm just saying, right? Nobody is going to give it a discount. Now, having said this, third part, since nobody gives at a discount, generally all IPOs will be expensive. I'm just talking about the valuation perspective. You ask the merchant banker who is valuing the company, if you really talk to his heart, they will not put a low valuation. They will actually project the future, take all the positives, price in everything, and then bring out the IPO. Okay, this I'm telling you without bringing the social media angle. Okay, without bringing the our media friends and everybody else. With due respect to everybody, forget everybody. Just you, the public, promoter, and the merchant bankers. If you sit in a round table and if we discuss, right, this is the real fact. Okay, now next thing I'll tell you, the IPO's listing performance does not define the underlying business. Please remember this. The IPO, whether it lists positive or negative, it has nothing to do. It has everything to do with the bread and butter of everybody talking about it, the media and everybody else. Okay, but as an investor, please remember. For example, I'll tell you now. Day before yesterday, Paytm got listed or whatever, right? Couple of days back, it fell by 25%. So it's a bad business. That is how it's going everywhere, right? Now, there was IPO before that. It went up 20, 30, 50%, 100%. It's a good business. This has to be taken out of our head. At least we are around 500 people or whatever here, right? Let us remember that we are actually looking at the business. That first day listing performance doesn't tell anything. One more thing I'll tell you. If at all this Paytm as a company would have listed in 2x, okay, for whatever reason, right? Everybody would have been like, wow, What an amazing business, right? And this is nothing wrong, okay? I have a lot of friends all across, right? Whether it's mutual funds, distributors, and media friends, everybody. End of day, unfortunately or fortunately, it is made to look like it's a bad investment. You know why I'm saying this? Sejal, you had mentioned about a company called IRFC, right? For instance, right? So just because it has not performed stock wise in the last 1 year, it doesn't mean it's a bad business or a good business, okay? It could perform at some point of time. We don't know, okay? So this is one thing. Next thing, if at all you're applying in an IPO for listing gains, a lot of people are doing it today. Please don't borrow and invest, because what happens, right? People take some money and then put it there hoping to get some money out of it. That really can shake your confidence and a lot of things, in a long term point of view. Okay, so I think Manish and everybody have already covered that. IPO is end of day, you buy the business for a long term. If the company does well in the long term, you make money. Otherwise you lose money. But I just wanted to put these perspectives into place, that the narrative on social media is that it's a bad company if at all the stock price goes down. It's a good company if stock price goes up. I have myself in my own journey seen things go 3x 4x in a few months, right? That's how the stock market really works. So that's my 2 cents regarding IPOs. Personally, I don't invest in IPO issues, because as a value investor, I like to look at already listed businesses which are hopefully cheap compared to future perspectives. So this is my 2 cents. Okay, with all due respect, IPOs, all of you have fun, make money, but it's always fun to create a lot of wealth than to make some money here and there. And that's just my take. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, FI. I think you have raised very important points, at least for the new investors. The one thing that you have told about the stock price that does not reflect is it a good company or a bad company. What people think is, if a company lists below, it is a bad company. If a company lists above, it is a good company. And the second thing is, people should also understand to not take it as a lottery ticket. I have seen so many friends right now who are relatively new to the market and they are on a spree. भैया ये IPO में लगाना है, I want to invest in this IPO, I want to invest in the other IPO. They are in a frenzy, like investing 50,000, 80,000. Although their equity capital maybe overall equity capital won't be a 1 lakh investment, but now they once they get this blood in their mouth, like once they have some listing gain of 50% or 60%, they feel that okay, in 7 days my money is gonna double, and this is what thrills them. So this is not a lottery ticket or something like that, as rightly highlighted by FI. And another important point was not to borrow money from people and then do it. So we have Kal who has raised the hand. Plus, Kal, you wanna go after FI
Yeah,
next, and then we'll have Kshitiz.
yeah. I just
Kal, I just want to add one more point. Sorry, Kal, if you don't mind, so that just not to break the flow. Uh, See, one more thing, Tanmay, is if I look at IPO as from that perspective, right?
Sorry, yeah, FI. Hello.
Hey, FI got muted there. You okay?
Yeah, Kal, you wanna
FI.
add the point? Yeah,
No, go ahead. He's back, I think. Are you back?
FI, you're back.
Hey, Kal, you just go ahead. I'll just contribute in 2 minutes, Kal. Sorry. My connection has some issue. Kal, just go ahead.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, no, I was going to reinforce your point anyway. Listen, so what I was very fortunate because I was a venture investor after I left Best Buy with a company and we invested in Tesla. It was one of the few places that Tesla took venture money from, and it IPO'd just before I joined them, but it was in the general fund. So when Tesla IPO'd, it was 1.7 billion. Okay, 1.7 billion. And everyone thought it was too expensive. It had a very rocky ride for 2 or 3 months. To FI's point, it was rocky, up and down, and everyone's like, trading it, not trading it. In fact, as the venture investor with a large stake in it, people were going, oh, well, let's get out. We've got 10 times return. We've got 10 times return. Let's get out. There were discussions, and when you get out, when you don't. Sometimes you can't get out. There are different restrictions. I don't know the restrictions in India, but so to the point about trying to trade and make money on the IPO, yes, FI's point is absolutely clear. You might make a little bit of money occasionally, and you might double your money. You might feel, but you'll miss out on what you look at. What Tesla? I mean, it's now 1.1 trillion. Okay, 1.7 billion to 1.1 trillion. Okay, now at that point in time, you didn't know that, but if you are understanding the industry, you understood what they were doing with electric cars. You understood the thesis. You looked at the paper. And you had a point of view that said, you know what, a certain percentage, I'm going to put a small amount of money in this IPO. And then when it goes down, you buy more because you care about it in those early days. The same, you could have made money on Google. The same, you could have made money on over a long period of time on Amazon. Any one of these guys. Amazon, by the way, I was most of the time that Amazon was floating around at a low valuation and people wondering if it's even going to succeed beyond books. I was at Best Buy, right? And everyone's, everyone's thinking that, still the physical model is going to live, so you have to remember, history is very interesting. People think about it differently. In that moment in time, if you had stayed with Amazon all the way along, so in some ways you have to make your bets in these new companies. And if you make 10 new bets on interesting companies that you understand, you've done some research, maybe you've used it as a customer, and 10 of them, 2 or 3 of them, 4 of them, they will grow after technology companies tend to grow nowadays after they have gone to IPO more than they did before. So, fundamental investor is absolutely right. In my view, okay, some people, if you're trading, you have to be a very good trader. And I'm just not a good trader. I'm a long-term investor. So know what you are good at. And lucky, sometimes you're lucky that you stick with a stock a long time because you ignore it. And the longer time you stick with it, some of these companies will go up and down, and then you'll get phenomenal gains. But understand you'll only lose what you put in, which is the great thing as well.
Yeah, Kal, absolutely fantastic, right? Tanmay, I just want to add one more angle. So I'm just just sharing some angles, right?
Yeah, please.
One more angle I've seen, especially this is very relevant for any new investor also, right? Because today it's so easy to do things like this, right? You apply and then you get it and stuff. I'll tell you one thing. In any country, this is for even, I think Kal also can definitely confirm in the western side of the world, right? You have an exchange, you have brokers, you have merchant bankers, you have promoters. In an IPO, all these people make money. The exchange makes money, the promoter makes money, the person who did the merchant banking makes money, whatever. Everybody, the government makes money, right? I mean, there are billions and billions of transactions which happen the first one day of IPO, right? So when you're applying for an IPO just as a gamble for listing games, hopefully nobody will do it after this particular space. I'm hoping, okay? I'm just really hoping from the bottom of my heart. But if somebody is doing it, please write down 108 times, okay? Like a mantra. I am responsible. SEBI is not responsible for my profit or loss. The promoter is not responsible for my profit or loss. The broker is, if broker hangs that day, he is not responsible for my profit or loss. The government income tax department is not responsible. Exchange, everything you note down. Because if you go to social media, you will feel that everybody else is responsible except the person who went in and then invested. Okay, so please remember that everybody is making money there. It's a beautiful scheme. Why will somebody get in and spoil that scheme? Okay, and we as public, we are contributing to the company actually, right? So it's a nice place for everybody else to make money. And here it's a zero sum game. If FI will lose, Kal will win. If Kal loses, FI wins. However, a Tesla or an Amazon or a Google are very, very beautiful companies. A Kal also can win. FI also can win. Gurleen also can win. Everybody can, because we are taking a long-term view. All of us enter at various stages and everybody wins the battle. And that's the beauty of taking a long-term view on even an IPO. Okay, so that was another angle, because SEBI, I mean, all the regulators get really smashed, right? Saying that, what the hell? If everything goes well, nobody cares. I mean, if a stock doubles, we're okay. But if it goes down 25%, then it's a problem. So that's one more angle. Just please keep this angle. Pretty important angle. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think this is a very important angle that people people often don't understand, because everyone is going to the party thinking that I am the smartest person in the party. However, it may be the other way around at times, that you are the one who is paying for the drinks of everyone, and now you think that okay, I am the coolest boy in the party. That's not gonna happen, right? So yeah, very rightly highlighted. And I think there is another reason for those kind of mindset, because most of the people, what they think is, they see those kind of tweets, right? They see those kind of videos. If you had invested 1,000 rupees in this IPO of ITC before your birth, then you would have made 5 crore rupees, 100 crore rupees. So those kind of mindsets are there, and this is what creates a kind of FOMO in the minds of people, right? So even with the recent frenzy of IPOs that is coming on, again, I am not against IPO. I also keep applying for IPOs that are good, and it's personal choice totally. You have to understand what you are doing. So we had all the perspectives, like Gurleen was telling about trading. She understands trading. So you should understand what you do. That is very important part. And don't fall for things that are packaged to you, that are sold to you. But after creating a euphoria, you will see, I'll tell you one thing. I'm not commenting anything about any company right now, just an example. There was a ward boy who's like earning 8,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees. He's asking about, sir, how to buy a Paytm IPO. Paytm IPO mein someone told me that money is going to double. So this was the kind of euphoria that was set in. He never knows what is the company business, how the company earns from it, and those kind of things. But this is why we are having this space right now, and this is how the discussion that is going to help the common people that are out there. Because what happens is, what we see is what is shown to us. We are watching a fine movie that is going on there, and we just believe everything that's true, right? So yes, moving on next. Sejal, you have raised your hand, and then we have Aditya and Kshitiz next. Yeah.
Right. So I completely agree with you, Tanmay. The problem is that probably everyone wants more money, but nobody knows how to probably, grow their money. And that is where these FOMO kind of vehicles come in, and probably people make wrong decisions in the market, and then they say कि stock market ही गंदी है. If you're understanding what I'm trying to say. So probably that's where we're acting as a bridge and trying to create more literacy about the space. And I just wanted to share that we have almost hit around, I think, 976 listeners on today's space, and just wanted to, do that promotion thing. So just in case you like this space, click a screenshot and share the message so more and more people can join in and learn from the space. And because that is necessary, laughing emoji, but that is there. And then let's take up Aditya next.
Yeah, Sejal, so sorry, I was laughing, but this is because how you present it. You just do it in a very funny way. It's always fun to be around. You never make it so formal that people would think that it's something we are doing wrong or something. It's totally fine. We are doing it for people. I'm telling you, I am really thankful to our speakers, Carl, Fi, Kshitij, Aryan, Aditya, who have Manish, and everyone who have joined, and who have been like Fi, Gurleen, and everyone who have been joining in for the past few sessions as well. I'm very sure that people are loving to learn from these greats who are there, and they will always be adding more value to them, some things which were not told to them in such a basic way. So this is again a good opportunity. You can share it with others, and this will help others to learn as well. So yeah, next, Kal, you wanted to add something? Yeah,
No, I
then
think
Kshitij.
I just want to reinforce that
Uh,
the reason why I think that your space here is getting a lot of traction. From my learning, based on Clubhouse and other places where these rooms become, is because you're actually so genuine in your pursuit, right? You want to help a bunch of people to get into investing in a way without any big vested agenda or some overselling anything or any specific thing, and just a genuine people who want to help and share insights. And I think people want that, and I think that's why you guys are doing such a great job. I just wanted to add one thing on that. So congratulations for doing it, and I think it's a great service for younger people and people early in their career, because some of these stuff people just don't like. They hear it from a very, very vested agenda all the time, right? If somebody is stacked up high with crypto shares, they will talk their book. They will say that part of it is great. If somebody's doing this, but here you've got a variety of people, and if you're a trader, you're a trader, right? And you have to be a very good trader, and you have to make that assumption. And then there are some tips for that. But as far as IPOs are concerned, in the end of the day, an IPO is just the start of the company's journey at a different phase where it's got financing from a broad set of people, right, from the markets. But remember, it's had a journey before, which you can look at. It's not very public, the data. That's the only problem. But from now on, once it's public, the data is very transparent, right? So in some ways, if you buy, if you can understand the company more after it's an IPO, and if you're a little bit patient and you like the company and you can actually learn more about it after it's public, right? And so at that point, you can actually learn about it. They'll have to announce things. They'll have to talk about things more. They're under more scrutiny. And therefore, you can actually understand the risk much more. So I just wanted to make that small point there about IPOs as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kal.
Right.
You're being kind. Sejal, please go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tanmay, I think Aditya had raised his hand since a very, very long time. So if it's okay, can we have him speak and can we take Kshitiz, if that's okay? So
Yeah,
Aditya,
please,
go ahead
please.
and then we have Kshitiz as our next speaker.
Thanks a lot, Sejal. And yep, hi, Dr. Tanmay. Hi, Gurleen. Hi, Kshitiz. Hi, FI. Hello, everyone. It was a pleasure speaking at the last forum as well. And it was kind of very eagerly waiting that when we'll go ahead and speak next. And hi, Kal as well. Amazing points there. And being a fellow venture investor myself as well, I could perfectly relate to all of these points. So just like building on to what FI said, that of course, IPOs are more like a personal perspective and it's more like a lottery, right? And in fact, I was reading an article in Money Control today and related there as well. About 46% of the IPOs that have happened in the last 10 years have yielded negative returns. Not saying that IPOs are bad, but just talking in terms of pure numbers and statistics, if we talk about multi-bagger IPOs, which have yielded double-digit returns, they've been just around 21-22% odd. So yes, IPOs are more like a sentiment and an emotional game in that sense. A lot of people think that IPOs are an advancement to investors' interest, but I personally feel that IPOs are more advancement to the promoters' interest at large, because this is a one-time opportunity for a company where it's going public. This is a one-time opportunity for all the venture investors who have backed them till now to get a offer for sale exit from that IPO. This is also a one-time opportunity for the company to expand on its market capitalization, and also a one-time opportunity for the company to actually unlock their higher valuation. Till now, the valuation was more closely driven by the papers in board meetings, right? But now this is out there where investors are pricing the IPO, where investors are putting a price on the company, right? So of course, it's more of a promoter's interest that gets further cashed out in an IPO rather than the investors who come in. That is one thing. Second thing, the fundamental mistake that all the retail investors have been doing is most investors are just putting IPOs on the namesake of the companies. As value investors, as research investors, we have fundamentally forgotten one thing, which is reading the basic DRHP of the companies, the red herring prospectus, which gets filed, the papers which get filed with the SEBI, and lay out the entire vision and story behind the company going for an IPO. So that is, I think, one thing that all the retail investors, most of the retail investors that I meet these days, they are not doing their research properly, not even reading the DRHP. A simple example I could give: there was one interview, of course, of Paytm CFO and VSS as well, which went really, really viral, where the question was fundamentally being discussed on the business model side of things, right? And the line item revenue, which of course has been a heated debate in Paytm's DRHP as well, was being discussed, that whether it is commerce or it is commerce plus revenue. Now, the reason I'm citing this example is because a lot of retail investors were asked this question, that what is the actual top line item of Paytm, and a lot of people didn't even know that it is of course most commerce and UPI driven, right? And second question was on the profitability of these IPOs, and people did not even know the kind of losses some of the companies have been making. So so, what I want to say is that, of course, the sentiments are very high when a company goes for an IPO. Whenever an IPO gets announced, the sentiments are always very high. You see exits happening. You see that the gray market becomes much more active. The GMP kicks in, and everything happens, right? Every news, everything that has got to do with the company directly or indirectly, kind of is over discussed in the media and elsewhere as well. So one thing that you have to keep in mind is that track your companies, of course, before they hit IPO as well, because that is when you go deep in your research, more without a filter of a market sentiment coming in. And second is, do your research very, very carefully, right? Because every IPO that is coming out may not be an IPO which is for progress. An IPO would have 10 different stories and narrations around it, right? So what you have to do is analyze the company and see, why is this IPO happening? What has the company been doing in the past? What is the major reason of this IPO, right? And don't just, of course, listing gains are good, they are helpful, but only 5 companies this year have given you over 200% listing gains, right? And these are companies which no one would have predicted. For example, personally, I never thought that Barbecue Nation would give a 205 206% listing gains on it. Of course, Rakesh Jhunjhunwala's investment made it seem like so, but I never predicted. So only 4 or 5 IPOs this year have gone out and become that major success. So not making it too big, but the only point is that do your fundamental research, analyze all the stocks, and don't just move into a sentiment whenever your favorite company announces their IPO. Track their story, track their vision till now, track what their growth is, what acquisitions they'll do post with your money, with the money that you'll invest in an IPO. And I think that is how you do a fundamental research as an investor.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for adding those points, Aditya. And we'll going to our next speaker, Kshitiz, and after that, we will be probably changing the question and going ahead with the structure that I and Dr. Tanmay had planned. So, firstly, Kshitiz, how are you? And please share your views.
Well, hi Sejal, hi Tanmay, Gurleen, FI, Aditya, Aryan, Cal, everyone. Balaji, is also there. So, I think a lot of first of all, sorry I got late. A lot of discussion and a lot of good data points and points which have been presented. And in fact, somebody was asking so many viewers how you gather so many viewers. So this is actually a laughter challenge of financial market, wherein you present a case with a sense of humor so that people should get the message in the right spirit. Because many people might not like what others are saying. But my point is how FI or let's say Cal or Aditya, they presented their case. I would like to just add to that any promoter who's going public and raising capital from market, he is raising capital for sure to increase his business pie, to have more investment so that he can do a capex and he has some plans to increase the business. Now the promoter is not doing to give you return next day, very next day. It's not like that. So why people think that on the listing day only they'll make some good returns and they'll move on. Problem with all of us, I will say all of us. Why? Because most of us think that not again. Please don't take it personal. That most of us think that let's have immediate gratification return we should get immediate, like in crypto, you invest overnight and you make some returns. So if I said that in equity market, if it's my loss it's his gain, or let's say somebody's gain, so at least there's someone who's gaining on the cost of someone who's losing. But people who don't have patience, they lose it in a much bigger way. When it comes to IPO, and I've been very closely watching most of the recent IPOs, I'm very sure if the story is too good about a company, then we can actually allow it to play out. So IPO can be a reference book for your final studies. It can be your core book. You can actually invest so that you can experience how the new businesses are shaping up. Because we have seen of late a lot of new companies like so Policy Bazaar, Nika, Paytm getting listed. But at the same time, which is Zomato also is a part of it. At the same time, what is more important is that you should allow the story to play out. Somebody said that 10,000 somebody has invested in Infosys in 1993. It would have been today 2 crores. Now we are more than happy if 10,000 has become to 20,000 next day on the day of listing. But nobody is actually seeing what is the real value which will come after you actually hold that good company for a long term. And I'm being honest with you, behind every good stock which you buy, there might be 4 5 failures also which anybody will have. It can be some stock which didn't play out well, or some stock which actually has taken a beating. But we should be very clear that when we invest, we should diversify. These IPOs looks very lucrative nowadays. And again, I've spoken about crypto also on many occasions, because market has seen a secular bull run since last 18 19 months. People have not seen the downside of market which have actually come, and we have seen almost more than a crore of demat opening in last 107 days, which is in itself a very big number. So please come to this market. We need participants like you, people who are listening, who are first time investment. At the same time, this is your hard earned money. And if you're actually playing out, or let's say you're investing your parents' money, then also just think that at our end, I'm being honest with you, maybe many of the things of IPO, Aditya mentioned about DHRP. He started tracking the company since when they start filing the DHRP. We can't track that. How can anybody can do that? And please, if a business is there to stay for long, then please don't be in a hurry to exit. Have the conviction, and if you don't have a conviction, you just want to experiment it, that there's some new company, a new business which is there, then it can be experience. The cost which you are paying to invest in that IPO is the experience which you are gaining out of it. There might be few ups and downs here. Nothing against Paytm. I still feel it's a great franchise. And I don't know how things will shape up. But again, if it has not done well on the day of listing, or let's say day after that, or maybe week after that, it's not that the business has no value and it has been, it is not going to do well from here onwards. I don't know what type of model they are looking at. If franchise like Facebook and Apple can think of doing some different things, so why not? Why we are doubting our Paytm, our Indian company? So I don't know what they are looking at, but my point here is, if you have shown a conviction in a company, then don't be in a hurry to sell. Because if it's a zero sum game, it's some small cap companies and they've gone wrong, then it's better to book losses. When you book losses, at least you are clear that what type of company you're going to buy in future. When you book profits, that's a problem. If it's a good company and you are just moving out of that company on a listing day, then I think you should revisit your strategy. That's from my side.
Right.
Yeah, thanks, Kshitij. Aryan has raised the hand. Aryan, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, yeah. No, actually, just a quick thing. Thank you so much, Tanmay, for and Sejal for doing this. Really helping me understand, like directly learning from the greats there, Carl, Fi, and Kshitij. So, I like really helping me in building FinFlow and what users, like people, actually want, and how how do you help them make better investment decisions. On IPOs, I would say that I guess I was lucky to, like, I actually applied in every IPO. I got only two: SBI cards and Paytm. Both of them went down, and and I applied only in the, like, I applied only for listing gains in the previous ones. And on these, I had my fundamental research proper. So that's the thing. And SBI cards is done well, and like obviously it's been a very short period of time, so we should not comment on that. What I think is, I spent around 18-20 hours learning about Paytm in detail. Of course, I was using Paytm, understanding it like from the general sense, but spent so much time to understand the real sense, and like why do you value it at that price. Of course, I slightly feel it's overvalued, but that's for another day. But why I applied is because I understood the business model very well, like crystal clear, and understood what they're going to do, like how it's going to shape, and like how good their management can be. So just betting on that. So uh, yeah, just wanted to thank FI and Kal and Kshitij for everything. Like very very insightful.
Right. Right, and thank you so much for joining today, Aryan. Guys, I think that we've had our listeners being very, very patient, and I wanted to add two, three listeners as speakers as well. Dr. Tanmay will randomly choose listeners as speakers. So just feel free to send speaker request. We'll just read, and as long as your bios are relevant to the stock market, things around that, we'll be more than happy to add, because I think
Sejal,
we as hosts have a due to pay to our listeners as well, because इतने patiently वो लोग सुन रहे हैं. So we'll be more than happy to add you as speakers as well. And
Sejal,
till that time, yeah,
just a request, add Balaji and
yeah,
Prableen, both are there.
I do that, and
Yeah,
I'll just do that. We'll be
yeah,
done.
yeah.
And tab tak I have a question. Kshitiz, there's some back noise. Thank you so much for muting. So I have a question for Gurleen as well. So what's this concept of the GMP price? If you could help my audience understand, and we'll be slightly mindful of the thing that हमारे जो audience है, वो उसमें एक मिक्स कैटेगरी है जिसमें बिगिनर्स भी हैं, जिसमें वो लोग हैं जो काफी उतावले हैं आईपीओ के बारे में जानने के लिए, बट उनको नॉलेज नहीं है. So we'll make it very simple for our audience, and this question is directed to both Gurleen and Monica. Monica first because I think वो थोड़ा late आए हैं, and after that I'd like to go to Gurleen. So firstly, hi Monica, how are you?
Hi, sorry I was speaking on mute.
Um,
Thank you, Sejal, for the warm welcome. I'll listen in and then I'll speak later.
And I would also like to remind people, like we this space is not just about IPO. Would begin with the basics of stock picking as well. So be patient,
right.
and you can. We'll have some questions right now about IPOs as well, because since we are almost at the, like, I think, verge of wrapping up our discussion on IPOs, would love to take some questions. So what we can do is I'll take 2-3 questions from the audience. After this thing is done, and then we can have those questions, and then we'll move on to basics of stock picking. Because
Absolutely.
what I believe is, and I think Sejal also agrees with that, is we have to lay a strong foundation if we are talking about fundamental kind of investing, and if you're talking about long term, the basics that are gonna there, if we build those things right at the time of learning, this is gonna help us long way. Otherwise we'll just be betting and then losing money out. So yeah,
Right.
Gurleen, you wanna
I
take the question on gray market premium after Sejal? Yeah.
So I completely agree with you, Tanmay. Like the foundation जब तक solid नहीं हो तब तक आप उसके ऊपर जितनी भी building build कर लो उसका फायदा नहीं है. We'll go to Gurleen for her views on GMP, and उसके बाद I think Surbit, one of our speakers, has raised his hand. We've turned him from a listener to a speaker. So after Gurleen is done, I would like to take him up, and then उसके बाद we can continue if that's okay with you, right? Sounds good? Okay, ठीक है. Let's go with Gurleen first.
Yeah. So, in just like 2 lines, GMP is nothing but the gray market price, okay, that is going on, okay, and it is nothing illegal, but it is like kind of unofficial thing, okay, or you can say that it is like a parallel market where trading takes place. It can be anything. It can be shares, it can be goods, it can be anything, okay. And so it is basically a place where um, a company shares are okay bid, and they're offered by you can say traders in an unofficial manner, right? So I mean, to my understanding, it's just that. I mean, if anybody would like to add upon it, so I would literally like welcome their views on it.
Okay, so I think if someone wants to add to Gurleen's view question or something, so we have two hands that are raised. One is Surbit
Can
and
I
one is
explain it
Aditya.
via like a basic example?
Absolutely, Aditya. But if you don't mind, can I take Surbit before you, because he's just raised his
Sure,
hand
sure,
since a
sure,
long
sure.
time, and after that you're there. No, yeah. So hi Surbit, how are you?
I'm fine, Sejal. Thank you so much
आपको मेरा
for.
आवाज आ रहा है?
हाँ एकदम
Yeah.
क्लियर आ रहा है. Thank you so much, Sejal. Hi,
हाँ जी,
Carl
please
sir.
go ahead.
Hi, fundamental investor. And Aryan, मेरे साथ भी सेम ऐसा ही हुआ था. मेरी जर्नी भी स्टार्ट हुई थी मार्केट में SBI कार्ड के IPO से. So I was 18 year old at that time. और मैंने सबसे पहला काम यही किया, अपना पैन कार्ड बनवाया, एक अकाउंट खुलवाया ज़रोधा के साथ और अप्लाई किया SBI कार्ड में. मार्केट उसमें वॉलेटाइल थे,
Uh,
तो मुझे अलॉटमेंट नहीं मिला.
Surbit, if you don't mind, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry for that. But I think we were talking about the GMP. So would you like to add something to that?
Yeah,
I
I
will come
was
to you for sharing your
okay,
story
okay,
as
okay,
well.
okay. मैं भी
Yeah,
वही बोलने जा रहा था.
yeah. So just please go ahead, but थोड़ा सा like just being mindful, so I can probably take up more
Okay, okay,
listeners as
okay, okay.
speakers.
So
So go
देखो
ahead,
ग्रे.
Surbit. Please go ahead.
Okay, okay. सो देखो, ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम कुछ नहीं है। जैसे सपोज करो, एक तो हमारा लिस्टेड मार्केट चल रहा है, एक है अनलिस्टेड। अब क्या होता है, कोई भी सिक्योरिटी लिस्टेड में आने से पहले अनलिस्टेड में पहले से ही फ्लोट कर रही है। अब क्या होता है कि ये दो तीन चीजों के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। एक तो जो तुम्हारा टोटल इशू साइज है वो क्या है। जैसे पारस डिफेंस जो था, उसका इशू साइज काफी छोटा था, तो उसकी ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम जो है वो काफी ज्यादा थी। क्यों? क्योंकि वो ओवर सब्सक्राइब काफी ज्यादा हो गया था। मतलब ये समझो कि कोई अगर आईपीओ का साइज छोटा है और वो काफी ज्यादा ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ है, तो उसकी ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम बहुत ज्यादा होने वाली है। ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम का मतलब ये है कि इन्वेस्टर इसको लाइक कर रहे हैं, जो उसकी इशू प्राइस थी उससे ऊपर इसको अनलिस्टेड में पहले से ही दाम मिल रहा है। तो अगर ये लिस्ट होगा तो उस प्राइस से ऊपर ही लिस्ट होगा। जैसे देवयानी, उसमें काफी अच्छी थी। अभी एक लेटेंट व्यू आया है, उसमें काफी अच्छी चल रही है ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम। पेटीएम के साथ ऐसा नहीं था हालांकि। क्यों? क्योंकि एक तो आईपीओ का साइज काफी बड़ा था और उसके बाद ओवर सब्सक्राइब भी काफी कम हुआ था। तो ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम सिंपली क्या है कि अनलिस्टेड मार्केट में उसको क्या वैल्यूएशन दी जा रही है, और वो डिपेंड यही करेगा कि मार्केट कैसा रिएक्ट कर रहा है उस समय। अगर मार्केट अच्छा चल रहा है तो ठीक है। जैसे एसबीआई कार्ड के समय मार्केट ही पूरा खराब चल रहा था, तो ओवर सब्सक्राइब होने के चांसेस भी कम थे और उसके बाद प्रीमियम भी उसको काफी कम मिल रही थी। दैट्स ऑल।
Right, and thank you so much for sharing your views. And after that, I'd like to take up Aditya. And thank you so much for waiting so patiently, Aditya. Go ahead.
No worries, no worries. I think fundamentally, so everyone has explained GMP, so I'll not take much more time to explain it. But just with a, matlab, how I explain it, and I'm explaining it to a class as well. That consider India Australia World Cup final matches there. Now you know that stadium, the ticket box office has limited tickets, right? You also know that even if you, let's say, go and buy online, that also has limited tickets. Why they have limited tickets? Because a lot of brokers in between, a lot of people who want to, let's say, buy tickets, but tickets in between, would buy it in bulk and would keep them with themselves so that they can sell it to people for a profit. They basically take advantage ki, since it's an India Australia World Cup final match, you will definitely go ahead and pay even a premium for it, right? So the sentiment is on the higher side. So if you go ahead and you buy it from a broker, the price that you are paying extra over the ticket price, that is your GMP. So let's say that one ticket cost for India Australia's World Cup final match was 1,000 rupees, right? Of course, it's imaginary, so 1,000. That's why I've kept it lower. But let's say it's 1,000 rupees. So you say I can pay even 3,000 for it. So that extra 2,000 rupees you are paying is nothing but your eagerness to watch that match, and that is why you are paying thrice the money than what eventually the ticket cost is. So that basically means that this sentiment, this match, the sentiment would always be on the higher side. So that is what your GMP is. It's always done in an unofficial market. It's never done on the public exchange. It's always done behind the doors. And the more you pay, the more sentiment, the more positive sentiment it reflects. So I wanted to explain that by an example, Sejal. Thanks.
So, Sejal, just to add to Aditya, Kshitiz this side, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Kshitiz,
Yeah,
please. Go
Just
ahead.
take 50 seconds for the benefit of all. These shares, which are not listed yet, basically these are shares owned by employees of company, which is called ESOPs, or been floated by any of the let's say partners company. Let's say GIC is having some stake in LIC and it's selling that before the listing of LIC. I'm just quoting an example. So these are those shares which are already listed in the market, and that's how these shares been traded in the market much before the IPO is been called for. That's from my side.
Right, and thank you so much for adding that. Tanmay, which question is next that we have to go ahead with?
I think, Sejal, we can have 2 to 3 questions from our listeners first, and then
Right,
we can move on to basics of stock picking, because there are lots of people who have been waiting for stocks actually. And IPOs,
right.
I think we have received answers to most of the questions that are needed for new people or the people who are just beginning investing. I won't talk about HNIs or those kind of things right now. because this is mainly to cater for the commoners who are there with us. So Ganesh has joined in. He wants to ask a question, and then Gaurav. So please keep your question single at a time. Don't ask
Right.
multiple questions, and keep it
Uh,
specific to this topic.
Tanmay,
Yeah,
just
Gaurav,
one
please.
minute. Tanmay, just one
Yeah.
minute. Gaurav, before you take Ganesh, and please mute for the time, unless your
Yeah.
name is taken, it just
Okay.
becomes slightly chaotic.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
Sorry.
you so much. Yeah, it's all good. Hi, Ganesh. How are you?
Hello.
आपको आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
Hello. Yeah. Am I
Yeah, hi.
audible?
Perfectly
Yeah.
audible. Go ahead, ask your
Yeah.
question.
So, no, I didn't have a question as such. I just wanted to kind of present a
Right,
slightly different view on the IPO side of things. So as FI
right.
rightly pointed out, right, that from a company's point of view, when it's coming for an IPO, it'll generally come when the market is reasonably well priced, right? So when the market is attractive and there is reasonably good demand for its product, and it'll be able to sell at a decent valuation, right? Just a counter position to kind of think about this is what has been happening in the markets is that since the private markets are kind of getting deeper and deeper, companies are being able to stay in the private market for a long period of time. And as a result of that, public investors weren't kind of able to access a lot of really good opportunities, right? So, personally, I believe even if you believe that some company is kind of overvalued or not kind of too attractive at the moment, it makes sense to at least kind of go through the DRHP and the documents that the company files, so that you can kind of get a good grasp of the business and what the company is doing as such. So that at some point of time when the company becomes attractive or it becomes comes at a price at which you are able to buy it, you can kind of enter at that price. Or if you believe that there is kind of significant growth opportunity for the company even at the particular price, you can kind of consider that, right? So I believe what happens because of public markets becoming attractive is companies would kind of want to choose kind of coming to the public markets, and this could kind of provide opportunities for public investors to kind of get into firms which they otherwise wouldn't have had. So just kind of one alternative perspective on the IPO side of things.
Right, and thank you so much for sharing your perspective, Ganesh. So we have after you, we'll take up Gaurav, if that's okay. So Gaurav, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Tanmay and fundamental investor. So actually, this is regarding like I want to just share like some bad experiences in IPO, especially CL Educate and then GIC. So like I was just wondering like how like SEBI allows like listing at such high premium price and all that. So is there like no control over the price they are like quoting for IPO?
Any of our speakers want to take this question?
Uh, so question, Gaurav, is more around that how do you put a control over price, right? Like who decides the pricing of these IPOs and how they list at high premiums?
Yeah,
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 this is basically he's
definitely.
asking for price discovery. How you discover how you have to just tell that about investment banking piece.
Regulations, please mute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. So thank you for this.
Regulations, please. We'll have this
Yeah,
after
Yogesh
this
will have
question is
you
answered.
after Gaurav. So just mute, please, so we can answer his question and then we'll come to you.
Aditya, you're going ahead or you want me to take?
You go ahead, I'll go after you.
Okay, so basically, this has been asked with Gaurav. Gaurav, so SEBI is not discovering a price at what price IPO is going to get listed. There is an investment banker which has been appointed by a company, and that's a part of a regulation. And they look at the various financials of the company after discussing with the management, and it's a very long drawn process. Sometimes you have a couple of investment banker, a lead banker, so that's how, and they run the IPO for the company, and they go in the market with marketing and other tactics and how they sell the product. So regulator is much more worried about the various other regulatory framework, that how the IPO is going to get listed, how transparency, how to bring the transparency in terms of giving accessibility to retail investors, institutional investors. Now the recent plugging of funding part on the corporate institutional investor is a big move by regulator. So I think regulator part is very different. So it's more of that's what Aditya, FI and other people are saying. If you have time on your side and you can read the DCHRP and come at and you understand the business, then only you look at applying in IPOs, not on the story per se that because markets are good and it will give good returns. Aditya, you can add.
Uh, yeah. So I think Kshitiz has fundamentally covered the points, but just to like make it very, very basic for everyone as well. So there are primarily two kinds of issues through which pricing happens. One is your fixed price issue, another is your book build issue. So in the fixed price issue, as Kshitiz said, there are multiple book managers, lead running managers, who basically sit down, price the company, look at their fundamentals, look at their past performances and everything, and look at the future vision as well. So an amalgamation of all of this, they come with a price. That's a one single price. That's why it's called a fixed price. And basically bids are collected against that. So most of the IPOs earlier used to happen on fixed price issue, but now of course most of the IPOs, almost all of the IPOs that come in the market happen through the book build issue. In a book build issue, typically as the name suggests, book build, various prices are being offered to the investors or to a body corporate, and their responses are elicited on each of these prices. So I offer you 3 to 4 multiple prices in a price band, and I take demands basis on that, right? So the initial set of demand, as you know, in any IPO comes from the HNIs, retail HNIs, which basically build the book because they buy mostly in quantities. And then basically once the price band is being set, taken by the demands from HNI investors and everything, that's when the retail investors come in, where that this is the price band through which we'll take up IPOs. If the price band, if the IPO gets fully subscribed within that price band, then allotment happens. If it comes to a lower, then the price band is adjusted, and that is why most of the IPOs happen on book build, because you can adjust the price band. So that is fundamentally how you typically price the IPOs. And let me know if there's any more question. I'm happy to take it up.
Thank you, Aditya and
Right.
Kshitij.
We'll take Right. So we'll take up Yogesh's question, and after that we'll be shifting to stock picking because that is something that I and Tanmay have been getting a lot of DMs about. So we'll just take up Yogesh's question. Go ahead,
Hi.
Yogesh. Ask the question.
Yeah. No, I don't have a question, Sejal. Actually, just to add on to
Right.
the respond to the previous question.
Right.
See, I
Please
think
go ahead.
it is a fashion to blame SEBI for everything, unfortunately. People equate equity markets with fixed income instruments. There is a particular chapter in DRHP or in a prospectus on basis for arriving at a issue price. SEBI is not going to get into your commercial wisdom whether you want to buy or subscribe into an IPO or not. SEBI's job is to ensure disclosure. They are not here to regulate and tell you that, oh, this mobile phone is 1 lakh rupees, don't buy it. On this mobile phone is 500 rupees, please buy it. No. So the problem, unfortunately, is nobody wants to read the offer document, because people don't have patience. That which is the I'm brutally honest. But I see people around, everybody wants to make a like a fixed income instrument kind of a return. Then equity by definition is a risk asset class, whether you like it or not. Now you can't have a hard underwriting on the issue price. So this is what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Yogesh, for your input. I think we are done with the IPO thing, and again highlighting the important points. Like, uh, I think FI, Kal, Kshitij, and everyone has summarized this. That IPO are basically, it is, you should not consider it as a lottery ticket. If you are using it for listing gains, you should know what you're doing. Don't marry your stock. If you are doing it for long term, then understand the business first and then invest in it. And the third thing is, the best part is you understand who are the people having vested interest in that IPO, and don't pay for the drinks of theirs in that party, and come out as a loser and then blame the market, right? So moving on now, since we are done with the IPOs, and I think this thing will help a lot of people who are new and who are into this IPO frenzy environment right now, and are definitely having a dilemma as to what they should do. So we'll move on to stocks. We had discussed in the beginning of our session what are stocks, how a business works, and what are business models and those kind of things. So I'll begin with FI and then Kal. That what how would you explain stock picking to someone who is just starting his investing journey right now, probably has made some investments in mutual funds, probably has started the index fund investing, which we discussed in our last session. Those who want it can DM us. We'll share the recording link of our last session. It was really amazing session with lots of good inputs about mutual funds, everything we discussed in that space. And today we are discussing about stocks. So probably that person has started the mutual fund journey, has done a health insurance for self, covered his expenses, that unexpected expenses that can stop the journey of compounding, has got a term life insurance for self, and now is ready to invest into stocks. Fi sir, would you want to add how should a person begin?
Yeah. So, yeah, as Tanmay said, right, if the emergency fund and insurance and everything, all your coverage is in place, right? If any problem happens, then you are taken care. Then, and assume that you have gone to mutual funds. The reason we go to mutual funds is because we do not know how to pick stocks, let's say, or we don't have time, right? We are all working somewhere. For example, Tanmay, you're a doctor, right? And you wouldn't want to spend the whole time in front of the screen or figure it out, right? So you probably want somebody else to do that work, and you will pay them 1% or whatever every single year, or 2%, whatever it is. Okay, whatever you pay them for choosing businesses on your behalf. You keep investing for 15 years every single month, and at the end of it you have a lot of money, right? And then you kind of spend the next 40 years enjoying that money. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Now coming to businesses, right? So more than stock picking, right? I think all of us should start calling it as how to pick owning good businesses for a long period of time. Okay, so that's how I would like to call it. Of course, basics of stock picking, stock is little more easier to understand in the today's context, but generally if you're holding businesses. So what I would say is, first of all, you should be proud that you're actually owning a part of a business. Okay, especially when you come to the equity market, the beauty is you're actually getting a small part of a huge business which probably has been around for 40 years, 50 years, 100 years, right? And that is what basically changes your mindset. That is number one. Second thing, all of us have something called circle of competence, right? When I say circle of competence, it means there is some sector or sectors which probably we understand or we wish to understand. Okay, so both are okay. All right, for example, let's say that some of us work in the pharma side. We would know the demand and supply there. We would know which companies are actually working on futuristic technologies which will serve mankind in a much better way as far as hospitals are concerned. Some of us might be working in the hospitality side, right? And we know that the industry is moving towards cloud kitchen. I mean, see, there is some kind of understanding, okay, next 10 years, what could happen on this particular sector? Same thing for construction, same thing for whatever else, right? So if at all we can figure out which are the sectors which we understand or we wish to understand, and then just pick the leaders there. Okay, I can tell you for sure most of the leaders will already be there in the Nifty index, but still if you want to pick up stocks on their own, on our own, right, the best way is to figure out which are the sectors we like to invest in, because we are actually not buying stocks, we are buying business. Okay, and then we kind of pick up that particular business which we wish to own. Okay, and then after that, if at all we want to understand it, the best way is to read the annual report, right? Annual report gives us a beautiful understanding of the business. See, one thing I wish to tell everybody is annual report is a stale document. It's a very old document. Okay. In India, if at all a company is following Indian calendar, right, that is April to March, the annual report probably comes out in September. So in September, you're reading about what happened in the company almost 12 to 18 months before that. Okay, so basically annual report has a lot of numbers which are signifying a lot of the past. So what I tell everybody is, and including myself, when I read the annual report, I don't read for the numbers, I don't read for the fancy numbers which are put up there, the fancy charts. Okay, just let us try to understand what is this business doing, whom are they serving, what is their future visions. There's one small thing I want to tell all the new listeners here. In every annual report, there is something called management discussion and analysis report. MDAR, management discussion and analysis report. This is Especially if you're going for smaller companies which have very, very bad annual reports, there will still be a section called management discussion and analysis report. If you go to that section, right, that is an amazing section in the annual report which tells how the management is looking at the sector, what are the challenges they face, how are they tackling it, what is the future outlook. This particular section is very, very important to understand from a business perspective. After that, I'll tell you, right, whether you buy the stock cheap or expensive, if you're going to add for 240 months every single month, right, sometimes the stock will get expensive, sometimes the stock will get cheap, but over a long period of time you will probably get a nice not only a wealth creation, you will feel that you'll feel nice, that okay, you're actually owning a business. Okay, this is the second level, Tanmay. The third level would be to go very deep and all, but I think today, people who want to go to stocks but not in mutual fund, I think this is a decent approach where they at least they understand their business and buy every single month, and then hopefully over a long period of time things will fall into place. Okay, so this just what I feel. I'm sure others will be able to build upon or add stuff like that, right? Yeah, so that's my take.
Thank you, FI. Kal, you want to add
Yeah,
something to that?
yeah,
How's your approach while you pick a stock?
yeah,
Yeah.
fundamental gets hit all. You just hit it out of the ballpark. That's perfect. By the way, does your family call you Mr. Fundamental or the Fundamental? Is that like your first name? It's like I don't know, but it's never
No,
mind.
not really, not really.
Okay, it's anyway. But I'm very impressed. You stated it really well. For early investors, and you have to think about which segment you're in, right? If you're later in your life, it's different. But I'm making the assumption that people are early in their career. They're just starting to invest, and all the education you gave them last time about mutual funds and making sure. Okay, so let's assume that they've taken X percentage, 5% of their overall investment portfolio, and they're now going to pick some stocks themselves, and they're going to try and learn about stock picking and investing, and they're going to have some fun with it too. So yes, totally. Learn about an industry you really are passionate about. Maybe you are in the industry because you're a doctor, you're in the medical industry, right? Yeah, maybe you're in retail, right? I understand consumer. I very, very few things I do that are not consumer because of my days at Best Buy, and now the only thing. So everything fundamental said, like just remember that again, and I'm sure we'll summarize it later. But I would add build one little thing in there. What you're doing when you're analyzing a specific company and in that industry, and you're reading the annual reports, that's great. That gives you what they've done and some analysis of what they're thinking about the future, like Fundamental said, like some analysis of the management about assumptions that they're making. This is key. Assumptions that the company is making, right? Now, some assumptions they'll say up front, that, I don't know, we think in 10 years, 40% of the public will have a Oculus headset, and they will be using they'll be in the metaverse in some form or another, at least once a month. That's an assumption. Now, quite often, these companies don't make those assumptions very clearly stated. Some do. By the way, Tesla does. Go look at their reports. They make assumptions really clear about the future. And also Elon does that in Twitter and other places. So go look for management assumptions, right? About the past, about the present, and about the future. Then do your own analysis and reading and say, what do you think about those analyses, right? So for example, I'll go back a little bit. When I was at Best Buy, there were people inside Best Buy making assumptions, right? And wrongly, right? That most people will need to touch and feel a TV before they can buy it. And that's in 2005, right? Big box retail, they're doing that. And by the way, when we were talking to Reliance about potential collaboration at that point, that's how Reliance was thinking as well, the people there. That's the management assumption of people who are growing up, building up physical retail stores. But the assumption that other people were making, for example, Jeff Bezos, was that everything, you don't need to touch and feel a TV before you buy it, because they had an assumption about how it was going to be commoditized. and how they were going to be very similar. All the TVs were going to be more or less very similar. Okay, different assumption. So what you're doing when you're picking a stock is you're betting on a set of assumptions. So you're smart people, you start to figure out what those assumptions are. And it's a lot of fun because you actually learn how to become a business person, right? As I said before, you will not have to do an MBA. You will start to learn about business in a way that's real, and then you have a little piece of that company, so you can actually feel how right or wrong you are, right, as that company is moving forward. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Kal. I think people are getting to understand how to go about it, how to begin about it. I would just bring in another concept, which probably most of the people who are new or have been there for quite some time have heard it. This is called as moat or a competitive advantage. So what is the role of a moat or a competitive advantage while picking up a stock, and how do you identify it? I mean, I'll also share an example after we have our panelists speaking on this aspect, and I'll really love to hear from each of our panelists any stock that they love the moat about, and that company would have given them good amount of returns, or any common stock which a new person can understand how to identify a competitive advantage. Gurleen, if you want to go first, because you have been like, I think people would love to hear you as well. You have been silent for a long time, and then we can have Kshitiz on this, and then Monica, and uh, if anyone wants to add more, please do raise your hand. Yeah.
So, yeah, um, the thing is that I basically, like, go in with the trading aspect, right? Not really investing. I mean, I am invested in some companies as well. Just like FI mentioned, like not really companies, but businesses, like great businesses. But when it comes to, like stock picking, so that I do, on the basis of, technical analysis, right? So I hope I'm answering your question, or is it something else?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think Gurleen, this thing we would need you later also in the space, and probably in our upcoming spaces, because there are two aspects
Yeah,
of
exactly.
uh, yeah, there are two aspects of this journey of investing, right? One is long term investing and one is trading. So you need to identify your trade. Are you a trader or are you an investor? And since we are talking on the
I
other
agree
aspect
with you
right
on
now,
that point that, first,
yeah,
I
yeah,
hope I'm
Gurleen.
audible, right?
Yeah, yeah, you are
Yeah.
audible
So
perfectly. Yeah.
firstly, you need to really identify that what kind of, the person you are, right? Let's say that you are working in a job and you can't really give, that appropriate time of, appropriate screen time, right? And so you can pick up, investing, right? Or you can pick up swing trading, okay? But if you're somebody, who can be actively there in front of the screen, and you just love, the numbers flickering on your screen, which, sends chills down your spine, so you can pick up trading, right? So definitely I agree with you that there are two aspects to it. One is the short term, right? One is the long term, right? So you need to first identify what kind of a person, you are, what kind of a thing you're comfortable with. Then only you should, move ahead with whatever you want to do, right? So I am basically comfortable with being in front of the screen all day, and it see, in trading it's not even like, that you have to be in front of your screen from 9 to 3:30, right? Sometimes you get done by 11, sometimes you get done by 10, sometimes you don't, get anything at all. So you need to make peace with that, right? So um, yeah. So if we have to come on the concept of stock picking, so when we talk about technicals, right? But over here, because the spaces was going a little bit into the fundamental side, and a little bit into owning good companies for the longer time horizon, so that is why I asked you if it is like, the right point, or the right time to talk about
Yeah.
technicals, right?
Yeah, Gurleen, I think we'll have a separate space on
Yeah.
this, because there are lots of people who would love to learn these things also, and even I would also learn to love these things from you, because I am also a fundamental kind of investor. But knowing is fun, right? since you are also here, you will also learn more from the fundamental part. And I'm really amazed, like the insights that our speakers share, and I really get to learn so many nuances. I think I keep on reading those things, and again I'll revisit the knowledge that I get, and it really helps a lot. Even when you are talking about the basics, I think most of the people who even the panelists, they would agree that they keep on learning from each other. This is something that helps us also. It is not that if you're talking about basic, uh, it's not going to help us, or it's just a waste of time. Everyone is enjoying that. So moving on with this question only, and I'd just like to tell those people who had requested for the link of the last space, we have tagged it on the top. Sejal has shared it, so you can go on visit that. If you have any doubts, you can feel free to DM any of the speakers in that, and you can post your questions also in that. So moving on with the concept of moat analysis. Yeah, Monica, you have raised your hand. You wanna comment on it, and then we have Aditya. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think couple of things that Gurleen has already said. I'm actually quite the opposite. I only invest for the long term, and I'm not really looking at trading. So my perspective is slightly biased towards investing and holding on. Therefore, the long term stocks that I look at are possibly the areas that either I know best or I can feel best. Which is to say that I remember a very old person saying this to me very many years back, and that has held true at least as far as the Indian stock market is concerned, that whatever you can touch and feel, and what are some
Hi, am I
top
audible?
brands.
Sejal, you just hit a stop loss in Gurleen's term, and now you're back. We are having Monica, who is explaining us about modes of basics of stock picking. Yeah. So please, Monica, carry on. Yeah.
So I was just saying that that person said that whatever you can touch and feel, and whatever brands are known to not only you but the person on the street, are the ones that if you had to invest, you at least know you'll not go wrong with most of them. For example, VIP underwear banyan. For the longest period of time, it may seem like a absolutely useless stock, but look at where jockey is today. And similarly, things such as HUL. Again, these are no brainers. These are the things that you keep thinking about, and you keep telling yourself there's no great price to enter, these are too expensive. But just look at how the stock has grown, and it stabilizes for a certain point, and then it rises again. Even if you are a complete novice at stock investing, at least you'll be able to look at the graph and know what is happening. So essentially, there is always an increase of price. It stabilizes over the last few years, and it grows up again. And the fundamentals of the stock are fairly
Monica,
simple to understand. Yes, Sejal.
I I am so sorry to interrupt you. आपका हल्का सा वॉइस एको हो रहा है. So अगर आपने ईयरफोन्स लगाए, क्या आप ईयरफोन्स उतार के बोल सकते हो? And आदित्य, क्या आप म्यूट कर सकते हो? Please, just humble request. Aditya, it's
Hello.
echoing. Yeah, Aditya, आपका जो वो है, can you mute? आपके वो जो है, आप think you're wearing earphones, it's echoing.
I'm trying. With some glitch. Let me.
Right, I'll just mute
Yeah,
your mic
Monica,
for the timing. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Monica.
I think. Yeah, please.
So I was just saying that if you don't know anything about stock investing, at least you can't go wrong with this. I'm not saying that we'll all be able to identify a yes bank kind of fiasco, but at least more often than not, you'll be stuck with brands that you can not only do you use, but you believe in them because you're using them and continue to use them for a very long time. And I've been reading a lot about Infosys and TCS, and how people have made so much money from brands that they invested in 2000. Let me be very honest with you, this part I don't believe at all, because things that you can touch and feel are normally of the category of goods that we normally buy, we use. But IT and bank stocks, if you feel that that is the way to invest, then I'm wrong. But nobody thought about Infosys and TCS being such major money earners in after 21 years. So if you're proven right, we always find our brains to look back and tell us in hindsight that we did the right thing. And if you go wrong, then you tell yourself, what, I should have checked out. These things in the stock market analysis, no matter, I don't think anybody can get right. That is why the risk is so high. But I think fundamental has already said it. If you don't understand all this, just invest in Nifty. Let somebody else do the hard management for you, while you relax on not knowing a lot of stuff, but knowing that you're making money.
Yeah, I think Monica has really highlighted an important point. And time and again, we
Right, and
keep
thank
on
you so much
highlighting in every
for adding
space.
that view, Monica. Does any of the other speakers want to pitch in something?
Hey, Sejal, I think there is some glitch on
Am I
your part.
audible?
Are you able to hear properly? Yeah, you're audible, but are we audible to you? I think there is some glitch on your part, Sejal,
Sejal is in the
because
metaverse.
it's
She's she's
she is someone. I'll give a
Am I
word of
audible?
appreciation for Sejal. Sejal, you won't even get to hear the compliments that I'm gonna give for you. So please, you can leave and
Aditya, I think
rejoin
you've
right
raised your
now.
hand. Go ahead.
I think Sejal, I'll drop you a WhatsApp. Wait. So the thing is, this girl has started her journey so early, and she's so curious. She loves to learn investing and those kind of things. I'm really amazed by the hunger she has, and she would keep probing me. I'm the one who is usually busy at the hospital, and she would keep nagging me that okay, Tanmay, this week we are gonna have a space because it's been a month and we have not have had a space. And I also, because she keeps on probing me, I'll spare a time out, and this becomes such a wonderful discussion. And it's always a pleasure. Like, I haven't attended spaces on a finance where like 700, 800 people are sitting in and listening in for 2 to 3 hours. This is like incredible. And the knowledge that I get also I enjoy, and it's like always it always feels like okay, even if I'm off duty, post duty or something like that, I'll keep on arranging time for this. So, since Sejal is not here, I have just given her good compliments. You can convey it to her. Moving on to the concept of moat, Aditya, I'll have you. I'll just uh, give an example of one stock to understand how a moat's work is, and after that, I'll have you. Sorry for that. Okay, Sejal is there. I think she. Okay, let me add her. Otherwise, she won't let me speak. She is always the boss, right? So, if you want to understand moat, it is basically a competitive advantage that a company is having over other company. Now, what does this mean is, if you remember, during the olden days, there used to be a kingdom, the king's castle, which used to be surrounded by water, and that water would have some crocodiles, and there would be some or the other kind of hurdles, so that if anyone who is planning to attack on that kingdom won't be able to do that, and this is called as a moat. So in economic terms, it would be something that a company possesses which other company would not be able to replicate, so that their business or their profit margins cannot be taken away. Now, how do we understand this from an example is, you can take an example of Maggie, which is readily available. So let us understand Maggie as a stock. Again, this is not a stock recommendation. We are just doing it for the learning purpose. So if you see, it is a low cost product, right? It is hardly costing 10 or 20 rupees. It is so amazing that the basic name of the product, that is noodles, has lost its name, and we call it Maggie. If you go at some place and people just go in and say that okay, Maggie chahiye, right? They won't say noodles. It is a low cost product. So if Sejal and Tanmay come up with an idea ki we want to start a company that builds noodles, and we suppose sell it at a 8 rupees cost vis-a-vis Maggie that is already selling at 10 rupees. So would you go and buy a new brand, that is Tanmay and Sejal's Maggie, rather than noodles, rather than Maggie? Probably not, because that is a brand. The brand loyalty is there. So a company, a product which has got a low cost, a brand, and then extensive distribution. If you see, if you go on to the hills, I have gone to like Gangtok, and I have gone to way far hills in the northeast. I found Maggie there. I have gone to the beaches, I found Maggie. I'm in Rajasthan currently. Here, if you go to the far desert, you'll see Maggie as a product. And so extensive distribution network, you'll find it in the plains, you'll find it in the mountains, beaches, deserts. What R&D did it do? Research and development. There is no change. It is having the same product. Probably they would have added some peas in that, some onions in that, and they would have said, oh, naya flavor aa gaya, peri peri aa gaya. It basically needs a very bare minimum kind of research involved in that. So Similarly, that the example that I was giving of Parle G has even changed the taste. So the Parle G that was there 10 years back is still the same right now. And if you ask someone who eats Maggie, is he gonna love eating yippee noodle or something like that? Probably no, right? So these are the things that taste का जो moat होता है, it is very difficult to break. Because if someone just I'll give you an example. Just imagine of the most famous sweet shop or a golgappa wala in your town, and if you love that, are you gonna cheat that person and go to some other shop and try that golgappa? Probably not, because you love that taste. Probably even if he increases the price of that product by 2 rupees, you'll still buy that. And if you see Warren Buffett's quotes, he'll say, I love buying cis candies. So he made a lot of money in cis candies. And once he had an interview with Bill Gates, where Bill Gates was saying, why don't you invest in computers and all? He said, I understand cis candy, so I buy that. I don't understand computers. So this example is to highlight that invest in what you understand, be it the simplest of the things which you may be consuming right now. Example, Kinder Joy. See the kids around you having Kinder Joy, they are just in love with that. This was an example of a product where I would have like I just connected the dots to tell you how a moat is and how does a moat work. Kal has raised the hand. Kal, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, Tanmay, that's an excellent example. Here's
Yeah, Aditya after that. Yeah,
yeah,
please.
Tanmay, that's an excellent example, because you can get very technical in terms of the core competency that companies have that nobody else can replicate. But you talked about it from a consumer perspective. At a very simple level, it's switching costs, right? If there's one thing to learn, it's switching costs. Be able to, how much effort, emotional effort, financial effort would it take somebody to stop using one product from one service provider and to go to another one? And the higher that switching cost, the bigger the moat, just to make it a little simple, right? So at the moment, obviously, an obvious one is Apple, right? And they just created, it becomes harder and harder every day for people to leave the Apple ecosystem to move to another ecosystem. That's a technology company. But like you said, when you talk about consumer goods where people have a emotional connection to something that company is doing, and it's also embedded in the community that they're in. So they might belong to the Nike running club community, Nike, right? That maybe they are runners and they associate themselves with the few personalities that Nike is also associating themselves around that, right? And so now it's going to take Under Armour, another company, quite a lot of effort and to take that customer away from that ecosystem. And in some ways, you can build a moat emotionally with the consumer through your brand and the experience that they're having. And of course, sometimes you build it through the fact that you have something that nobody else can produce. Now, obviously, in deep technology companies and biotech companies, you can produce a drug that somebody else doesn't have, right? So you have to go there, or the hospital has to go there for the medical device. So there's different ways to build a moat. But I love the perspective from the idea that Warren Buffett invested in See's Candy because he saw that it's something that it's going to last in people's brains for many, and that's the same reason why he says he invested in Coca-Cola, right, for many years. And then just as one other point, it's not just to make sure that we give Warren Buffett a little bit of credit, also that he's also admitted that one of the biggest mistakes he's made is not investing in Google, because he himself experienced when he was in the newspaper business. How they were taking the ad business and how much money they were going to generate. And so he admits that he made a mistake there, that he didn't do that. But again, I love your consumer angle, Tanmay. It's just very useful for people who are just starting to learn about investing in companies. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Kal. Aditya, you wanted to add a point. Please go on. And then we'll have a summary of everything at the end of the discussion here.
Thanks a lot, Tanmay. I think you stole the point there in terms of adding it with examples, and of course, uh, Carl conceptualized it by higher switching cost. But I just wanted to add like 2 3 points on how we look at moats, because for me, defining moats is very important because I'm investing in unlisted companies, early stage companies. So for us, moats is the entire thing what we are looking at beyond the founder. So, to give you a top level perspective, moat, of course, was more popularized by Warren Buffett, which is nothing, of course, but a competitive advantage. Now, the competitive advantage could be listed broadly into 2 categories, which is one, your comparative advantage, and second, more your differential advantage. So, let's say, as Tanmay said, that there is, let's say, a Golgappa wala who's selling, let's say, at 30 rupees. There's another one who's, let's say, selling at 25. So the one who's selling at 25 has a better comparative advantage, because the price is less. So more goods could be bought at a lesser price if you go to that person. That's a pure comparative advantage thing. A differential advantage thing can be anything, right? It could be an intangible, it could be a better innovation, it could be a patent, it could be a license, it could be anything. That is something which only you have. Let's say in that same example, in that Golgappa example, one was selling at 30, other was at 25. The person who was selling at 30 had a larger audience than who was selling at 25. So how did that happen? The answer to that was that that person had a more superior advantage, which was an intangible advantage. That advantage was of taste, right? The taste that they had was prompting a lot of people to pay that extra 5 rupees and go to that person, right? That is more, of course, your differential advantage that you have, a power that you hold that others can't hold, and it's very difficult to replicate that. Another, of course, high end stock level example of that could be Apple, right? The Apple, the superiority of products they created, the brand identity they did, everything that they did was more of a differential advantage, right? Now, if we go deep beyond as to how smaller companies look for moats, right? There are 3 4 strategies in that. One, of course, which was discussed, was the switching cost, right? Whether you would switch to a superior service and pay that extra product, that is always a question. The second type of strategy, which happens most of today, is more of a size advantage. Practically, Facebook and Google could run any business which is out there in India, right? Any startups could go out of market if Facebook and Google, of course, try to do every business. But the reason they don't do is, of course, the switching cost, and second also is because they are large businesses, right? They don't want to tap into smaller opportunities. If somebody tries to replicate them tomorrow, they'll not be even be closer to that, because a, their team sizes are so big, their human resources are so big, and b, because they are producing quantities at such a large scale, you can never outnumber them in terms of sales, right? So that also becomes your moat. Your cost becomes your moat, your team size becomes your moat, your whole brand market capitalization becomes your moat, your intangibles, patents, anything that you have also becomes your moat. And also that you are such a big business, if somebody wants to switch, that opportunity cost, that incremental cost also becomes a moat. So moat comes in different concepts and values. One is more of a comparative advantage, but what you should do while picking your stocks is pick for companies which have more of a differential advantage, pick for companies which have more of that intangible thing, that secret sauce, or that best ingredients, right? Which is not easier to replicate. Yeah, just wanted to add that.
Right. And thank you so much for adding that, Aditya. And I think Kshitij unmuted. So, Kshitij, would you like to go ahead and then I'll go after you?
Yeah. So, Aditya, thanks. Very well explained. So, one more reason for all these companies to have that moat is they're evolving and they're investing a lot into new things. That is the biggest thing on all these IT companies. But when you talk about moat, like when you talk about investing, and you can actually link moat with it, that I will like to invest into those companies, the businesses which I understand. 50 60% of the portfolio, maybe 70% of the portfolio should go to that companies which businesses model which I understand, or business which I understand. And it sometimes looks that, yeah, how a common man can understand somebody who's investing in you will just go with the trend. So trend in investing, maybe 5-10%, I think you can actually justify your allocation, but not much more than that. Because when you invest into a trend, then trend can actually reverse also. So it's not that difficult if you see since morning how things will shape up. And you know my brother Gurmeet is also here, he can add his points. But I can tell you, when you wake up in the mornings, from the very beginning of brushing our teeth with Colgate and using, let's say, Godrej products, or maybe having ITC, or let's say Nestle products on the breakfast table, having Volta's AC, traveling by Maruti or Bajaj scooter or a Hero bike, or let's say using Infosys, Geo, some medicines, VIP, as a luggage bag. So all these companies which we use, which we know that we can use, and we can rely upon. I think my biggest allocation towards my portfolio is those companies or businesses which I understand. Now coming back to the moat, is this business can be taken away by a competition? Is this company so weak? There Aditya's point comes into a picture, and how these companies are evolving and investing a lot into their future endeavors. That is also second point, which is very important. Third important point: are these companies are going to generate earning numbers or profits which are in excess of 12 to 15% over next 4 to 5 years? And I'm not talking about 10 years. Those days have gone. This market has become, you know so volatile, and we are in a very different age now. So whether they can generate profit from next 4 to 5 years, the way they are doing, maybe in excess to 12 to 15%, yes. If that part is plugged, maybe it's a part of my portfolio. And believe me, somehow the other company you're going to miss. You can't have best of the world, but if you have 12, 15 good companies, good stocks in your portfolio, I think you are sorted. You're sorted. That's from my side.
Right. So I'll just add in one point, and uske baad we'll be going. So, as we were discussing moats about different stock companies, so I think इस space का main moat हमारे speakers ही हैं and our listeners. So just in case listeners, so be our moat, and just in case you've been enjoying this space, just click a screenshot, tag all the speakers, and what will help in is कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग इस space को join कर पाएंगे. हमारे speakers को भी encouragement मिलती है कि इस space में आए और अपनी knowledge share करें. और हम लोग at the end of the day think of it like a peer to peer learning model, right? तो हमें और सीखने को मिलता है. So just click a screenshot, tag all the speakers, and अगर आपको किसी का व्यू पॉइंट अच्छा लग रहा है, feel free to DM them or send them like a follow, whatever, that's your choice. But do a screenshot because it will help spread ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को ये message आज के बारे में. And to me and Tanmay as co-host, it just encourages us to host more such similar spaces. And I'd just like to say hi to Gurmeet. Hi Gurmeet, how are you? Welcome to our space. Am I
Hey,
audible?
Sejal. Hi. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfectly audible, Gurmeet.
Yeah, I just heard you guys. I don't know what you were discussing. I just heard Kshitiz Aryan talking about moat. Right? Is that what we are discussing?
Yeah,
Yes.
Maji. We just wanted to give like common people an understanding of modes so that while they begin stock picking, they don't get confused and they don't end up picking those kind of stocks which they don't have any clue
Sure.
about, and how to simplify it. Yeah,
Sure.
just please
Sure. I'll
go on.
I'll just spend couple of minutes with examples just to make it simpler. While a lot of it has been covered by Kshitij already. So basically, as the word says, this was coined by none other than the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, which basically says that his original definition was that buying businesses is like buying castles. And because when you buy a castle, it there is a you can build a something around it which can be protected, right? So that was where the original word came from, and there can be various sources of moat. So I'll take it one by one. The first biggest source of a moat is the brand value. How much a company invests in its brand. So for example, when you go and buy, you want to say the brand becomes generic to the product. Kshitij used the word Colgate, right? You buy a toothpaste, a lot of people say give me a Colgate. A lot of people say give me a Fabicol. A lot of people actually end up buying paint saying Asian paints, and they might end up buying some other brand. In fact, there's a beautiful study that Nerolac played a ad. Shah Rukh Khan, they hired Shah Rukh Khan as a brand ambassador, and actually the sales of Asian paints went up. So so sometimes the brand becomes so synonymous with the product that so brand can be a great source of, since there are a lot of youngsters on the call, you would have seen Zara, right? Greatly favored over other brands, so you can charge a premium for that particular brand. The second impact, which we also call, is a bit of a halo, or you call it as a bit of a networking impact, where once you join a product, you become part of the elite group. So I heard somebody comparing Apple with Golgappas, right? So Apple product is an ecosystem. So once you buy an Apple product, you suddenly are attached to it. There's a different league of being an Apple customer, right? So that's the other mode could be a technical or a technological advantage, right? We've done few sessions on specialty chemicals and companies. So I'll take an example. For example, DV's Labs. DV's Labs is India's largest API company, one of the largest in custom synthesis. Okay, not many would know that DV's only makes 30 APIs. Out of the 30 APIs it makes, 18 it is world leader, market leader. So of the top 10 MNCs, 8 MNCs are DV's client. So Merck is one of the largest client of DV's. Great skill set. They're very good in late life cycle strategies. So API, for people who don't understand API, if you see a capsule, the salt inside the capsule, the churan is an API. It's basically a raw material of the drug. Uh, so third could be a technological as I said, advantage of being a mode. For somebody covered switching cost, right? The cost of moving is too high. That could be one advantage. The other could also be a government induced monopoly, or the nature of the business being a monopoly. IRCTC, for example, is the is has a mode because that's the only ticketing partner. Even if you go to any portal to book railway ticket, it will take you to IRCTC, right? Or for example, catering, IRCTC has the exclusive advantage of creating. Sometimes what happens is the nature of industry creates a moat. So there is one stock which I've covered multiple times, which actually makes explosives. They supply hand grenades to the government. They make Pinaka rockets. So they are one of the exclusive suppliers to the government of India. Sometimes it could be by the regulation. So these are some of the examples. It is basically a differentiation, either because of your brand, or because of your technology, or because of your pricing power, where or because of a networking impact, where people find a lot of value other than just the price, in terms of being associated with the brand.
Paji, you have highlighted very important points. I think the brand power, understanding what we have Praful Bhai also, how he has branded his chai, and how he is using it as a moat to get a competitive
Oh,
advantage
absolutely,
over others is really
absolutely. I
amazing.
think I think what better than to have him. Absolutely, Praful bhai, over to you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Praful bhai, I would really love to have an example from you as to how you are using chai as a competitive advantage over other businesses, because people what this is very important to understand for others also, because it doesn't depend on what product are you selling. It is how you are building a business out of it, and how you are generating an advantage over the other companies that are around, and then sustain it over a long period of time, so that you keep on capturing the market share, your profit keeps on going, and then yeah, please, over to you, Praful bhai.
Thank you, Tanmay bhai and all, Kshitiz bhai and all, Gurmeet bhai, Sejal. Yeah? Good to see you again and all. So, so what if you like MBA Chaiwala? It's a journey for 4.5 years so far. So 2-2.5 साल चाय का ठेला हो गया, फिर कोरोना आ गया, फिर बूटस्ट्रैप किया, कोई पैसा आज तक नहीं लिया. So whatever I had, being a startup guy, being an MBA dropout, being just 20.5 year when I started, अभी 24 में हूँ मैं, एज में 24-25 के बीच. तो द पॉइंट हियर इज कि मेरे पास एक ही चीज थी और मेरा हथियार था. देखो, सबका एक सुपर पावर होता है. जैसे क्षितिज भाई और गुरमीत भाई से मैं इन्वेस्टिंग की बातें करूंगा, शेयर मार्केट की बातें करूंगा, म्यूचुअल फंड्स की बातें करूंगा, वो घंटों बातें कर सकते हैं, राइट. तो मेरे पास एक ही सुपर पावर था, ब्रांडिंग का, मार्केटिंग का, सेल्स का. सो वेन एवर आई विजिट कॉलेजेस, इवन IITs IIMs में भी मैं जाता हूँ, वहाँ सेशन देता हूँ, तो मेरा बस यही होता है कि आप जब स्टार्ट करते हो, व्हेन यू आर एंटरप्रेन्योर, इफ यू आर स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम जीरो और स्क्रैच, इफ यू आर अ फर्स्ट जनरेशन एंटरप्रेन्योर, तो आपके पास कोई एक या दो ऐसे सुपर पावर होते हैं जिसको आप यूज करके उसकी धार ऐसी बना लेते हो कि आप मतलब मानो कि बियर ग्रिल्स हो जाते हो, आप समझ रहे हो। तो मेरे पास एक ही था कि मैं ब्रांडिंग कैसे करूं, मैं अपने आप को मार्केट कैसे करूं। मैं आपको बता दूं, मेरा चाय का ठेला था, मैंने रोड पे लगभग 2.5 साल चाय का ठेला चलाया, पर मेरी मार्केटिंग इतनी ज्यादा थी, मेरा नाम इतना ज्यादा था, मानो स्टारबक्स और मैकडोनल्ड्स वाले भी सोचे कि यार इसका नाम इतना ज्यादा क्यों है, धंधा तो इसका कम हो रहा है। सो ये कैसा होता है ना, जब आप मार्केटिंग और सेल्स करते हो तो इसका कोई स्टॉप नहीं होता है। आप घड़ी रोक के ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते कि टाइम रुक गया, राइट। सो मैं आई केप्ट ऑन डूइंग, के करते रहो यार, मार्केट में बने रहना है ना, तो आपको लगे रहना पड़ेगा, आप छोड़ नहीं सकते हो। आप भले ही चाय की दुकान हो कि आपका $1 बिलियन का बिजनेस हो, यू विल बी आउट ऑफ द बिजनेस अगेन। क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा मेरे लिए चैलेंज ये था कि मेरे को कन्विंस करना था दुनिया को कि एमबीए चावला करके ब्रांड एग्जिस्ट कर सकता है। मैं आपको बता दूं कि आपको सबसे पहले अपने आप को कन्विंस करना पड़ता है। यू हैव टू कन्विंस योर सेल्फ एट द फर्स्ट प्लेस कि वॉट एवर द नेम ऑफ योर ब्रांड, इट डजेंट मैटर, आपका काम मैटर करता है, नाम से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। सो मैं आपको छोटी सी कहानी बताता हूँ ब्रांडिंग की, अगर आपको टाइम हो तो। जब मेरा चाय का ठेला था तो 6 महीने तक मेरी दुकान का नाम था मिस्टर बिल्लौरे। मेरा सरनेम है प्रफुल बिल्लौरे, पूरा नाम है, तो मेरे चाय के ठेले का नाम था मिस्टर बिल्लौरे, BILLORE। अब बिल्लौरे को बिलियनर बोलते थे लोग, बिल्लो रानी चाय वाला, बिलियनर चाय वाला, राइट। सो मेरे मजाक उड़ते थे, तो मैंने उसके आगे अहमदाबाद लगाया, तो मिस्टर बिल्लौरे ऑफ अहमदाबाद चाय वाला। सो मिस्टर का M, बिल्लौरे का B और अहमदाबाद का है, सो दैट्स हाउ इट कम, बिकॉज आई एम एन MBA ड्रॉप आउट, सो आई कैन नॉट यूज दैट नेम। सो अब आपको मैं कहानी बताता हूँ, जब तक मिस्टर बिल्लौरे नाम था, जब तक चाय का ठेला था, मेरा बिजनेस आप समझो 20 से 25 हजार रोड साइड पे मैं धंधा करता था रोज का। पर जैसे ही MBA चाय वाला नाम रखा तन्मय भाई, गुरमीत भाई, धंधा एकदम से डाउन। मतलब लोग मेरा हंसी मजाक उड़ाने लग गए, रैंडम लोग जो नहीं रुकते थे वो भी रुक के मेरा हंसी मजाक उड़ाने लग गए कि MBA करी ने चाय बेचे थे, ये MBA करके चाय बेच रहा है। तो मैं एक दिन डिप्रेस हो गया, चलती हुई दुकान पे मैं डिप्रेस हो गया। तो हमारे जतिन भाई अहमदाबाद में ई चाय करके एक स्टार्टअप बहुत अच्छा चलाते, तो उनसे मैं पूछा कि जतिन भाई यार सब अच्छा चल रहा था, अब ये नाम MBA चाय वाला दब से आया, लोग हंसने लग गए, तो अब मैं क्या करूं। तो बोले यार प्रफुल, एक बात बोलूं तो सुनेगा, एक ही बात बोलूंगा, दूसरी बात नहीं बोलूंगा। बोले अपने काम पे ध्यान दे, नाम पे ध्यान मत दे, जो भी है अब यही है, इसके आगे सोचे मत नाम के बारे में, तो तू काम करते रहा। सो आई डिड सो मेनी इवेंट, सो मेनी थिंग्स। अब बाद में पता चला कि लोग मुझसे ज्यादा मेरी चाय चाय से ज्यादा मुझ में भी इंटरेस्टेड थे। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है भाई, पर्सनल ब्रांडिंग भी हो रही है। तो आप बोलते हो ना कि इलॉन मस्क और जेफ बेजोस और ये पर्सनली क्यों फेमस है, आपको मैं बता दूं, ये जानबूझ के फेमस नहीं होना चाहते, मैं भी फेमस नहीं होना चाहता, ये तो जनता चाहती कि आप आगे आओ। क्योंकि आखिरी में क्या होता है, जब आप कोई बिजनेस चलाते हो, आप स्टार्टअप की बात करो, मुझे $1 बिलियन बिजनेस का नहीं पता क्योंकि अभी तक मैंने बनाया नहीं है, तो मुझे एक चीज पता है कि वॉट एवर यू डू, आपके पास, आप समझो कि आप कोई जंगल में और आपके पास सर्वाइवल के लिए आपके पास कुछ नहीं है, तो आप कैसा बियर गर्ल्स कुछ भी खा जाता है। तो मैंने सोचा कि भाई पर्सनल ब्रांडिंग हो रही है, पर्सनल ब्रांडिंग चलने दो, MBA चावले के नाम से चल रहा है, इसके नाम से चलने दो। तो आई एम टेलिंग यू हुएवर इज लिसनिंग हियर कि हर किसी को अपना एक सुपर पावर ढूंढना होता है। हो सकता है आपका टीम बिल्डिंग सुपर पावर हो सकता है आपका फाइनेंस सुपर पावर हो, और उसी को ऐसा अपना हथियार बना लो, उसको ऐसा अपना हथियार बना लो। आई एम टेलिंग यू गाइस, कल को अगर मेरा बिजनेस चलो फाइनेंशियली मैं सिक्योर नहीं कर पाया, तो मैंने आज जो कमाया ना, कि आज हर तीसरा हिंदुस्तानी MBA चावला और प्रफुल बिल्लौरे को जानता है। आप समझ रहे हो, कल को मेरी चाय की दुकान चली ना चली, मैं जरूर चल जाऊंगा। तो मैंने अपना सुपर पावर, वो कुणाल भाई शाह की भाषा में बोलूं, अपना वो गोल्डन पॉट ढूंढ लिया है। सो दैट्स व्हाट आई डू बिलीव। एंड एक और छोटी सी चीज ऐड करूंगा, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा लोग, अच्छे अच्छे लोग सुन रहे हैं और बहुत अच्छे अच्छे होस्ट भी है, स्पीकर्स हैं, कि आपकी गाड़ी कभी भी मतलब बदल सकती है ट्रैक। मतलब मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैंने 2-2.5 साल रोड पे चाय का ठेला चलाया और 1-1.5 साल से कोरोना है सर, पर फिर भी मैंने सोशल मीडिया बंद नहीं किया। मैंने कोरोना के टाइम पे भी ब्रांडिंग बंद नहीं करी, क्योंकि मुझे पता था कि सेजल चंडीगढ़ से उठ के मेरे यहाँ चाय पीने आए नहीं आए, पर सेजल मुझे जानती है। गुरमीत भाई दिल्ली से मेरे यहाँ चाय पीने अहमदाबाद आए कि नहीं, मेरे MP के आउटलेट्स में आएगी नहीं, पर मेरे को वो जानते हैं। सो वेदर यू मेक योर बिजनेस और नॉट, योर मार्केटिंग एंड सेल्स शुड ऑलवेज बी ऑन, क्योंकि ये आपको कब रिटर्न दे जाएगी आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा। आपको पता है, आज मेरी उम्र 24-25 के बीच में, आज इतना अगर नाम हो गया, तो 30-35 में जाके अगर मैं कुछ भी करूं, तो वो नाम का फायदा हो जाएगा। बट मेक श्योर कि यू मेक योर नेम। सो अगर आप जैसे क्षितिज भाई और गुरमीत भाई को मैं देखते हैं, फाइनेंस के वर्ल्ड में बाप है ये सबके, तो अब ये इसी में खेले। मैं मार्केटिंग और सेल्स का बाप हूं, तो मैं इसी में खेलूंगा। तो सबको मैं एक ही एडवाइस दूंगा कि अपना सुपर पावर ढूंढो और उसी सुपर पावर को सुपरेस्ट पावर बना दो, उसके अलावा किसी और को देखो ही मत। थैंक यू।
Yeah, thanks a lot, Praful bhai. Really amazing to know. Lots of people know you from the spaces, and you're just a wonderful speaker. The energy with which you tell about your journey and with which you have, in fact, carried on with your journey is really inspiring for everyone. Thanks for sharing your journey with us. And
Absolutely.
this also highlights again important how it is how a moat is created. Sejal, you want to say something? Then I'll go after
Arey,
you.
what I
Please.
wanted to say was I completely agree with Praful. And if you have a powerful personal brand, it'll help you get out of a lot of setbacks. It can like literally open doors for you that you never even knew existed, right? And Jo Praful keh rahe hain, I completely agree with him. So I just wanted to add one small subtle plug-in. This yesterday, or day before yesterday, I had recently released an interview with Praful on my YouTube channel. So please do check it out. But yeah, go ahead, Tanmay. And thank you so much for joining in today, Praful.
Thank you, Sejal. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Kal wants to add something. I'll just add a quick snippet before we have Kal, and then Sania is also with us. We'll have her as well. So we are talking about modes right now, and I think monopoly in various kind of sectors that are there is also a very big mode, which often we don't understand. So I'll have our panelists also tell about some of the monopoly companies that are there, which you probably love, or some kind of moat from some company or some story like that. If you want to add something, please go on. We'll have Kal first, if they wanted to add something on the prior point, and then Sanya, and then we'll have our other speakers share their point on it. Yeah.
I just have to say, Praful said it's very, very inspirational story, and so much to learn from your story, because you didn't give up during the pandemic. You kept your core skill of marketing, as I understood it, right? And you kept going, with that skill, and then that brand you've now built. How is somebody else going to compete with that brand? It's really, really hard in somebody's head to create some kind of unique, different brand that's going to directly compete with you. But at the same time, it feels like you're not afraid of competition, right? Because every time it comes at you, you just you just continue on your path. So I found that very, very inspirational. What a pleasure for all these young people in their careers to hear you. One of the things that I've done in another platform is the biggest MBA club there, where all these students would come on, or not students, but people would come and try and find out, do I do an MBA? Do I not do an MBA? Especially from India, but also from all the rest of the world. Where do I do my MBA? And you basically just school them all, right, about what an MBA is. It's actually a reality of how you pursue your journey and this is what I found really inspiring about this discussion we're having today, is that when you become a proper long-term investor, you automatically go on a journey of learning about that business, about the individual in that business. If people study you, Praful, they will understand more about an MBA than doing an MBA, right? So I found that very, very powerful. In terms of moats, I have to say, Tanmay, I'll give one example. I always think that Walmart has a good moat. Now, one of the things about Walmart and Best Buy too, Best Buy is still surviving. I remember back in my days when Circuit City in the US, which is a direct competitor, same model, same kind of big stores, selling consumer electronics. And in 2007, when we had the financial crisis, 2007, 2008, the core differential between Best Buy and Circuit City was Best Buy was more decentralized, not totally decentralized, more decentralized in their decision making. That's how we had built the culture. We let our store employees make decisions and without too much approval from the top in certain areas. That was one thing. And secondly, our respect for the frontline employee was 10 times higher than any other retail business at that time, other than Walmart maybe in the US. And so we were that, and that was the fundamental difference, right? In fact, the person running Circuit City left from Best Buy to become the CEO of Circuit City because he didn't like the way we were building the culture inside Best Buy about employees. So our moat was the culture that we had built. And so when the financial crisis came and 30% of all consumer electronics was gone, the sales are gone, right? Our store level employees were doing very innovative things at the store level without central marketing knowing anything, just doing the right thing for the customer, that they survived. And unfortunately, Circuit City went out of business with 500 stores, right? And so even though there's no patent, or there's no technology that Best Buy had that was different, it had a moat, and that moat was its culture, its brand. And I heard some of that in Praful as he builds his business, as he builds his brand. You can't remove that. It's really hard. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Carl. I think the culture you have talked about, many people would realize that with Apple as well. When Steve Jobs was there and his exit was there, how Apple had a decline at that time, and culture also plays an important part about it. So yeah, moving on. Sanya had requested. Hi, Sanya. Welcome to our space. You wanted to add a
Yes,
point?
yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Tanmay. Thank you so much, Sejal and Gurleen, for hosting this wonderful space. I am a novice to this domain of modes and IPOs, and it's been really, really exhilarating to know from people like you, and get my fundamentals correct. I'm really inspired to know more about these things. Thank you so much. I would like to extend special thanks to Praful sir and Kal sir for contributing to my knowledge. Although I've been a novice to this field of IPOs, and as I'm transitioning from my master's degree to a full-fledged career, I'm also thinking of investing. I'm also thinking of understanding the world of startups and monopolies. What I've learned so far, what Sejal was talking about, what Praful sir and Kal sir were also talking about, is the power of branding. How do we create branding architectures which we can connect with? So for instance, there are a lot of components that come into picture. So for instance, Tanmay sir was giving this example of Maggie, how we associate the image of a brand with that of its product. That's one very important tool of association that we use in psychology, something that we technically call conditioning. So that's one um, psychological trick, psychological aspect that people can use. Another thing, very important thing, is that understanding what innate biases exist in our minds as human beings, throughout our evolutionary journeys. What are these innate biases that we can utilize to make sure that people connect to our brand? So for instance, as human beings, we have this innate and have this constant urge to connect with people, which has been heightened all the way more during COVID, when we have been quarantined apart from one another. So the power of storytelling, which has always been very rampant, which has always been very successful, and I think on our space, Praful sir is a great example of how storytelling can really, how having a powerful narrative can actually help your brand. That's a brilliant example of how the need to be inspired by narrative can come to rescue, or can actually, so for instance, for Praful sir, even though he said that his sales were not going up, the power of his story was what actually intrigued even brands like McDonald's, or even Starbucks. So always make sure that whenever you are building your brand architecture, storytelling has got to be a very, very, very important component. There's this book recommendation that I'd like to give to you all. This book called Hardwired for Story. I'm missing out on the name of the author, but the title of the book is Hardwired for Story, and they talk about why we are so biologically programmed that we crave for stories, because stories allow us to learn from other people's experiences without having to deal with the hardships that the person has dealt with. Now, Praful sir and every other founder on this space must have suffered so many disadvantages, so many setbacks, but story gives us a very cocooned way of learning from other people's experiences. We get inspired, so the multifaceted purpose of a story goes a long way. And the second thing that I'd like to add, and then I'll end my this contribution over here for now because of the time limitations, of course, is to be able to create a certain sense of authority. What is we always like to be with people who have this great sense of status. So let's say, why do we really like to why do we get all blushy, and why do we want to get clicked with these famous superstars, famous cricketers? Because they have a sense of authority, they have a sense of status. And we all feel, again, evolutionarily, we have been programmed to be with people who have a high sense of authority, status, because it depicts that you will be better protected with people of because they have more resources, and so on and so forth. So please always make sure that no matter what, the authority component, and that can, that generally comes from the fact, that generally comes from this feeling of fearlessness, the feeling of ferociousness when you are jumping onto, or when you have to continue your business in the long run. So always try to maintain that authority. By that, I don't mean that don't connect with your audience. Please engage with your audience. Please cater to their needs. But have this purpose in mind, that you have to be an authoritative, not authoritarian. an authority. There's a difference. Authoritarian is a more draconian way of doing things, but have an authority, have a voice, and be a compelling storyteller. So thank you so much, and I hope to learn more from this space. Thank you so much, everyone, for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sanya, for joining in and sharing your insights. And really loved those how you connected
I
those with
guess. Or it's
human
only for me.
psychology. And hey, Sejal, your network is very glitchy, yaar. It is having the fluctuations of a share market right now. Please. So since Sanya had put up this concept of stories, I would really love to hear some business stories of the stories of stocks that you understand so well, the business models. If anyone would want to share where we can understand the mode, Gurmeet bhai or FI, Kshitiz bhai, Kal and Aditya, some kind of story of a stock so that people can relate to it. Like I remember some stories of Bajaj Finance, how it had a decline and then it had a phenomenal run as a fintech company. When it had a decline, then people were saying that it will probably die off. Even at the COVID lows, it was somewhere around 1700. And as Gurmeet bhai also told about Asian Paints को भी एक point था जहाँ पे मतलब it has been a company that has been compounding, it has been doubling every 3 years. You should not have even if you had done nothing, you would have invested in Asian Paints, you would have doubled your money every 3 years. It was so easy. So business models, I just wanted this point of discussing the business model so that people can understand how to identify a moat. क्योंकि स्टॉक तो अपन को दिख जाता है, बट उसके पीछे का जो बिजनेस मॉडल है, कैसे दे आर मेंटेनिंग द कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ क्राइसिस. Like there was COVID and lots of business vanished from out of the scene and those kind of things. So please, Gurmeet bhai, FI bhai and others, please.
Sure. So, I'll give you a couple of examples and I'll ask FI and Kshitiz to add. One company which initially did not do well was India Energy Exchange. It's an old company, okay? And in India, the problem is that 90% of the power purchase agreements, are through PPAs. PPAs are signed with the particular supplier for long term, and so that's where how the old way of the power generation is done, power supply is done. What IEX now intends to do is that, despite the run up, despite the news around it, for viewers, it is basically uh, a trading platform. For the way you buy stocks, commodities, IEX is a place where you can trade power. You can trade energy certificates, you can trade renewable certificates, etc. So it's basically a marketplace, and there are various kind of contracts which can be traded on it. There is a real time market, there is a dam which market, there is a different duration contracts which you can buy electricity. Recently, you guys would have seen that there was a coal shortage, power prices have shot up, so a lot of surplus companies came. Companies like power and steel companies which had surplus power, they came to the exchange, they sold, and they were willing consumers because there was coal shortage to buy. So this has come across as a go-to place, and government. If you get time, read the electricity and mining bill. I think which RJ spoke about being the biggest reform in the country. It talks about how they want to move, allow energy to be traded like other commodities eventually and move from the PPA. Currently, it has only 4% market share despite the run up. Europe, etc. If you see any power exchanges, they have 40-50% market share. So there's a long way to go and very asset light business. 100 crore का turnover है, 80-85 crore का EBITDA है, because it's basically a technology play within energy. So very exciting business. I was lucky to get into this early. Another example which I will give you, which is of is CAMS, and CDSL. Nobody thought pre-COVID that the way people will COVID would be a trigger for space discussion of 2 hours discussing modes and etc. Right? Look at the number of youngsters on this call. Sejal, Gurleen, Tanmay, everyone. Right? Praful told he's 24, 25, and look at what we are discussing. This is what COVID has done. We have added 100 crore demat accounts in last 4 months. So 1 crore, sorry, not 100 crore. So it's 6 crore demat accounts. CDSL has 4.6 crores. Uh, Great moat, right? It's the only listed depository, so you can't buy NSDL. Obviously, there are some NSDL stocks in the unlisted, and we continue to add 15-20 lakhs of demat accounts every month. Just to give you an idea, guys, LIC has 31 crore demat accounts, unique customers. So CDSL with 6 crore demat, there is a long way to go. Again, obviously expensive, and I would like to give a disclaimer that this is not a stock recommendation. Also, the good part about CDSL is the business model. So one is the transaction volume. So more you trade, more the IPOs come, more the demat accounts get opened, more the shares you pledge. There is a transaction revenue, and then there is annuity revenue. So all of us would pay a certain minimum charge of a demat account for the year, right? 500 rupees, 1000 rupees. Now multiply this with 5 crore demat accounts. Let's say average you are paying 500 rupees as an annual charge for demat. The company makes 2500 crores, right? So that's an annuity sticky income, which is almost a third of the income. One last example of a company which initially did not do well. In fact, I can go on and on, but since space is a constraint, time is a constraint. Page Industries in 2000, when the IPO came, it listed at a discount. Punjabi mein, I remember a client saying, "Yaar, Gurmeet, 500 rupees da kacha banan kaun lega? Why would people buy undergarments for paying 500,000 bucks?" The guy had a they actually thought that this is something which is a very private affair, and this is something, if somebody was to target the comfort and brand, this could really become big. So the woman innerwear market in India is about $4 billion. The men innerwear market is only $2 billion, and Page, despite this huge run up, just has single digit market share. They are getting into kids wear, we are getting into athleisure stuff. You see there's a wardrobe has changed. The athletic wardrobe is something which is becoming very happening even in our day-to-day movements. And look at the way the company has transformed, right? What a great multi-bagger story it has been. So a lot of times, the business, as Praful was saying, business could be as simple as making undergarments or making adhesives or making paints, boring. But every year after year, you keep doing that boring business in a focused way, keep adding value, and look at the kind of value creation you do over long run.
एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट गुरमीत भाई आई एग्री विथ योर लास्ट कपल ऑफ लाइंस एंड इसके ऊपर मैं बहुत सारी बातें करता हूँ बट आई विल टेल अनदर तन्मय का ट्विटर स्पेस करिएगा नेक्स्ट टाइम बहुत मजा आने वाला
प्रफुल भाई, एक अपन बिल्कुल will plan it. I will have a separate space on helping the young entrepreneurs build some business and how to go about it. And Gurmeet has highlighted some important points. You understood? Like he told that he has highlighted that for young people who are starting to buy stocks, this is how you understand the business. He didn't talk about the stock price of IEX at any point. He just told about how it operates. If I tell you, like someone recently asked me about Laurus Labs, right? That was a non-technical person. He said, "Why Laurus Lab has fallen down 50%? Should I buy a Laurus Lab?" So I was like, "Do you understand the business? What it does?" It was like a pharma company, itna pata hai, but does it help? And then I said, "Ki, do you know that Laurus Lab is a leading manufacturer for antiretroviral drug?" And he was like, "What is antiretroviral drug?" So those kind of things, and oncological medicine. So anything which you understand, buy that only. You're not going to venture in something. If you understand paints, if you understand food, buy those kind of stocks. Why do you want to venture in, say, a cement industry or say a steel industry which you have no clue about what is a cyclical stock or a sugar or something like that? So this is the basic point, and we are highlighting some business models for you because it is easy to understand business models once you start reading about it, and then only you are going to invest in it. And this is called as investing, value investing. This is the entire core about it, identifying the mode. Because if you just go on with the price action and those, that's trading. And please don't become a like, you don't call yourself an investor if you are doing a mix of trading and investing. You will end up being nowhere. If you choose a particular path, that would be really helpful for you. So those examples of Page Industries, IEX, CDSL, camps, those who have been in the market would understand how big performers they have been. And if someone had identified them very early, they would have made lots of money from that. So thanks, Gurmeet bhai. And we have Khushbu who has raised the hand, and then Monica, and then we can have FI also and Aditya also. Yeah, please.
Yep. Thank you so much. Hi, Tanmay. Hi, Sejal. My question is this, that I recently read somewhere about the circle of competence, and it says that the people who make the most in the stock market or investment market are the people who understand that particular domain, as Dr. Tanmay just mentioned. So, my question is that these days there are so many IPOs coming up, and because it is so hyped, a lot of people who don't understand that space, they're tempted to invest and they might end up lose money. So, what is your advice for those people who don't understand the space completely and they also want to invest? So, what is the bare minimum thing that they should know?
So if it is allowed, I can I take this question, if others allow. Like, being a host, I should not like push it, but I just wanted to give an analogy. So the thing is, I also love to operate on a lot of things. There are lots of complicated surgeries where there is multiple reconstruction, which may need like 10 years of experience, 15 years of experience. I'll just give an example. Like, there we have those kind of babies wherein it's 1 day old baby where the food pipe is not made, right? And the chest is almost like a matchbox, and we often have to, there are surgeons in my, who are my seniors, who do it using a thoracoscope, like a small camera, and pinpoint openings will be there, and they will repair that in a 1 day old. Just imagine, right? Doing a surgery, it's like a making some watch or some kind of thing like that. It has to be so precise. But I am ambitious, I want to do that. But if I do that, will that be good to the patient, or will that be good to myself in a long term? Probably no. So it is like, you have to learn over a period of time. Oh, it's okay to be ambitious, it's okay to apply in some things that you don't understand, but it is with a due process that you learn. So I'll probably do a kind of cases that are simple at my level, or will probably do it under supervision. So getting my point, like, if you don't understand a business, don't invest in it. What's the harm? The first rule that we have kept in our journey of investing is, don't lose your capital. And if you're losing our capital doing anything frenzy, then it's a loss for ourselves. If any of the panelists want to add to that, please. Yeah.
Can I just add something, Tanmay?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so this is for Khushbu, right? The question is it's a very good question, because a lot of people face this, right, in today's social media world. No, see, one thing which everybody can do, right? If at all, I'm assuming that we are talking of investing and not just for listing gains, right? If it's for listing gains, then it's pretty clear. You just go for it, and if you make money, you make money. Otherwise, you lose money, right? I mean, there are just two options there. But if at all we are getting in to actually own the business, right, for the next 5 years, 10 years, right? So first thing is, like Khushbu, you spoke about circle of competence, right? See, I'll tell you one thing. I think I've owned so many businesses over so many years of my investing, right? One thing I realized is I can't understand a business completely within like 20 hours or maybe even a month, right? Sometimes it has taken me like, uh, 5 years of ownership to actually completely understand how that particular company actually operates in that sector with the competition and so many other things, right? So if at all we are investing in a particular company, what I would say is, Khushbu, let's take a simple example, right? I mean, I think Paytm is a great example because it has been totally screwed over all across. So it's a very safe example, right, to take. So Paytm is something where it's portrayed as a very bad company, right? I mean, generally I'm saying all across, because it probably listed at a discount. That's the only mistake, probably, right? And some other company listed at a higher. Okay, so I have no vested interest in Paytm, but let's say that we all use Paytm, let's say, okay, and we want to invest in it. Now I don't know anything about it. I just know that it is in my mobile phone. I'm going to use it, right? So there is no harm in taking like a small ownership. Let's say you buy one share, okay, that's it, okay, and and then there's a resolution. Okay, now I own this. I'm going to own this for the next 10 years. I hope that it's going to touch probably 100 times more customers in the next 10 years, right? So let me try to understand it. I think the problem here is trying to understand it very quickly. We feel that everybody in the market understands it. That's not true. Really, it's not true. Okay, so it is okay to take our own time, understand it over a long period of time. See, when we start a job, doesn't it take so much time for us to actually get efficient in that job? If you're a doctor, it takes so many years, right? If you're a Praful would have worked for so long to probably be where he is today, right? Now, all of us, right? Uh, So why do we feel that okay, in investing we can suddenly become magicians, right? That is the fundamental problem. Okay, so the moment we look at it as an owner, right, then I think let it take its own time. We'll keep understanding, keep reading articles, keep understanding how they're progressing, and let it take its own time. And the longer the view, the more we can understand, the more we can own, and hopefully the more we can create wealth over a long period of time. So that's my take on your question, Khushbu. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Monica and Aditya have raised a hand. Monica, you go first, and then Aditya. Sorry for keeping you guys holding for a long time, because since we are having some amazing insights, it gets very difficult to get off from a simple point. But I think those discussions that we are having is of high value even for the common people, because those are the questions we have. Like even we also feel that FOMO, or that feeling that okay, everyone is making money out of this. This is and why should I be left out from this party that is going on, right? So a very relevant question, Khushbu. Thanks for that. Monica, you want to add something, and then we have Aditya. Yeah, please.
So I have a question for Khushbu. Is it just FOMO, which is the reason why she wants to invest, or is there any other fundamental reason where she believes she needs to invest in the stock market?
So definitely both. FOMO is definitely inevitable. Like on Twitter, we always see like a lot of people just talking about it. So that definitely creeps in. But apart from it, I'm also interested in investing from a personal standpoint, and I want to start. And when I see so much conversation around it, it becomes a very critical point. Like I just get confused a lot, and then mostly because of FOMO, I just give in.
So, Khushbu, this is the same mistake that we made during the real estate boom. All of us have made the mistake. I'm sure you guys are young enough to not make the mistake. But the reason is FOMO, and that is why we are seeing this entire bust in the realty estate right now, where I don't think it's going to matter for the another 10 years. So, a lot of us will be retiring very, very poor, thanks to very bad decisions and judgments made. The same goes for the stock market. I was actually talking about this and defending Paytm, so I'm going to still continue to do that. But one thing is that by providing such ease of use interfaces, and of course making it so easy in simply 2 clicks, and not to even mention CDSL and of course the RBI for providing eKYC, what we have created is a whole class of investors who unfortunately are clueless. And this goes for me as well. So I'm not trying to blame or paint others in a bad light. I'm also saying that for myself and a lot like me, who probably don't understand financials very well associated with how do you evaluate stocks. I'm sure that if for every one Gurmeet who is putting out real information on Twitter, there are hundreds of others who actually get the same images from Telegram groups and paste it. And then we think that everybody is making money and everybody will be like a Gurmeet who owns TCS and Infosys and is making money in dividends and is a financial investor. But I don't think, I'm sure he can probably speak to this a lot better. But how many such people will actually exist? So when we read all this, probably we need to think about what you're really reading and who are you reading it about. That's number one. And number two, if you don't understand the stock market, nobody is forcing you to invest. But if you make investment decisions where adding a few clicks is all that it takes, then it brings me to one important question that Neer Ayal has actually written about in his book, and he also keeps bringing up, which is about being ethical, especially in product management associated with creating financial products. Because if you make things so easy where the customer doesn't even think, then they buy into bad products, and then eventually they either blame their financial fate or leave the financial industry altogether, which is even more dangerous because we need more Indians to invest in the stock market. This is for all of our benefit, which means that if they invest, we'll become rich, they'll also become rich. But nobody else seems to understand this. And the reason I'm saying this is, as an industry, I think, just like the government is going very heavy on crypto right now, I hope we don't reach a stage where people start, blaming the SEBI and many private companies for their wealth loss opportunity rather than wealth creation, which will lead to another set of regulations, which is really what is worrying me right now. So, Khushbu, please be very cognizant of the fact that if you don't know how to read the stock market as well as others, then you don't need to. But what you can do is at least stay invested in low risk instruments. And by the way, Sejal and Dr. Tanmay, and I think there were a couple of others who had covered this in a lot of detail earlier, if I'm not mistaken. I think, Sejal, you must be having this on YouTube, no?
It was not uploaded by us. It was uploaded by some recording space.
So
So they have uploaded session on mutual funds.
so
Yeah.
basically what
Yes,
happened was
exactly. That would be so
it
beneficial.
was it was my and Tanmay's space that was recorded by someone else and added on someone else's YouTube. So what I and Tanmay will be doing is finding a way so we can properly share the recording with everyone who's associated in a proper way. So it's like done in an order. So we're going to come up with that. So more and more people can benefit from it. Right. So let's continue with the session for the time being. Dr. Tanmay, is there anything else
Sejal,
we
we'll have some quick points because Aditya has raised a hand and he's been
Oh yeah.
waiting for a long time.
What's
So
a
I'll have a
huh?
quick point from him. So, thank you for being patient, Aditya. Sorry, and we'll have some quick points now because we'll like to give some crisp and quick points for people so that based on the story format only, so that they understand how to evaluate a moat of a company and how to understand that is if I buy this company, I can be, like if I understand the business, then probably I will see what are the earning prospects for this company over a span of 10 years or say 20 years. And that will give me the conviction to hold the company for a 5 or a 10 year period. Because what happens is when most of us buy a stock, being a new person into this investing journey, as soon as we buy, how many of you had experience like this? As soon as you buy your stock, the stock price falls down. Please show me with the emoji if that has happened with you. You buy a stock and that stock price falls, so then you get demotivated. But if you understand the business model of that company, you understand what the company is doing, you'll actually feel that okay, the company has gone for a sale now, so you will want to buy more and more, more of those stocks into your portfolio rather than panic out. This is what happened with lots of people who made a merry in COVID because those valuations got so darn cheap. Probably it was once in a decade opportunity which we would never have got such kind of valuations to buy. So yeah, Aditya, you go next, and then we'll have other speakers here.
Yep. Finally, a lot of points that I wanted to say earlier now have kind of lost their time relevance. But I'll make it quick and short around business modes. So I'll give a very personal, of course, story that I witnessed. I've been fortunate enough to witness. So making it, of course, very quick and clear. The year was somewhere around 2017. I was still in college back then. I started investments very early as well. I was investing in startups and I was 17 years old. So there was this company that I came across which was selling eyewear glasses, right? And I realized that eyewear glasses is such a fragmented market in India. You have Titan Eye Plus, you have Clear Visions, and then of course you have Lenskart, which was picking up as well. So when I was hosting this investor forum in Noida, all the investors kind of denied giving any funds to that company that day. The question was business model is still not clear, storyline is still not clear. Why? How can you beat Lenskart and all that? Still not clear, right? But I saw something in that founder while hosting that event, and I thought that this could become a great story if kind of mentored on and nurtured on. So I sat with that founder post the pitching event, and we kind of met continuously for about a month or so. Had multiple meetings, and I changed around their entire storyline and the entire business model. Now, the business model that we were chasing were very, very clear, right? What we were saying that eyewear glasses is a fragmented market in India, but the population is so large as such that not all the big players can cover all the population that is out there. The second point is all the eyewear glass manufacturers are mostly located in metros, tier ones, tier twos. But what about sub tier threes, tier fours, tier fives, right? These people also need eyewear glasses, right? It's not that it's a luxury, it's a necessity. And second thing is, most of the high-end distributors, your Lenskart and others, were mostly delivering eyeglasses way back then in somewhere around 3 to 7 days of timeline, right? And for people who wear specs, know that if you get an eyewear glass in 7 days, you can't survive even 1 minute. Forget about surviving 7 days, right? So we ran with that story. Again, I was still in college, so I was bunking classes to, of course, shape this entire company up. I was completely a master back then. So when we sort of refigured the story, we went to investors, went to almost all angel investors who were out there back in 2000, of course, 17. Post 6 months, we got the funding, raised less than 100K, less than 70 lakhs for that company. But then that company used that funds, opened up its stores in villages, in rural areas, in tier 3, tier 4 towns. Is a company which, of course, now has scaled to almost over 100 plus stores in and around India. A company, of course, which has more than about a couple of $1 million in top line revenue, and a company, of course, which is working massively on impact. That company now today is called cleardekho.com, in which we were the first investors. That company till date has raised in excess of $7 million itself. The latest funding round was kind of led by Ritesh Agarwal, founder of Oyo Rooms. And I've been fortunate enough, of course, not just as an investor, that was my first investment. And I made good almost 3 times my capital over it. And of course, the struggle was real because I was still young back then, and no one would trust an investment manager to invest in startups at the age of 19. But I think what that story told me, specifically from a moat perspective and a business model perspective, is that the storyline, of course, should be clear on how you are bringing in a different narrative. Second, and the most important thing that I want to bring this to everyone's attention is story is a very good moat. But if you don't work around that story, any story can be forgotten too soon as well, right? Your story has to evolve with the company. Your story has to evolve with the product or service that you're offering, because story is just a ploy that you can use maybe to lure investors a couple of times. But then after that, rationality kicks in, and the story and the emotion and the sentiments goes for a toss. With Clear Dekho, we were very clear that we'll of course not touch the markets of Lenskart, Titan Eyewear, and iPluses and the others. But the emotional sentiment was clear that what we are doing is we are bringing the eyewear glasses cost from $1,400 to somewhere around $700, while maintaining that same quality and working towards impact, working towards empowering almost a billion eyes that we see around us, because we want everyone who needs an eyeglass should get an eyeglass, because that's a necessity. So sometimes your moat is so simple. In a fragmented market it could work. And I've been fortunate enough, of course, that I took that as my first investment, and that has kind of shaped up my investment career in terms of that as well. Now almost invested in 50 plus companies in the last 2 years. So yes, the point being is that pick up simple stories, pick up founders who are maybe very light-hearted, good to work with. Stocks are defined by companies, and companies are defined by people. Invest in the right people, invest in the right stories, but don't just pick a story which does not evolve with time, because that may put a stock out of market too fast, too soon. That's it. I'm done.
Right. And thank you so much for adding that. And like whenever I talk to Aditya, one thing he always reminds me is think of every day as day zero. And you know what he said? Your story can work for a certain amount of time, but uske baad you need to show results. Otherwise, you'll be forgotten. There'll be a lot of people there to take your place. So understanding what he said, and like you spoke really well, Adi. So now, as we're going ahead with the session, I just wanted to share with all my listeners that we hit 1.4 thousand listeners, 1400 listeners for today's space. And I just wanted to say thank you to all my speakers and all my listeners for being there patiently. We started this space at 8 p.m. And if I'm not wrong, abhi hame 3 hours 15 minutes ho chuke hain. And I just wanted to say thank you to all these beautiful and lovely people out there, and everyone who's been there with our mission, me and Tanmay, with our mission to spread more financial literacy and help people become more financial literate. And I just probably wanted to do, जैसे अब हम टीवी देखते हैं, कभी कभी उसमें एडवर्टाइजमेंट आ जाता है, थोड़ा सा एडवर्टाइजमेंट. तो अगर आपको आज की स्पेस अच्छी लगी, एक स्क्रीनशॉट खींचे स्पीकर्स को टाइम. प्रफुल, या थैंक यू.
ट्विटर
आप कुछ
शुड
बोलना
ट्विटर शुड लाना चाहिए एडवर्टीजमेंट वाला, कि स्पेस के बीच में जैसे स्पॉटिफाई नहीं लाता है 15-20 सेकंड के, कि चलो. तो फिर अब सुनो ना, उसके बाद सीन कैसा होगा कि उसके बाद जो स्पीकर है ना, उसको वो फंड मिलेगा जैसे यूट्यूब देता है. तो स्पॉटिफाई का स्ट्रेटेजी, यूट्यूब का रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम, और फिर हम लोग बस बड़ा क्रिएटर बन जाएंगे आगे जाके.
अरे वैसे बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है.
I'm ready to fund Sejal. अगर कोई अच्छा है, we can definitely bring in.
Let's do this. अरे बस
I'm
let's
ready to fund.
after this space let's connect on a call and see what we can do about it. Let's do that. तो अब मैं अपनी एडवर्टाइजमेंट कंटिन्यू कर रही हूँ. अगर आपको स्पेस अच्छी लगी, एक स्क्रीनशॉट खींचे, स्पीकर्स को टैग करें, को-होस्ट को टैग करें, ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग इस स्पेस का लाभ उठा सके एंड हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी स्प्रेड कर सके. साथ ही साथ आई वांटेड माय लिसनर्स टू नो, लाइक you've been so patient. So after some time, I think probably in a few minutes, after some time, once we're done with all the speakers sharing their views, we'll be adding a few listeners to probably ask their questions and share their views. So stay hanging there. And Dr. Tanmay, do you want to add something? आप भी co-host कर रहे हो. Feel free to add.
Oh, thanks for that. It's a
Okay.
privilege, Yeah. So, yeah, it's been a great space going on, and I'll just say that keep your questions limited, so that we can have a very specific discussion. No stock specific discussion, please. We have lots of esteemed panelists here who would love to answer your queries, but since we have more than 1,000 plus people joining in, let everyone benefit out of it, because a single stock query will just be beneficial to you. So yeah, moving on, we have Sachin also. Hi Sachin, you want to add something? You have been listening to us for a long time. I hope you're enjoying this, and then we can have 1 point each. After Sachin goes, we'll have 1 point each from our speakers for any stock that they like, probably a monopoly or something like that, so that
Tanmay,
our people can, yeah.
just 1 minute. I think Sachin का mic on है तो background noise आ रही है. So Sachin, just done, then we'll have you as a speaker. Just 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead, Tanmay. वो थोड़ा background noise आ रहा था. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So we'll have a kind of rapid fire round or something like that, where we'll have some monopolies, because since we just highlighted right now that there are good monopolies out there, and there are some good companies which we can just share like in very short, like if we can help people understand again this mode concept. And there are beautiful companies which you just love to listen. I am a big fan of Gurmeet bhai also, because he describes those business models in such a easy manner that you will just keep on listening. Yeah, the business model is so easy. Why did I not understand it early? So it's always fun to know those kind of business models. And yeah, please Sachin, go for it, and then we'll have a panelist speaking. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My apologies for the previous background noise. So I've been listening, and so just to introduce my age, I'm in my mid 40s. So one of the questions that I've been asking uh, quite a few people is mid 40s too late to start? One. Two, if we start at this age, and I see that a lot of people are young people out here, but there are a few people who look to be my age, at least by the profile photos. Perhaps all of us could benefit from the wisdom that the panelists have here on if we have to start at this age, what to do, what are the things that we should look for, what are the pitfalls, and since we also have other responsibilities, children, their education, etc., etc. There are other considerations also. So, given all of this, what is the advice that the panelists would give to someone like me?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for your question, Sachin. Anyone wants to take that question? Sejal, you have raised your hand.
Yeah, I obviously can't really tell how a 40-year-old should go because I'm not a 40-year-old, and I think others would be a better person to say that. But I'll say one thing, better late than never. That's what I'll say. Right? Like you didn't start in your 20s or 30s, that's perfectly fine. But अगर आप 40s में तो 40s में start कर लो. मतलब it's better to start late than never. That's all I wanted to say. बाकी I think जितने भी panelists हैं वो ज़्यादा better मुझसे वो 40s वाली investing समझा पाएंगे. That's just something I wanted to say.
FI sir, you want to take this question?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Sachin ji, namaste. Good evening, late good evening to you. See,
Thank
thing
you.
is right. Yeah, I think 40 is an amazing time to start. Yeah, actually, because 40 is a great time because hopefully you're well settled in your job. The learning curve has transformed into a mentoring curve. I'm just looking at it from a very broad perspective, right? There's a good amount of income coming in, so I think the focus should be that, okay, for the next 10 years, how do I ensure that I put a big good part of my salary into some compounding instrument which probably is growing at 15-20%. I'm not talking about investment, but at least that company earnings is growing at that rate, right? 15-20% every single year. I think if we can focus on that, I mean, if a person in mid 40s or early 40s can focus on that, then I think the next 10 years can be very fruitful, because what happens is, right, everybody feels, oh my God, I should have started at 20, 21, 22. That's also a narrative, right, generally. But I believe that even if you started in 40s, the salary is higher, probably the in the job you're in a much better position, to command certain things, to kind of buy time and things like that. So it's never late to start, and I think you can put more money to work, and that's a huge advantage which nobody can take away from you, Sachin. That's my take.
Thank
Sachinji,
you so
Gurleen
much.
here. I'm in my 40s. I can tell you that agree with FI. I mean, there is no age to start. I'll give you a basic number. If you're getting very confused, start an index SIP. Let's say your retirement is 12-15 years from now. I'm just giving you a basic number. If you do 1 lakh a month, let's say, okay, and you step it up by 10% every year, which means that you're doing 1 lakh a month. Next year you do 110, and third year you do 121, right? You'll be with 9 crores by the time you retire. So simple index investing, there's too much emphasis on economic mode, picking great businesses. India itself is the greatest multi-bagger. This decade, according to me, would be the best ever we would see in our lifetime. We are at an inflection point, and unless we do a self goal, which we are capable of, we are headed, very good. So start with index investing, pick up some good businesses, learn from experience of what great investors are doing these days. There's so much information. People are disclosing their portfolios on a monthly, quarterly basis, and do a combination. This I find this entire thrust on picking multi-baggers very overrated. If you have a great process, 90% of the things will be taken care of.
सचिन भाई, आई कैन एडवाइज यू, मतलब थोड़ा बहुत बता सकता हूँ. if Tanmay, if you allow me, I have something for Sachin भाई.
Yeah,
तो
sure, Praful bhai, please
इट
go.
डजेंट मैटर, बिकॉज देखो क्या होता है ना, आपको भाई फिर से सुपर पावर आपका फिगर आउट करना पड़ेगा. इफ यू आर एट द एज ऑफ 40, यू मस्ट हैव अर्न द नेटवर्क और द मनी. और मानो चलो ज्यादा पैसा कमाया भी नहीं है, चलो समझो कि इन्फ्लेशन है, जो भी आपका दिक्कत है, आपको ना अब आपका एक सुपर पावर देखना पड़ेगा जो आपके नेट. मैं बिजनेस पर्सपेक्टिव से बात कर रहा हूँ, इन्वेस्टमेंट का अपना अपना होता है, डिपेंड्स कि अपने क्योंकि मुझे सबसे पहली चीज तो ये भी समझानी पड़ेगी इन्वेस्टमेंट पर्सपेक्टिव की इंडिया में, कि पहले आपको कमाना पड़ेगा. सिर्फ आप इन्वेस्टमेंट से पैसे वाले नहीं बन सकते, उसके पहले आपको कमाना पड़ेगा. ये कमाने की कोई बात नहीं करता, डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट पे लोग आ जाते हैं, राइट. सो अगर आपने यहाँ पे नेटवर्क कमाया है, आप मानो समझो कुछ सोसाइटी में हो, आजकल चीजें बहुत खुल गई इंटरनेट के आने के बाद. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आपके पास एक बंगाली डॉक्टर होता था पहले के जमाने में, आपके जमाने में समझो, तो वो अकेला डॉक्टर हर चीज का इलाज कर देता था, हर चीज का, नाक का, कान का, बाल का, सबका. अब आपको पता है हर राइट कान का अलग हो गया है, लेफ्ट कान का अलग आ गया. आजकल सुपर स्पेशलिस्ट का काम चलने लगा है. आप समझो, पहले एक रेस्टोरेंट होता था, उसमें सारे 150 तरीके का आइटम का खाना मिल जाता था. आज उन्हीं 150 की एक एक इंडिविजुअल ब्रांड है, चाय में MBA, चावला, बर्गर में फलाना, इसमें तो अगर आपको आज भी फिगर आउट करना है, तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ 2-3 चीजें. आप सिंपलेस्ट चीजों को, जिसमें झंझट हो रही है आज की तारीख में, छोटी छोटी चीजों में, आप जिस भी एरिया में होते हैं, जिस भी चीज में झंझट हो रही है, या जो भी चीज का प्रोसेस वाला सिस्टम नहीं बना हो, जैसे मैंने MBA चायवाला में और चायोज ने, चायपोट ने चाय में एक निकाल के लाया, तो वो आप फिगर आउट कर सकते हो और आपके नेटवर्क का फायदा आप उठा सकते हो और सबसे छोटा चालू कर सकते हो. तो मैं क्या बोलता हूँ मेरी भाषा में, ड्रीम बिग, स्टार्ट स्मॉल, एक्ट नाउ. बहुत बड़ा सोचो, छोटा चालू करो और अभी हाल चालू करो. अगर आप अभी एडवाइस ले रहे हो कि भाई मुझे धंधा करना है, तो जहां तक मैं आपका देख पा रहा हूँ कि आप एग्जीक्यूटिव रेड FM वगैरह में थे, रेडियो में थे, तो आपको बोलना चालना अच्छा आता होगा. तो मैं आपको सबसे पहली एडवाइस दूंगा कि आप यूट्यूब चैनल चालू करो या इंस्टाग्राम रील चालू करो. सर, मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, इंटरनेट आने के बाद से हर वो चीज जो आपको आपके सामने नजर के दिख रही है, जो चीज आप दिन भर यूज करते हैं, जो चीज आपको दिन भर लगता है कि हाँ ये जो चीज आप छू रहे हो या पकड़ रहे हो, वो प्रोडक्ट बन सकती है और उसका स्मॉलेस्ट वे में भी आप धंधा चालू कर सकते हो. मुझे ये समझ नहीं आता है कि हर किसी को टेक्नोलॉजी की कंपनी चालू करनी है, हर किसी को एडटेक में जाना है, हर किसी को फिनटेक में जाना है, हर किसी को इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है. यहाँ पे बहुत सारे ऐसे हिडन ट्रेजर धंधे हैं हिंदुस्तान में, जिसको आप स्केलेबल कर सकते हो. और वो हर चीज, जो चीज आप खरीदते हो, देखते हो, बिकती है रोड पे, उसको आप स्केलेबल कर सकते हो. क्योंकि मैं आपको बता दूं, आज की तारीख में जो नए बिजनेसेस फंडिंग उठा भी रहे हैं, जो A राउंड, B राउंड, C राउंड उठा भी रहे हैं, उसमें से सिर्फ 10% वो होंगे जो फ्यूचर की बातें कर रहे हैं. आई एम टेलिंग यू, रेस्ट ऑफ द 90-95% businesses are making funnel only. आप समझ रहे हो, कोई भी चीज जिसमें झंझटें थी, प्रोसेस थी, जिसमें टाइम इन्वेस्टिंग था, जहाँ पे बिचौलिए थे, जहाँ पे एजेंट थे, उसको सबको हटा के डायरेक्ट हो रहा है, क्योंकि किसी के पास टाइम नहीं है, किसी के पास किसी को झंझट नहीं चाहिए, सबको डायरेक्ट चाहिए, किसी को खाने खाने बाहर नहीं जाना, उनको घर आना है। तो 90-95% बिजनेसेस वही हो रहे हैं जो पुराने थे, बस उनको नए कपड़ों में डाल के प्रोसेस और सिस्टम के साथ लाया जा रहा है। अगर वो भी आप कर सकते हो तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। एंड आई एम टेलिंग यू, एट द एज ऑफ दिस, पीपल आर नाउ इन्वेस्टर आर देयर। आदित्य बहुत अच्छा कम एज में इन्वेस्टर है। आई एम टेलिंग यू, पीपल आर गोइंग टू इन्वेस्ट इन योर कंपनी, पीपल आर गोइंग टू सपोर्ट यू इन एनी हाउ, बिकॉज आज की तारीख में अगर आप एम्प्लॉय भी हैं, अगर आप किसी के यहाँ नौकरी भी कर रहे हैं, तो आप में ऑन्टरप्रिनल स्किल है, तो उसका फायदा उठा सकते हो। तो ये मेरी छोटी सी है। और एज तो इज जस्ट अ नंबर। अगर केएफसी, केंटुकी फ्राइड चिकन हमारे दादा हार्ले सैंडर्स 65 की उम्र में चालू कर सकते हैं, तो कुछ भी कर सकता है। अब इसका ये मतलब नहीं कि 65 में दादा खाट से हमारे हिंदुस्तानी वृद्ध जन के हिसाब से उठे होंगे। वो बंदा मस्ट भी वर्किंग ऑन 25 में किया होगा, 40 में किया होगा, 45 में किया होगा, जब जाके 65 में केएफसी बना। तो आप भी 40 में ऐसा कुछ कीजिए कि आपका भी 65 में केएफसी बन जाएगा। तो ज्यादा जल्दी नहीं है, तो ड्रीम बिग, स्टार्ट स्मॉल, एक नाउ। दैट्स व्हाट आई बिलीव।
I think great insights, Praful bhai. You're always so full of energy, and you impart those energy to the entire space. And I think everyone feels now they can go up with their plan. And thanks for your valuable inputs and with that. And Sejal has raised a hand, and then we have Monica. Sejal, I give you priority because you're the boss. Please go in. Sejal, are you gonna speak? There's some glitch with her, I think. Monica, you have raised your hand. You wanna ask something,
No, I
or
want
you
to
wanna
tell
add?
Sachin something, that Sachin is not too late. But unlike Praful, I don't think I will be asking him to start a business. But because given what I know about Sachin, I'm sure that he already has those plans or he has something even better. But Sachin, I highly recommend that you do read Monica Hallan's book. She actually quite nicely outlines exactly what you need to do, especially if you are an employed professional. And by taking care of both children expenses, your own retirement, your own health and other insurance policies, and then actually start out on an investment journey. I think it makes more sense to actually go it about it in a structured way. And incidentally, Sejal and I will be hosting her this week on Wednesday at 7 p.m. So, small plug for our space. So, if you are able to join, that will be really great. But the reason I recommend Monica's book is that I started out investing myself in the stock markets only 3 years ago, and I'm following Gurmeet's advice. And I'm so far my returns are really really good. So I really don't care about all the stuff that I read about multi-baggers, etc. I'd rather make less mistakes or make no mistakes and still earn a decent average rate of growth rather than trying to go up and down. I'm quite sick of that. I have enough to do in my life. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Monica.
Right.
And I think that's going to be really helpful suggestion for lots of people who are in 40s. Yeah, Sejal, you had raised your hand. Please go.
Hi, did you
Can't
say
hear
my name?
Sejal.
Oh yeah, hi. मेरा आवाज आ रहा है? Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
we
you are
can hear you.
audible.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. It's just sometimes my Twitter spaces just starts misbehaving and then I get confused and text my co-host and stuff. So I just wanted to say thank you to Monica, and like I think she mentioned our space on Wednesday. So we'll be hosting Monica Haran, me and Monica, Sejal Sood and Monica just doing that. And we look forward to hosting you on Wednesday, 7 p.m. So let's continue with our space. So Dr. Tanmay, would you go on the topic of monopolies now, if that's
Yeah, yeah,
okay?
yeah, please. Because I just got some request in the
Right.
question box also that I have put up in the link
Thank you.
above. So people are asking for those monopolies and anything any of the panelists want to share. Chirag bhai, you want to share something, please? Yeah.
So, talking about monopoly stocks, I have MCX on the mind, which lot people don't look at, multi commodity exchange. It is a very good investment. Only the commodity exchange which is listed and traded on NSE. And now with the government allowing FPI to come and invest and start investing in the commodities directly, MCX is going to be the biggest beneficial of that, and the volumes over there could rise multifold, which could help the earnings of MCX moving up quite good. So in the long term, it's a good monopoly stock to invest in.
Yeah, thanks, Chirag. And Gurmeet bhai, if I you wanna add
Yeah, you know,
to that list?
one
Yeah.
just disclaimer for monopolies. A lot of monopolies have done very badly, also in terms of share price performance. So look at Coal India, right? Serious wealth destruction. You know, despite being a monopoly, there are a lot of PSUs. There are a lot of oil marketing companies which virtually controlled everything. All duopolies haven't created any wealth. So monopoly is definitely an advantage, but it's the other things, as I was telling you, ability to generate regular profits, being great management, good governance, all of that is important. One story before I sign off, I have to make my daughter sleep. Titan is something which I call a virtual monopoly. It's a great transformation from a watch company to a lifestyle brand now. And I was lucky to get into Titan early. Titan, not many people know, was on the verge of getting bankrupt before Rakesh Jhunjhunwala bought some stake in Titan. And a lot of us talk of multi-baggers, and some of us flash Twitter screenshots, मैंने 2x किया, मैंने 5x किया. RJ sir started buying Titan when it was in double digits, right? He first share probably bought it at about $6-8. He also bought Titan at $400. How many of us can buy a stock at 10 rupees and again buy the stock when it goes up 30-40x? That was the conviction on Titan. And today he holds 6% in Titan. And he's held that share for last 16 17 years. So a lot of time the sizing and the ability to hold on to the stock once the stock is doing well is what really differentiate. This is not about making that. This is not a T20, making a quick 40-50% 1 year churning. It doesn't work like that. And look at how Titan is growing now. If they are their 80% revenue is jewelry. They are now getting into this organized play. Hallmarking of jewelry has become compulsory. That will further give fillip to the organized players. So if you see their revenue, they do jewelry sales of some 26,000 crores a year. They do another some 600-700 crores on watches, and they're getting into smartwatches and all. They do another 1,000-1,200 crores on eyewear. They're getting into most lifestyle saris, etc. A lot of brands. So they're completely transforming the company into a lifestyle and a tech company. They also have this golden harvest scheme. Okay, you pay 11 installment, the 12th is free. There's like an SIP book for Titan. It's called the Golden Harvest Scheme. Gives them a lot of stability in procurement of gold. Almost now 400 stores and counting. I think their medium number is 500. Not a stock recommendation again, but I'm just saying that a lot of time much monopolies bring into mind PSUs, and so we have to be a little mindful of that. Some of them have been very very great wealth destructors. And with that, I'll sign off. Thank you guys. I mean, it was great talking and interacting with you.
Thank you so much for joining in today, Gurmeet. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Tanmay, Gurleen, Sejal, I think Gurmeet perfectly summarized it. One more thing I've seen is like sometimes it's good to have competition. Frankly, I don't know. It's always good to have some competition because a competition always shows that there is a bigger market, and competition also brings out the best in our company. So sometimes I try to stay away from a boring monopoly in that sense. Where it's good to have a monopoly, but a monopoly also signifies boredom. A monopoly also can signify a little bit of complacence, if you know what I mean, right? So it's always good for the management to keep improving themselves and stuff like that. So that's something which can also be another angle for this. you know so I also might have to sign off now, but it's absolute pleasure to listen to all of you. Praful, it's absolutely amazing. Okay, what you have done, really. And Aditya, just listening to you guys makes me feel so awesome because I've always been an investor. I've always made all my wealth on amazing people, right? I can't run business for nuts, but looking at the way you guys have done, it's absolutely phenomenal. Okay. So, and Kal, of course, Monica, awesome stuff. Okay. Kshitiz, I might have left some names, but I will stay back as a listener. I just have to do some basic stuff. Okay. I'll just be around, but I would love to say thank you so much. Okay. It's amazing. Thank you so
Real
much.
pleasure, Mr.
Yeah.
Fundamental. Absolute pleasure.
Always a pleasure to have FI, right? He's just so clear with his insights, and it just adds in so simplicity for all the listeners who are there, so that they can relate it easily. And FI said it's always like a big thanks to you, because you spare out time for lots of people in here who just enjoy listening to you. Thanks again, yeah.
You know what?
Thank you so much for
I would
joining.
do it always for you guys. Okay, you guys are awesome, and the people here are so awesome. I would love to meet all of you guys someday, hopefully. Okay, yeah. Thanks. I'll be around. Bye bye.
Hopefully. Thank you so much for joining in FI. Please have a great evening. So, guys, I just wanted to again give a disclaimer at the end of the day, right? Whichever stock our speakers are probably talking about, they're not stock recommendations, and please do your own research before investing. The space is more like learn how to catch your own fish instead of we serving you fish. So just a disclaimer.
You are behaving like an anchor.
मेरा ऑडियो सुनाई दे रहा
Yeah,
है?
Sejal, please. हाँ, you're
Okay.
audible. Please go on.
राइट तो मतलब अपनी मछली खुद पकड़ें, दूसरों से अपनी मछली दूसरों की पकड़ी हुई मछली ना खाएं, क्योंकि कभी कभी कांटा आपके गले में फंस सकता है. सिमिलरली, यू नो व्हाट स्टॉक माइट बी गुड फॉर प्रोबेबली एफआई और गुरमीत माइट नॉट वर्क फॉर तन्मय एंड सेजल, राइट? किसी और की पकड़ी मछली का कांटा कभी कभी गले में फंस जाता है. सो प्लीज ध्यान से रिसर्च करें, फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर के पास जाएं और फिर उसके बाद ही अपना पैसा निवेश करें, राइट? So let's
Yeah.
continue.
Sejal, you just sounded like the mutual fund girl here. Mutual fund.
मैं बोला ना ये वही है.
याद उनको ना मुझे स्पॉन्सर करना चाहिए, जितना जितना मतलब मैं उनकी तरह बोलती हूँ.
इसको ये डर है सेजल को
No,
कि
but
लोग डीएम में ऐसा ना पूछे कि मैम किधर पैसा लगाऊं, बताओ ना, प्लीज बताओ ना.
प्रफुल भाई, इसकी कभी कभार सेजल की आवाज ऐसी लगती है ना कि कोरोना वाली आवाज अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुई, बहन जी की स्टार्ट हो गई.
But Sejal is just
So
90 ना, तन्मय भाई, आदित्य भाई, she is so active on Twitter. I see like 19 में मैं क्या कर रहा था, मैं सच में मछली पकड़ रहा था क्या? ये she is so active. She has almost 19,000 plus YouTube मतलब Twitter followers, और एक खुशबू भी है. ये दोनों की जोड़ी तो मेरे को मतलब सुभान अल्लाह है ये दोनों. So appreciable, मतलब मजा आता है तुमको.
सही में से.
थैंक यू सो मच.
आज शाम को आपका ही
प्रफुल भाई,
पॉडकास्ट दिख रहा था, क्योंकि इस हफ्ते मेरा और सेजल का पॉडकास्ट है, तो अब मेरे को डर लग रहा है सेजल जैसे क्वेश्चंस पूछती है.
हाँ राइट.
मैं
and
बहुत
Praful bhai, हमारा monotonous था. I was like studying at 19, studying at 23, studying at 25. Practice is going on, but studying since forever.
अरे
So
मैं भी
it was
स्टडी
easy for
करती
me.
हूँ.
डॉक्टरों के लिए और
अरे
सीए लोगों के लिए तो मेरे दिल में अलग जगह है सर. उनके लिए तो रिस्पेक्ट है सर, नेक्स्ट लेवल की. इसीलिए मैं एमबीए भी नहीं पढ़ पाया, मैं ड्रॉप आउट कर दिया बीच में कि नो इट्स ओके डन. आप लोग ना हमारा भी पढ़ लेते हो.
No, you're really amazing at what you are doing. So I'll just take the conversation ahead. It's lovely to have some light notes as well, because this is all informal discussion, right? We are just learning. We are having some good time as well. So any other panelists who are there with us, some basic stock or monopoly or anything, any stock which you like, just a bit about the business model if you want to add. Kshitiz,
Okay, so
Kal,
here's
Monica.
I'll give an example.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not in India, and my examples are not going to come from the stocks that you understand. But because it's not the individual stocks, we're trying to learn the process, the fishing, as Sejal says, like how to fish. There's a company in the US called Costco, right, which is a big warehouse store, right? And you have to be a member. Like they have a membership program. So you join this membership, and then there's a specific credit card that you have to get. It used to be American Express, and it is just on fire. This stock has, you fund. It's got a basic business model. People get value for money. They get really, really good quality products, and people line up. Then they're not e-commerce. They've never really moved on to e-commerce, but they're big warehouses. You guys, Sam's Club, I think understand. I don't know if Walmart has opened Sam's Club in India yet, but big formats, small businesses they focus on, but also you have this membership, and in some ways they're not a monopoly, right? Obviously, in some way, and I like to think of these things that they create a monopolistic situation. They create a situation where the switching cost for the customer is just not worth it, right? And they're getting everything that they need. And they're just switching cost is really, really hard. Why would I go somewhere else? I'm going to get my, weekly shop. I'm going to do it every week. And here's the interesting thing. No, it's so like that the loyalty, which is kind of like the monopolistic force, if you like, the loyalty that nobody will go anywhere else is so high with so many different segments, right? When I was at Best Buy, Dick Schultz, the founder at Best Buy, he used to shop there, right? The people at all levels, they shop there because people who actually make a lot of money and people who need to save are the same. They've actually made a lot of money because they actually understand the value of money, right? So Costco has this kind of mindset, this thing inside people's head that when I go there, I'm going to save money and I'm going to get quality. So I think that and then their membership program, their absolute membership program, that you get the membership and you do it, and they just keep going. And I think that's an interesting. So what I want to give that example because I don't think it's monopoly doesn't mean it's like a government regulated business. Like in the UK, there's one called National Grid, right, which is effectively a monopoly because they run the entire grid for the supply of energy in the UK, and most of those end up like owning bonds, which I'm sure we'll talk about another day. But they are basically a regular income, and that's what they are, which is fine because if you have that in your portfolio, you put that in your portfolio as the low risk part of your portfolio. But I just wanted to say that there are some retail businesses that look like, oh, there's no monopoly, but they've created a monopolistic situation, right? So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Kala. You really reminded me of the retail condition in India right now. Like we have a big consolidation going on in the retail sector. Those who know would probably agree with this. With Reliance coming in as Reliance Mart, we also have Big Basket, which was already there, and then we have the old unorganized sector of retail player, and with DMart that has cut down the cost, and there is a tough competition going on right now between DMart, Big Basket, and Reliance. And probably we'll have some discussion on some other space about retail sector in India. It would be a lovely discussion. People will definitely enjoy it. Yeah, Sejal, you were saying something, please. Yeah.
Right. I was just going to say thank you for sharing your views. That's all. So, but you said it pretty well. It's all good. So let's go to our next speaker, right?
Yeah, Gurleen has raised her hand,
Right.
and I think we'll just finish a quick one off from all the speakers, and then we'll have 2 to 3 questions, and then we'll wind off because I also have my OT tomorrow, and it's been a
Absolutely.
marathon run today. So yeah, please,
Absolutely.
I will have one off from all the speakers. Yeah,
Right.
Gurleen, you wanna go? You have raised your hand,
Yeah, no,
please.
yeah, you just like said it that you like the space is going to, get summed up in 15-20 minutes, right? So I was also going to say the same, that it's like 3 hours and 45 minutes that we've been doing this, and it's been a delight to be on the panel with all of you. Kshitiz, FI, Praful, Gurmeet was there, Sejal, Dr. Tanmay. I mean, it's always a delight to be with all of you. And yep, I also have to get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Don't want to miss that as well. And yeah, I mean, that is what I wanted to add. And I mean, I'm also low on battery and there's no electricity, and it's like literally 8 degrees out here. So yeah, maybe I log off, or if I, get disconnected in the middle of, even if the spaces is going on, and if I get disconnected, I mean, please bear with that. And thank you so much for hosting me. And it has been like a lovely discussion tonight.
Thank you so much for
Thanks a lot,
joining us.
Gurleen.
And guys who don't
Kshitiz, you
know,
wanna add? Yeah, please, Sejal. Yeah.
yeah, so guys who don't know, Gurleen basically lives in Shimla, and she said that's very cold and everything. So thank you so much. You still managed to join in our spaces, and it's always a pleasure hosting you on our space. Yeah, and go ahead, Kshitij, please.
So guys, I joined late because I was at swimming pool. So and now I was making my daughter sleep and I logged out. So I don't know whether you guys have discussed IX or you guys have discussed.
Gurmeet bhai did. Gurmeet bhai did.
Actually, Gurmeet did, and he discussed IRCTC also.
A bit of it, IRCTC, yeah.
So, so
Just
I think then it's on the same line, and we all know that it's 100% monopoly. So I agree. This is one way of looking at a business, but then you have to be pretty sure whether in I'm talking about India context, whether it's government supported or not, because some companies where it's 100% government control, sometimes we find it difficult. Otherwise, SBI would have been the stock of the decade for last decade. But I feel that this is going to do very well. IRCTC, it has 100% monopoly. It has both the business of catering to the entire Indian Railways. They have their own payment gateway, iPay, which is coming up very fast. 15% of the transaction are happening through iPay. If it's going to be a big success, then government is going to replicate this iPay across other functions of government of India also. So I think one business one can look at. Again, it's not a recommendation, but this is something which I like, which one can look at. Praful bhai, you are there, and a pleasure to have you here. You joined, and I have to log out because of was making my daughter sleep. And I met couple of your partners or in crime in terms of people who are in chai business, and they said it rightly that India runs on tea and sky is the limit. वो हम नॉर्थ में बोलते हैं ना, मुद्दा ये नहीं है कि ठेके में शराब कितनी है, मुद्दा ये है कि आपकी पीने की कैपेसिटी कितनी है. So the entire country is running on tea. And believe me, I just want to give here a point, and it's been now public also. I think you'll hear very soon. They're coming out with some specification of machines which can produce, which are AI enabled and can produce tea, as per, let's say, what you like or Tanmay like or
It's
Sejal
already
like
there,
or
Kshitiz
FI
bhai.
like.
It's already there.
It's already there. I was surprised. आप कुछ बताओ ना, कभी सेशन करके बताओ क्या कुछ कर रहे हो चाय पे. मैं तो दिन में 5 चाय पी जाता हूँ. मतलब गिवन ऑप्शन स्कॉच और चाय की दी जाए तो पहले मैं चाय पीऊँ फिर स्कॉच पीऊँ. छोड़ू दोनों दोनों से कोई नहीं.
Then it's already there.
But I'm saying that
So
you should take out some time and discuss that. But thank you Tanmay and Sejal for taking such a great initiative and effort. So much to learn from fellow colleagues. I'm super impressed with the speakers, the panelists who are there. Again, once again, thank you to all of you. Special thanks to the key speakers who were there: Aditya, FI, Gurmeet. Obviously, we spend most of our time together. Praful bhai, you, Cal, really a pleasure. I'm going to pick that accent from you very soon. Next time you'll hear the same
but
accent
Kshitiz
from
bhai,
you
one
also.
thing to add here, I'm really मतलब wanted to tell you from very long. तो मैं जब भी जी न्यूज CNBC में जब बचपन में मतलब थोड़ा टाइम पहले देखता था इन्वेस्टमेंट का, तो क्षितिज भाई हमेशा आ जाते थे अपने इनसाइट्स और आइडियाज लेके. तो क्षितिज भाई, यू आर द गाय हु लिटरली मतलब शेयर्ड योर होल आइडिया अबाउट द इन्वेस्टमेंट, कहाँ करना चाहिए, कैसे होना चाहिए, कब होना चाहिए, कहाँ होना चाहिए. And from CNBC
Thank you, guys.
business to
Thank you.
मतलब connecting with you, the internet has the power to you can connect with and मतलब किसी से भी connect कर सकते हो. So क्षितिज भाई, thank you for all those lessons. And
I agree, Praful bhai. But we'd love to meet you soon. And I think we'll request Tanmay and Sajal to have a get together once this corona shit will settle down, and we should call all people. If I said it rightly, we would like to meet everyone.
definitely.
So, वो कब तक ये digitally मिलते रहेंगे? We should catch up soon.
एक चाय पे चर्चा करते
Yeah,
हैं, एक
thanks.
चाय पे चर्चा दिल्ली में करते हैं.
चाय
तो
पे चर्चा
संडे
करते
के
हैं.
दिन
Done,
एक
Praful
भाई
bhai.
छत्तीसगढ़ से आ जाएंगे, और आदित्य तो दिल्ली में रहता है. गुरमीत भाई आई का नंबर है मेरे पास, आई विल पिंग हिम. सो
We are in Delhi only. We will have everyone. If I wants to come to South this North India, and if I will travel, and we can all have. I think Chandigarh is the best place. पहाड़ों में निकल जाएंगे किसी सब ऐसे ग्रुप बना
एनी
के,
टाइम
and
एनी
let's plan for Chandigarh.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Sejal is the
completely
host in Chandigarh.
टाइम. सेजल
yes.
होस्ट, यहाँ को होस्ट बनी तो वहाँ पे होस्ट बनेगी, और सारा पैसा वैसा सब सेजल ही देगी, फाइनेंस पूरा यही करेगी अब.
Are it would be a pleasure to host. So, yeah, but Chandigarh, as वैसे on a serious note, is a very nice place. So if you're coming to Chandigarh, do hit me up. I'd love to meet up.
Hit you up what? You are going to arrange for everything.
Okay,
You are
done.
saying that AMCs are going to sponsor you soon, then we have all the funds to arrange everything.
Sejal is our AMC. She is gonna fund us all. So
But thank
moving
you
on.
guys. Thank you. Really a
Yeah,
pleasure. Really a pleasure.
lovely to
Thank
have
you,
you, Kshitiz.
Kshitiz.
It's always a delight
Yeah,
to
thank you,
hear
bye.
your
Yeah.
insights. And we'll add just quick points. Tarun, you wanna add something? Chirag, you wanna add something? And then I'll just add a few points, and then we'll have two questions from the audience, and then we'll wrap up. Yeah.
I'm just coming in for the monopoly part. Monopolies eventually die out. and there were a lot of monopolies in the 1980s, which died suddenly because one of those PEST factors will kick in. So things monopolies may not be a long term bet. Second, I've joined the space a bit late. I was traveling. I'm not sure if it is discussed. See, whichever company is doing a business, they will have stakeholders, and their competitors and customers would be one of the key stakeholders for them. So, what a company does to steer the market away from the competitors and towards the customers, those companies would continue to do well. And if somebody is looking at a chart or a fundamental, I would like to suggest two companies. uh, One is called Shriram Transport. Have a look at it. And there is another company called Tata Steel. It's been in business for a while now. And if you just project those numbers against the steel we would be consuming, which is required to just make roads, buildings, houses, whatever. So these two look very, very interesting. Again, it's just for study purpose, and if you're willing to bet on it, you bet on a big elephant in a circus rather than some tiddle or something. So those are a couple of points from me. Thank you for now. And
Yeah,
wish to thank everybody who stayed glued in, and thanks to both the hosts as usual, all the hosts that made it possible.
yeah, thank you, Tarun. I'll just add a quick business model kind of thing, a very short one, because since we have people who had waited in so long and they are almost, I've got few DMs again. Ki, sir, tell some business model. We were enjoying Gurmeet's talk and he was so simple and everything. I'll just tell about Bajaj Finance. How it happened was when Bajaj Finance was dying out around in 2007, 8 or something like that, and then the new management takeover. How what they did was they acquired some data. That's why I called that data is the new oil. Data is so important right now. The companies with data are gonna take over the other companies. How it did was it acquired some data. I don't know how, but then it started tapping the people who have a high source of income. Like the first circle was doctors, where they wanted to provide some loans. Okay, so now they know, if suppose they know that Dr. Tanmay is working in AIMS and is getting a good salary, so they'll offer me loans at a lower rate as compared to a person who is working in periphery in a random college जहाँ पे उसकी salary कम है. So he knows that I am more likely to pay the debt, clear of those loans, and the other one who is working in periphery won't be able to uh, clear it off. So since they had the data, they did that. Now what happened with this was the competitors, on trying to compete with Bajaj Finance, what they did was they started giving a discounted loan to everyone. So they'll give a discounted loan to me as well, someone working in the periphery as well. So what it helped Bajaj Finance in a way was, the bad people, the loans who the people who won't be able to pay the loans, like the ones who are having a lower salary, would probably have more chances of defaulting those loans. So these lower rate loans were offered to them, and these people won't pay the loans. Now the burden would be on the company, and these companies would start crashing out and would start clearing those people who won't be able to pay the loans. And now, since Bajaj Finance has offered me a loan at a lower rate, and I know how easily it is to get a loan from Bajaj Finance, I would take a loan again from Bajaj Finance, and next time they'll start charging slightly more, slightly more, slightly more. And this is how, by parallel selling, after acquiring a customer, they grew. They did it with the doctors community, then they went on with the lawyers community, then they went on having a agent who used to be there in a, say, a Reliance store or a Lotus store or those kind of electronic stores, where you go in and see a product. Now since they had the data, they know whom to offer the loan rates at a higher rate and whom to offer at a lower rate. The person who is having a good score would get a loan at a lower rate, so they'll become a good customers of there. They'll obviously clear off those loans. And the people who are offering, who were at a risk of defaulting, was cleared off by the other companies, with the competitors who were there, who were providing loan at equal rate to all the people. Those companies vanished. Bajaj Finance grew as a fintech company. This was the power of data that helped them. They repeated the process in various sectors, and now it is one of the largest fintech companies in the country. And again, this is not a stock recommendation. This is just to understand how some company changed over a period of time, and it helped to grow profits for a long term. So Arihant and Chirag have raised their hands. You want to add something?
Hey, hey,
On this
Tanmay.
Bajaj Finance thing only, which you
One
were
minute,
saying
one minute,
that they
one
have
minute.
acquired data. Initially, they had started giving loans to customers who were holding a credit card, indirectly doing a verification because it was difficult to get credit card. The banks would have verified your finances and then only given you a credit card. That's how Bajaj Finance started. And this takes me even to the Paytm thing. Recently, if you look at on the listing day, the Paytm crashed. Main reason for that was Bajaj Finance is also going to come up with its own app, and at the same time, there was a media article that ICICI Bank app non ICICI Bank customers can also download them, and it had shown a growth that it has got 45 million new users, and from there they had started selling new loans and all other cross marketing products. These were the two main reasons why on the listing day Paytm failed.
Yeah, you rightly added those points, Chirag. Thanks for that. Arihant, you have raised your hand.
Yeah,
You want to
hi.
add something more to it?
Yeah. So thank you, Tanmay.
Go on.
Yeah. For adding me, I didn't know Aditya was here. I was trying to call him anyways. So you know what? Because we're talking about data, I have a very interesting insight, right? So that is, Zomato, Uber, and all these places, right? And sometimes that there might be scenarios when you and your friend are trying to book cabs, but you're not able to get a cab, but your friend is able to get a cab, and that is because of the data, right? So any driver or any delivery guy can rate you as an individual, and based on that scoring system, the prioritization is done, right? And with the same data, people, the company also offers you premium subscription. That's how they do things to convert. So coming to Bajaj Finserv, right? I was talking to few people, senior people from Bajaj, and I asked him, boss, like, what the heck are you like? Because internet credit card penetration rate is around 60 million, and this EMI loans and all are very, very huge, right? They serve most of the middle class families. I asked him, like, what's happening with you guys? Like, how are you able to do it? So one of the person just replied saying that, we are meeting people at the utility place. You haven't seen us anytime advertising. We just go and collaborate with people who offer electronics, right? Let's say I just want to go and buy a TV which is like 50,000 worth, and I don't have money to pay. Then the guy would say, hey, you know what? This is Bajaj Finance. Why don't you try that? And now the commodity loans make things more interesting. Now it's not, now they're not giving them cash, they're giving them commodities, right? And because of which they have an auto debit through the bank account, which helps them to gain much more money and so on and so forth. But they have done a very, 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 very great job serving middle class families in a low trust society, and that's why their stock prices are going stonks now. If I have to buy like 5 shares, I have to cut off my rent for my house. So that's how expensive they are, right? So that's my few takes on Bajaj Finance. I also have something on Bharat Pay as well, but I'll talk about that later in the call.
Yeah, Aryan, we would have loved to have you earlier because we are like almost wrapping up right now. We had amazing insights from the speakers. So I'll have two questions from the audience which they had asked. One question for the floor is from Ankur. He is asking like the margins of companies in Q2 have taken a hit due to surge in raw material prices like paints and chemical sector, which is visible in stock prices as well. So how to know when will the raw material prices will cool off and how can it impact? Anyone want to take that question?
Can you repeat, Tanmay? I'm not sure if I'm able to hear. Hello?
So the question is from Ankur. He is asking the margins of companies in Q2 have taken a hit due to surge in raw material prices like paints in the chemical sector, which is visible in the stock prices. So how to know when will the raw material prices cool off? Probably he's asking about inflation thing and what companies can handle that. And would you want to take that?
I can give you a quick, just a quick thing on that. Here's in terms of thinking about short-term, margin structure. again, everything we've been talking about today is, you're buying into the long-term growth of the company. Clearly, the costs will go up in the short term and in Q2 or whatever in the next term, and that may or may not affect the stock price. But I would look beyond that and think about the relative margin to other people. So if the costs are going to go up for one player in the industry, it's going to go up for other players in the industry. And so if you pick the right stock and stick with it right through the inflation, obviously inflation will affect overall profits, which is the overall game. But I do think that the supply chain constructs are it's like they'll kind of play out, and so I would stick with your original hypothesis unless there's some fundamental structure that's changed because the supply to that specific company is never going to return, or it's always going to be 50% higher or 30% higher. Unless there's something fundamental changes there, remember long term and stick to your original hypothesis and kind of play through the inflation thing. That's just a quick point anyway.
That's lovely. I think that summarizes it all. Aditya, want to add,
Yep.
and then Arihant?
Yep, I quickly wanted to add to what Carl said. So, see, this is more of an operational thing, right? As even Carl added, that this is not something which is infinite, right? It's more of an operational thing. But one thing, if you look at it, one is on the demand side, right? Some of the companies have passed on that price hike to customers. Some of them have given announced interim dividends as well. On certain stocks, you've seen interim dividends happening as well. Companies, particularly where raw material prices have been hiked retrospectively. And third is on the demand side that some of the companies have stopped their volume growth in order to basically manage the whole economics on the production side. So earlier, if they were, let's say, producing 10,000 units, now they are still doing, let's say, 8,000 or 7,000. So that the price hike in itself is not entirely divided in all those units. And it's sort of passed along swiftly as more and more units are produced. So in doing this such kind of a practice, you will not experience a price hike immediately, but as and when certain batches of productions are rolled out, slowly and steadily you'll see that effect cascading. So multiple companies have dealt with raw material price hikes in different industries in different ways because every industry is facing that. I think be it paints, be it even tires, MRF has seen that, be it Galaxy Chemicals, everything, every industry has been hit on that. But one interesting perspective, in fact, I was reading this on CNBC today, that the supply side is also hit. It's not just the demand side. The supply side, in terms of local availability of raw materials, has also hit, and the amount of production that's going out from a factory is also being hit in that perspective. So, in order to sum that up very quickly, the effects have been on both sides, be it demand, be it supply. Some companies are announcing it immediately. Some companies have offset it with certain kind of a relief or a dividend to the back to the company. But I think once of course the back end demand sort of kind of gets met, which we have seen of happening in coal and other industries as well shortly, I think the prices will come back again to normal. Yeah.
I believe, Tanmay, just to add to what Aditya has said, that the recent example of what has happened on your pharma space, that is also very interesting. I'll just say 30 seconds, not more. 150 to 200% increase on the API side. And we have seen how the beating of the sector has happened. And they can't just pass on the price to their their main buyers, because as a supplier, they have a forward contract for next 2 quarters or so. So I think you will see things getting settled down on the pharma space also next 2 to 3 quarters, because once you have this quarter, which is GFM quarter, will go, then they can renegotiate the price with their buyers or products. So I think that's a temporary phenomena, but eventually things will fall in shape as and when things will move.
And just to add on to what Kshitiz told, it's like that's why we discuss the moat. The companies that those are having moats will sustain this thing because of their competitive advantage. Inflations will come, will go. There will be raw material inflation. That is bound to happen. And if you look at particular quarter, and then if our perspective is a very short term perspective, I just as rightly highlighted by Kal, then it will be very difficult to hold on a stock for a long time. And I'll just adding to an example of that chemical sector. If you saw that Asian Paints hiked price hike for like 2 to 3 times right now, just in a few time. But how did they delayed it to a extent that the other competitors will probably strangle it and give away their market share to Asian Paints because they have such cash rich supply. They are debt free company. So those kind of things are there, and some companies will take advantage of the misery that is there, and that's why we need to pick up the companies with moats. Hey, Aryan, you want to add something, and then we'll have a wrap up of this session. Yeah, please.
So yeah, Tanmay, in the Q1 you see, right? So I was reading some stats. The consumer, we had lockdown in Q1. I think we had a second wave, and the consumer spending was less, right? And in Q2, if you see, the consumer spending has gone bonkers, right? And so what I observed is, because the consumer, like, this can be no question, I might be wrong as well, but as the consumer spending went bonkers, the production also had to go well. So there was a huge demand and there was supply gap, right? So I think that's the reason why prices went up. And if you ask me as an intelligent investor, what I would do is I would actually bet on the company which is supplying stuff, right? So that's something I would do. But I think, because of the consumer spending going up, this was the main reason. And the Diwali and the Q3 results are yet to come, I think. But I'm expecting more or less profit margins and high sale volumes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Arihant. And meanwhile, this Sejal is connecting. See, she is waving her like you cannot end this space soon. So yeah, we'll just wait for her to connect in. And it was really lovely to get those insights. Uh, and Be it Kal, Kshitij,
Actually,
Arihant.
my
Yeah, Kshitij, please.
Tanmay,
Ah,
trend is a friend of a trendsetter. So if some trend will move, then the gainer is going to be the best guy in the industry only. So rather than whatever people keep on saying, once things settle down, it's like basically आपका घर का बजट है यार. कई बार कोई मंथ ऐसा आता है that बजट ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है. That doesn't mean कि आपकी लाइफ में ग्रोथ होनी बंद हो जाएगी आने वाले महीनों में या क्वार्टर्स में. Yeah, you'll not do well. There can be 1 or 2 quarters where things can become little difficult because of, let's say, some medical expense, or some you're buying a house which is, जो हम बोलते हैं ना हिंदी में थोड़ा, अपनी औकात से ज़्यादा लिया है हमने. समटाइम वो टाइट होती है चीज़ें. दैट हैपन विद बिजनेसेस ऑल्सो. So I think it is for good company, as you said, the company with a good, moat. I think this can be one of the case, but eventually things fall in place.
yeah, rightly summarized, like Kshitij, and we are dead tired. I think this was a marathon session. Carl has been with us since the beginning, so
And really,
hats off
really
to you,
loved
man.
it. And you guys have a good vibe. I love it's a nice Sunday afternoon. It's just great. Great culture of the room. So thanks very much for inviting me. And yeah,
I've
thanks.
been trying to add up Serial, and I think there is some issue with her Twitter space and those things. So, on behalf of her and everyone here, I would like to thank all the panelists who have joined in. And FI is also here. FI, yeah, please.
Thank you for
I'll add.
giving us the chance to speak.
Oh, Chirag bhai, you are all. I would love to hear you more in some session if you are available with us.
Sure. We'll try
FI
to
sir is
join
there.
sometime next early.
Yeah, yeah, please. FI, you wanna add something? Yeah.
I'm still laughing. Kal says it's a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and we are on a Monday morning.
Sorry about that.
And
Yeah.
so incidentally, what happened? The space went on, and then I had to still wash vessels. So I just started washing, and then went on listening to all you guys speaking, and then I just thought, okay. The highlight is Kal saying it's a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and Dr.
It's
Tanmay is
funny.
thinking, man, it's already Monday morning for me, and
Yeah, that's the world.
I was thinking, see, so it has been like a last whole week was a ICU duty for me, 12 hours each, and I did a night yesterday, a night ICU, and a morning today. Like I got free at around 7 p.m., something like that, and I just had a space lined up. So I was like, probably the space will finish off by 10:30 since we started uh, since we are starting at 8 and now we are at 10, and I'm thinking like, okay, my sleep is again gone for a toss. So it's like a back-to-back duty for me. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Everyone went
Yes, you are.
silent. Okay.
Tanmay,
Yeah, sorry, everyone went silent. Yeah.
all your co-hosts have probably left. Okay, only you're left now.
No. Sejal is there. Sejal
There
is
is
there.
it?
She is dropping me WhatsApps. She is
Why is
there
she
in the
down there?
listener, and
Why is she not up here? Why is she down there? Why is she a listener?
This is
there
called
is.
sleep come,
Oh, sleep.
speaker
All right.
mode.
Yeah, yeah.
That you're
Sleep.
sleeping, but
Yeah.
people are actually watching you live on the
It's
chat room.
afternoon
Okay,
for me.
boss. So this is called sleep come speaker mode.
And you know what,
So
Kshitiz,
the,
So
our probably people who are kind of following us, friends, right, will be wondering what these guys are talking at midnight. On everybody's Twitter, it will be coming up. These guys are talking something. So crazy stuff. Yeah.
but it was lovely discussion. Like I never would have thought to have a financial discussion for like 4 hours going on marathon without any break, and people are also enthusiastic. Like we have almost like 1.5K people listening in at a point of time, and almost all throughout we had 500 plus people joining in. So this shows how bullish everyone is on India, and how equity sector itself will grow in India overall. And I think those who are there with us, and if you had enjoyed the session with us, feel free to connect with all the speakers that are here, so that and so that if we conduct such spaces in future, you would be getting the notifications for the same. And if you had loved it, you can tag us. Just click a screenshot. I'm doing it on behalf of Sejal. she, she is still having problem. her whatsapp her WhatsApp messages are dropping in at a far superior, like faster rate right now, because she is not being able to join at the time of this wrapping up. But again, a big thanks to her for being so patient with me also, because I told you this spaces happen because she keeps on nagging me all the time. I usually am a very lazy person, because if I get time off hospital, I would either love to sleep or would love to eat, or I would probably have some time. I also need to follow the companies that I have purchased. So I chill down and read some balance sheets or something like that, just for my hobby. But credits to her to keep pulling me in for this session. And yeah, thanks to all our speakers, Kshitij, FI. कल we have
तन्मय,
been doing.
लास्ट क्वेश्चन टू यू. आप
Yeah.
एयर इंडिया बेचने से पहले ना किसी को फोन आया कि आप एयर इंडिया लेंगे क्या? कहता मतलब? कहता गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से बोल रहा हूँ, एयर इंडिया लेंगे क्या? कहता मतलब? कहता बता दीजिए, लेना है तो ले लीजिए, फिर मत बोलिएगा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अमानी अदानी किसी को दे दिया. तो आप थोड़ा स्लीप ले लीजिए, सुबह आपका ओटी है.
I'll somehow manage. You know the funny thing, आप अंबानी बोले ना, मेरे एक वार्ड बॉय है, ठीक है, तो he keeps on hearing me talking about stocks, because whenever I am on duty, थोड़ा सा भी patient stable रहेंगे ना, तो nursing staff will surround me and sit around me and ये सर इसके बारे में बताओ, उसके बारे में बताओ. तो he keeps on seeing me do that. So what happened was he changed my name to, वो अंबानी सर आते हैं ना ड्यूटी में. I was like, dude, ये क्या कर रहा है तू? So he keeps on calling me Ambani sir. And one day he was like, sir, ये गुवार फली का क्या रेट है? I was like, which is this stock? I was
जोधपुर का होगा.
yes. So जोधपुर में है हम. तो I was wondering कि ये कौन सा स्टॉक आ गया भाई. And I was like, क्या बोल रहे हो तुम? तो he said that वो मंडी का भाव आप बता रहे थे ना सबको कि HDFC और ऐसा कुछ वो मंडी में मिलता है ना. So he was talking
Gawar
about
gum and Gawar seed are one of the best commodities traded on NCDX. They were banned in between also due to high volatility, but I think that they have reintroduced the contracts. At one point of time, Gawar gum went from 1,000 rupees to 45,000 rupees in a span of what, like 6 months to 12 months.
सर आप
Faster
ट्वीट कर
than
दीजिए,
crypto.
हमारा गुआर काम क्रिप्टो से कम है क्या? ये तो ट्वीट बनता है. मतलब
बिल्कुल
क्रिप्टो की तो औकात क्या है हमारे गुआर काम के सामने? तो
So
बताइए
I
आप.
remember that time I used to go to ET Now studio. Every day the question would be next क्या लगता है? Next day it would be 10% upper circuit, and again next day 5% upper circuit. That way it went on going up till the time they had banned the contracts, literally banned that from next day no trading. This would have been the worst short squeeze in India.
आज आज तो हमारे स्पेस का अपर सर्किट लगा है। सेजल सेजल इज हियर। रुको 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 रुको, अभी सबको जाने नहीं मिलेगा। So finally her thing has worked, I think. Yeah, Sejal.
Yes. Yes.
इतनी मेहनत
It's
करने के
back.
बाद
Yeah,
मैं-
please do the final things for everyone. Yeah, Sejal, please.
but nahi, but you've already done it. Thank you so much for being such a patient co-host. And I was just bombing your WhatsApp ki add me, add me, add me. So thank you so much everyone for joining in today. And I and Dr. Tanmay will try to host more such similar spaces on financial literacy. And I wanted to say thank you to Tarun, Kshitiz, Aditya, Fundamental Investor, Kal Patel, Chirag, and also all our listeners, Speakers तो हैं, but speaker motivation was listeners के number को देख के मिलता है. So thank you to all our listeners today. And if you have any suggestion for these spaces, do let me and Tanmay know. We'll be more than happy to oblige. And we try to, find a way कि आपको इन spaces की proper recordings मिल पाए proper way से. So we're going to find a way for that as well. And we're going to try to give it a better structure so we can help more and more people benefit from it and, create that bridge between those financial products and also people. Because everyone wants to grow their money, but nobody knows how to do it in the right way. And sometimes what happens is when we go for quick money and एक बारी, we have that धोखा kind of a thing, फिर हमारा like विश्वास उठ जाता है, right? अगर हमें कोई अच्छा भी बताए. So we're trying to fill that gap so more and more people become financially literate and, probably more and more people can grow their money. So that's all. And if anyone wants to add something, please feel free to do that. It was just that I was trying since so long, add karo, add karo, add karo.
Sejal would have killed me if I would have wrapped up the space without having her say the final words.
Arey, I spammed your DMs
तन्मय
and I also
सेजल
spammed.
टुडे आपने जो क्लब हाउस का थोड़ा बहुत स्कोप बचा था ना, जो आज by hosting this session and getting 1400 people on Twitter space, जो थोड़ा बहुत क्लब हाउस का चांस बचा था ना, वो भी आपने खत्म कर दिया है. ये मोनोपोली बिजनेस है ट्विटर का स्पेस अब. Now this is something you guys did a terrific job, guys. Amazing. Hats off to both of you.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Dr. Tanmay and Sejal, and everyone here. Always a pleasure speaking.
So yeah, thanks everyone. Anyone wants to add more, and then we'll wrap up the space, and we'll love to connect with everyone on something we'd like to build up from here. Again, would talk about fundamental analysis, something about reading the balance sheets, something basic on a very basic level. How can a retail investor understand how a company is doing? What are con calls? What are management predictions? What is industry analysis? And those kind of things will come up in the upcoming sessions. So if you liked it, you can click a screenshot, you can share with others, you can connect with all the speakers here. And really sorry if I could not take the speaker request, because again we had a limited, although we had a very big session, but the time was limited because we had some amazing speakers talking in, so I did not want to interrupt the flow. And the questions that have been put, we'll try to answer that. Would request also the panelists, if they could spare some time to answer those questions in the tweet that is there, or else we'll take it in the next session. So, bye bye, everyone. It was lovely to have you all. Stay healthy and keep compounding your happiness and wealth together with us. Bye bye.
Bye. And thank you so much for joining in.
Bye, guys.
Good night. Good day. Bye bye.
Yep. Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Happy Monday.
Yeah. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. So, Tanmay, we ended.